VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here. Elevate your game. Witness VCT Pacific 2025.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby. Ooh, there it is.
Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
What an exciting way to kick off 2025 for VCT Pacific.
All right, let's play, guys.
With these amazing players.
4 seconds is streaming Pacific match right now.
VCT has never looked better. What a shot! Cruz lets loose with a dart.
Guys, any recon shooters? Hello?
Guys, what are you doing? Is your coach always like that?
아, 어디야? 아니야. 하지마.
Cruz has stolen it. We're gonna get the texture tantrum. Unbelievable.
버스트는 더 빡세다 그랬던 것 같은데
What's going on in mid?
メイクそっちのチームどうおじさんいるけどまあいい感じだよ
Let's go, guys. One more map. Let's run it back. Alright, guys, come on, play.
Dulu ngapain sih? Lu nggak jelas banget.
Wanted to play on stage for once.
Oh my god, the pressure is so intense right now.
He doesn't know where he is. He's going for the shot and he manages to nail it!
Nice. Let's go, guys.
Okay, bro. Go break that disc.
And there it goes. Table absolutely blasted.
Where's my jersey? 입장이야?
그런가 봐.
Stand behind the chair.
오늘 일단 진행해볼 게임 이름은 제로 포인트 챌린지인데요.
제로 뭘 재우기.
KO knife.
나랑 무빈이가 할게. 너네 3명 앉아.
그래.
Siapa yang mau
I
main?
go coach. You guys go play.
앉아? Access communicator window. What's window?
I don't know. So there's like moonwalk.
And there's window.
Yes.
Window? Yeah, window.
Okay, let's go window.
Nope. 에이?
훌륭한 대화 수단. 양양 펀치는 뭐야?
양양 펀치 있어. 양양 펀치.
예?
양양 펀치로 가자.
양양 펀치로 가?
양양 펀치로 가자.
뽑아줘.
뽑아줘? 오케이. 카지야. 안 돼. 뽑았다.
예?
고양이 장난감.
아 예?
왜 뽑았어?
아니 너네 그 양양 펀치 하자며.
고양이 기계가 해서.
야 이거 장갑 끼고 게임을 어떻게 해?
야 오른손이 나을 수도.
야 오른손이 낫겠다. 오른손이 낫지.
Good luck, brother.
Should be easy. Yes.
Should be easy, very easy.
Very easy.
Bro, what?
You guys play while your hands are tight.
Look at.
Okay, this one harder. Right?
Yeah. Vic, how I press my keyboard?
What do you think about the challenge that your coach got?
Very easy.
I hope so.
농심은 어떻게 생각하세요?
저희의 수치심만 올라갔어요.
너네가 뽑아달라며. 이런 건 줄 몰랐지.
Yes. Good luck. Good luck, boys. There's no way you guys lose.
Ascension rematch?
Oh.
해외?
나 혁기 네오네.
나 네오나라고.
왼손은 번지 하시잖아.
I think Fikri gua iso.
Gua apa ya?
Ya, I think bridge ki, bridge kalau.
Tina biar matanya ditinggiin.
Boleh, yeah.
누가 봐도 혁규 내용자예요. 누가 봐도.
Why is this Dambi? Dambi, no neon.
I want to buy utility please. 야, 개 어려워.
야, 이거 어떻게 해?
자극제 산다. 야, 이거 화면을 못 돌리는데? 야, 옆에 가서 미남계 공격해. 야옹, 야옹.
They have the cat hands.
I think they have cat hands.
Locating target.
가자. 드론.
달려. 스나이팅 써버렸어.
Planting.
I think he broke door.
What the?
야, 슛 나왔어. 스턴. 야.
Spike down A.
잡아.
빨리 주먹전 냥냥. 마우스가 놓쳐져. 이렇게 가야 돼.
어떻게든 마우스 꽉 잡아보려고.
They drone just now. They drone.
Dia drone Vic. Lu hancurin gak sih Vic? Lu yang main. Gua diem doang nih tangannya. Oke. 야, 있다. 냥냥. 서랍게.
설해.
쩔었어.
오른쪽 몰라?
야, 아이소 40. 블레딩.
나 스턴 있어. 스턴.
어디야? 야야야, 진정해.
아이.
마우스가 안 돌아가. 나이스.
너 타임.
이겼다. 예. 이렇게 손 바꿔보자. 왼손으로 가보자. 그냥 움직이지 말고 총만 쏘보자. They're horrible.
Come on, team.
Amen or short?
Amen.
Oh, 저지야, 저지! Nice, team.
야, 하이파이브.
뭘 졌는데?
Fake, I want to buy.
Yeah, let's go.
오케이, 삐러씨.
Okay, stack B.
오, 여기 3차.
Let's go! 그래서 내가 이겨볼게.
동아, I said.
어이! 이겨줘.
잡았어.
오케이.
시간 개 많아.
어디로 가?
마켓.
땀나. Where are you guys hiding? Come on.
I'm in A, bro.
Okay, Abi.
잡아.
Nice.
Nice.
안 돌아가.
Very tough.
Yeah,
Very hard.
very hard.
It's okay, tutu.
I only can press one button. What is this challenge?
이 정도면 잘하고 있지.
나름대로 잘하고
나름
있습니다.
잘하고 있는 것 같아.
저희 하프타임 기준으로 플레이어와 코치의 역할이 바뀝니다.
예?
On this
Okay, who shit? Rizky, get out. Sub in, get out.
Okay.
Okay, who boss does? You bot frag, get out. 안녕하세요, Fikri.
일단 형량이 계속 유지해야 돼.
꼴등인데?
아니 왜 나 유지해?
유지해야 되긴 해.
나왜 유지해?
혁규 고양이.
싫어.
Okay.
Okay, what to do?
Here, listen. Okay, listen. Walk amen, okay, walk amen. We burst, okay, we burst. We walk to this side, yes, and then Reina, I shall go entry.
Okay.
Why you changing style? Hey, I'm the coach.
잘할 수 있어.
노력해볼게.
빨리 너도 어깨 주물러줘.
양양,
야, 다 눌리는데 그냥 하나 눌리면.
양양.
Ready versus?
Ready.
Throw your shit, idiot.
All missiles away.
형 알아서 잡아줘.
Evan.
아, 60. Nice.
plan.
Nice.
Drone going out.
Oi.
오이.
Evan, no.
가자. 혁규 보여줘. 야. 나이스. 지겨. 야, 지겨.
Let's go.
마우스가 안 잡힌다고.
You should have played like this in Ascension.
Too far.
Dambi, use your Baki, please.
Okay.
I heard Baki sound.
Oh, head Bucky, yeah.
Come on.
Okay, Fikri, use your shield.
뒤에 태우고 있어.
야, 못 움직인다. 움직일 수가 없다.
Okay, let's go.
온다.
가자.
I think he is Baki. Evan.
Marking.
너무 못해요. 손을 바꿔 무비나 이대로 아무것도 못한다니까.
안 울린다니까. 이거
아니 그니까 움직이지 마. 그냥 숙이잖아.
오케이.
Take your drone and then Reina I, okay? Hey, what are you doing? Why you not working, bro?
I'm analyst.
Okay. Listen to.
Clear.
야, 삐다. 삐.
오, 메인.
밀었다, 시티.
안 눌려.
안돼. 아니 형량이. 안돼. 마켓.
Reloading.
다시 마켓. Stairs. 안돼.
So Team Boom, will you did a revenge?
Of course.
Yes. Already.
Can you guess what their challenge is?
쟤네 계속 다 같이 다녔잖아.
일심동체 그거 아닌가?
일심동체인 거. 그런 거 같아.
미야오.
아.
저러고 게임이 돼?
우리 어떻게 한 거야 저런?
I think they are easier, no?
We cannot put the keyboard.
No, ours easier. They're hard.
얘들아 1세트는 있고 2세트 이것만 집중하자.
거 이기고 다음 세트 가면 돼.
지금 리스펙 가면 안 돼. 끝나고 리스펙해. 아 근데 나 해봐.
네가 저기에 5명 중에 누구 리스펙할 사람이 누가 있어? 마이크 안 들려 임마.
아까. 들리시나? 여보세요. 들리십니까? 네.
Hey, you can hear or no?
Yes. Unfortunately, yeah. I can hear you.
Cut off or no?
No. No.
Okay, in game if cut off, I punch you.
It's you idiot who is changing the voice gate and everything. And
I don't touch anything.
Okay, sorry.
Hello. Make sure you guys do a mic test before, yeah?
Check. 1, 2, 3. Coming in. Somebody up.
Test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, good. Quite quiet, no? You guys
Coming
can hear-
in. Coming in.
Okay. You guys have a good team?
그치.
Okay, guys. I want to see confidence, okay?
Yeah.
やってやりましょう。
マジやってやりましょう。
今日は逆国戦しないようにだけ頑張ります。Let's go, boys.
Let's go, guys.
Game. 에이밍 조용하다. 삐생거 조심해라.
맞더라. 또해, guys. A 3으로 갈 거지.
3패 좋다 지금.
광갈 가려고 할까?
뚜비.
현 and 여루. 야 이거 불켰는데 A민으로 5명 가자 그냥.
돼도 돼, 어때? Should I just push? Smoke game in, if you can. Smoke game in. Stay walk game in.
I'm gonna smoke it.
Yeah.
I'm cross.
깨줄게, 얘들아 깬다 이제.
오케이. 감사히.
뺐어, 이렇게.
그렇지. 깠어.
뺐어, 빨게.
여루 사이드.
샷 떨어지.
I smoke that. Our guys, stay away.
Start, okay, default. I can recon guys if you want. Go.
Nice.
Slide. Default, I think. Upping, yeah, default.
That's right.
챔피언 왔다. 비메 포박. 챔피언 왔다.
이랬던 큐.
라이맨 정리하자. 셀퍼 정리하자.
야,
빈드. GD.
오르면.
우리 때리라, 해봐. 백사인 거 같긴 해. 나 공도 있어, 얘들아. 빨리 들어. 이제 우리 빨리 들어.
아, 공부할게 천천히.
건설공 쓰고 메인 스모크 해줘. 뺑하다. 야, 나가봐. 뺑.
할수 있어. 타이밍 할수 있어.
그래, 프라토 리즈 미리리오.
오케이.
뺑 하나 더 3, 2, 1 팝.
나 해참 봐줘. 비민. 안 되죠, 형님들.
Arcade smoke. Tingnan left. Ayun smoke. Picking ah.
Real smoke, okay, real smoke.
You come to ramp.
They can explode out the smoke.
Can you push camera?
Yeah, watching.
Flash mga brave, flash kita. Yes, flashing red. Stuck, dala.
Anything we do. One more. What you do?
Nice!
Anything.
Can I push this guy?
I cannot, Derek. I see the shield.
Bimin ako, Bash.
30 seconds left.
Sorry.
7 bullets flash.
Right ako, Bash.
Yeah.
Tingnan ako.
Pasok tayo sa lane.
Royal, titig kayo. Hold on.
Going behind, okay?
Okay.
Tapa ka, Bash. 3, 2, 1, go.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Apa.
C 보이는 건 없어. A도 없어.
A도 안 찍혔다.
캠 껴놨고.
또 태워 멀리 똑같아. 야, 이거 더 수정해야 되겠다.
이번에.
문 열어봐, B에서.
C메인 먹은 거 몰라.
이렇게 까볼게.
까놓을게.
야, 사이퍼.
사이퍼랑 페이드.
세호도 드론 빠졌어.
야, 얘네 워럽했는데?
A 다시 먹게 나오면
소디.
그냥 한번 버틸게.
확인. 3초 C롱 터치해줄게.
내가 봐줄게, 서치해줄게.
A 하나.
나 트리로 갈게. 브리시 스턴 까줄게.
페이드랑 네온.
오케이. C 없어. 떡방 없어. 뒤도시. 나이스. 떡방 가줄게.
야, 삐삐삐삐. 삐하나.
하나 있대.
워러. 피! 아, 95. 바로.
M에 왔다, M에. 조심해.
살게.
나이스.
아니, 연민아!
얘들아, 이거 B342 가자.
A342?
B342. B.
원미맨 일래.
They could be timing Rem with me, but I'm not sure.
형 혼자 갈 거야?
나 혼자 할 거야, 나 혼자 할 거야, 얘들아.
이대 스카이. 스카이.
They have Sky out. 저기 내 앞에 슈레딩 앞에 Sky out from me.
깨고 이거 가야 될 듯. 이거 벤트 가려줘. 벤트 회복할게. 벤트 가릴게.
맞아. Hey, coming mid. Mid to B. One heaven ready. One more heaven. Back top. Drop. Behind you. Wait. B back top. Just flash him. Yeah, no. In.
안설 시간 될 때.
One more hit.
Dalawa mid boy. Magpa-dirt na boy. Punta ka saan, Jim?
Sa top mid ba?
Nag-volley sa B-min. B-1 ko na itong door boy. Tara. First bin ako. Flash art. Tago lang ako.
Deploying drone.
Dalawa, amen.
Payata boy.
Dalawa kay Bash.
Payto boy. Wala ka Bash. Marami ka Bash.
Spike down
Nice one, Bash.
Kermit push.
No need drum check.
Yeah. I break him. Okay, knock him.
How do you cut? Yon. Kita? Nice. One more. Chukun.
Yeah, I'm just holding boys.
Bridge no stun, guys. But take a bull.
Bridge was C.
Suffer set up. Bridge stun, right? Go. What? Hey, give me spec.
Started.
Behind.
Don't die. Lumang kasi ko.
Alright, para dyan.
Jinbung is hidden away, should catch the KO, so Akame has to back out. Jinbung, he gets out of it. He shuts down Yunotan. That's the dive gone. Still able to hold again as well. The second kill going through. A third. Now looking onto the fourth. Trying to hold off against the backline. Jinbung looking for the ace. He peeks out off the ring.
Clear out on that 0 point. Pop flash sent. Now Tommy out stranded. Ends up getting taken down. Showstopper gonna be lobbed in. Ivy eliminated. Persia still playing forward. Gets the spot up. And now before Famous finds Margaret, but Persia has this position noted. Looks to try to rewrap. The Nightfall gonna be going across Persia's. The Prowler coming through. The swing out. He's fully blinded up. And Persia.
Yeah, there you go.
Up towards top mid. Flashes out, looking for that quick take out towards B Heaven, but Kelia slows them down with the grab net. Looking for the Spanish, May in with the rocket. Oh, shut down off the showstopper, and Kelias will spray all four. No reaction. I mean, this might actually fake you out a bit. And Kelias says, wait, hold on, you didn't actually check the side.
Oh, go, baby.
Out off the smokes. 15 seconds left. At this point, it has to be all kills, and it's all down to Jesse Vash alongside Tucci to hold and defend. He gets the first one, looking for the next. Tucci goes down, swamps to the classic, and still lands the right click. Death defense.
Define, I guess I should say, as Divine will be able to find a third. Shot there across on the XDL. Now down to Shota. Kill or a death. Neural as okay. Two big shot. Gets the third. Immediately invests the ultimate. And suddenly, Captain's gonna have to go for yet another reload. 40 health to 45. Still for the reload. One bullet remaining. And Shota has it done.
VCT Pacific. The future of Valorant starts here.
Can't wait for my surprise. Arms out and close my eyes. Been dreaming about what it could be. Oh yeah, you're good to me. So exciting, so refreshing. Brace myself for all these blessings. Show me now, please no more guessing. I'm ready. Never really done it like this before. No, never really had it like that. But I like it. It's something new.
This is VCT Pacific 2025.
Come on, girls, keep it up. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Come on, girls, keep it up. Always on go, I ain't never gonna stop. Come on, girls, keep it up. They can try, but it still ain't enough. We run the city and ready to buck. I just make it look easy, they don't make enough. Put it right in their face, ain't no making it up. Yeah, I want the whole check, I ain't taking no cut. They ain't sharing this cake, they ain't making with us. Shit, we keeping it all on them, taking from us. Ayy, I just do it like it's nothing. This a challenge, so this how I'm coming. I'm standing for something, ain't going for nothing. Show up to the party to ruin the function. What they wanna do, I already done it. The game that they playing, we already won it. They screaming for us, all we missing is strong. I know they gon' bop if it's me that they pumping. Where you headed? It's straight to the top. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. Whether they're thinking they better, you not. Just like a cheater, we keeping our spot. Man, no game, got my foot on the gas, head straight to the cheddar. I'm chasing this guap.
Your moment begins here.
Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop. Playing no game, got my foot on the gas, head straight to the cheddar. I'm chasing this guap. Come on, girls.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Where you headed? It's straight to the top.
It's time to shine.
Come on, girls, keep it up. Always on go, I ain't never gon' stop.
This was a colossal failure. Yo, Premi, I got something for you.
What?
You sucked with the last one, but this one, keys to victory, brother. Keys to victory. Study. Come on, let's go.
I don't need it. I don't need. Huh?
Okay, so you don't need any of it.
Yeah, I don't need.
Unlucky.
Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Kickoff. We are about to find out who our final 4 teams are. And honestly, at this stage of the event, it's always really sad, but also really exciting at this point because it's time to say goodbye to 2 more teams today. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and with me, we've got Pilski and Big Time, or the Big Ski. It's been a really sad day, especially for our casters today, Paper X and RRQ getting knocked out. In fact, let's pull up the bracket and let's talk through this.
Yeah, relive some bad memories for a lot of Southeast Asian fans. Look, you can rest easy if Talon comes through today, but if they don't, and Gen G prevails, there's going to be nothing but Korean teams left in this tournament. We've got the hopes of a couple of nations on Talon's shoulders, and then DFM also trying to bring it home for the Japanese fans today.
Yeah, we're definitely, there's a world where we see the top 4 teams in all 4 Korean teams, which is something that the rest of Asia is trying to shut down with these games today.
I do have to say, though, we might see a complete shift from last year's top 4 at Kickoff.
Yeah.
With DFM, as you mentioned, there's a chance for the Japanese team and a Southeast Asian team that isn't Paper X to be one of those top 4. And we're not going to get that Nongshim Paper X match as some of you guys were hoping for, but, you know, you're going to have to wait for stage 1. Now, we did have a lot of records broken yesterday, starting off with DFM. They're bringing Japanese VALORANT back. They're still in the game, and not only are they still in the game, they did it by beating one of the Pacific champions. So that was a pretty big deal, and I think they are on a complete up and up right now. Paper X also is the longest running org to consistently qualify to internationals. Of course, that streak is now over. With EDG could possibly be that second org to do it, but Paper X at the moment still holds that mantle.
Yeah, you saw some worrying signs for it. Like there was a few little, smoke signals that something like this might happen. So I think for Paper X, they got to kind of refocus and see if they can turn back that streak and try to keep it going after missing one in towards stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big thing. It's something none of us here expected yesterday for DFM to get that win. I think we all kind of had PRX as a top 2 team going to Bangkok. Yeah. So now it's that real changing of the guard. We're seeing these new younger players come in and really try and make themselves known.
Yeah, it's very exciting time here. And this is honestly, I think, very refreshing for us to see. And we also saw the longest overtime in Pacific. Previous record was held by RRQ and Zeta. This was in 2023 LCQ. And then RQ said, you know what? I want to break my own record again. So they did, in fact, break their own overtime record one more time yesterday. It was absolutely madness.
Yeah.
In fact, I think this is a good time to introduce Pill Time and talk about all those overtimes.
Can relive it. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time, and to no one's surprise, RRQ and Nongshim being the teams. RRQ the team that can never close games out, and Nongshim after that Ascension Jakarta Grand Final. Let's relive some of those moments. How do we even make it into overtime? Well, we had a lot of back and forth, a lot of macro with the teams trading A main control, taking C mount, trying to out mid-round each other, and RRQ said, we're just going to C execute.
Yeah, I mean, the C execute, understanding your C execute and having it be strong is so important when you're playing Lotus. It's a real nice wrinkle when you add it onto your A control, and RRQ did a great job of it. They really managed to make it work, and we see them go back to this again later on in this OT, which is something we'll come back to.
Yeah, I'm surprised. They were one off the showstopper, and Nongshim didn't really play around that. C Orb, like usually whenever I see Raze one off, or another big impact ults like a KJ one off, something like that, I'm thinking, we should maybe run a C trap, we should wrap through front B, we should fast flank A, something like that. So I don't think that Nongshim was super on top of the macro this round, although they still did give it a really good crack in on this retake. And with their comp, they have some very strong retakes, but RRQ just holding it down on the site.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ did great to fight back, take this to overtime, and now this is where it starts to really get crazy, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, in towards the first round of overtime, you see the spam through the smoke. It's never a good feeling, rather, to lose your Sentinel in that fashion. You're just going to get spammed and you don't have that ability to hold. But it's actually a really nice gamble stack from RRQ when they hold onto that A control. They're able to 3-stack this site, and this is a moment that absolutely everyone remembers, Vic. I mean, I'm sure this was one of the most entertaining aces I've seen in a while.
That's what I remember from that. We were shouting from the green room watching that. Absolutely remember this moment. And I have to say, this is also the moment I think that brought them further into the overtime, right? They had a timeout after this, and while I'm sure Ewok is probably getting his team to compose themselves, Nongshim was doing the same thing, and you could see their faces on the cam. They were kind of laughing it off and shaking it off and getting ready for the other round.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument that you shouldn't be taking a timeout after you win a round. Like, you hear that talked about a lot, but I think there's a very good reason for it. You know, we saw Monya, he's standing up, he's getting hyped, and being too hyped is just as bad as being sort of not energetic enough, because it means you're not focused on the next round, you're not stable.
Yeah, RRQ were trying to calm themselves down, but Nongshim, like we said, they just laughed it off, and then they came through with this round in the very next one. They run the rubble control early on, you get the push out with the spams back and forth with the Odin. That becomes a bit of a theme. We haven't seen as much Odin spamming as we've seen in this game. There was a lot of gimmicks, a lot of cheese from both teams. RRQ though, I mean, they try to force their way into B, and this is where Nongshim, they just rely on what they do really well. They have these very defense-heavy setups. They've moved the Vice wall over towards B. Wall goes straight up. Usually you're expecting that on C, and RRQ just doesn't have enough time to make it through all the Vice utility. They've mixed in the Astra. Previously they were playing the Viper on this map. The Stars as well, and the amount of plays, which we'll see more of from Ivy in this game, was amazing. And RRQ, they just couldn't break through any of these chokes in the mid to late round after working them out.
Yeah, I think it's especially important that they move that wall across to B. When you're in overtime, you need to not be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to get a little bit cheesy. You need to catch your opponents out, and you can't just show what you've shown for the rest of the game, because you only need to steal that one round.
Nongshim going to work that C mount control early on. You see this progression smoke a lot from Nongshim. They are playing Astra Omen. So you're always throwing out those progression smokes, pressure smokes to be able to try to bait out the utility. They couldn't bait out the Vice wall in this case, which means that RRQ are much more comfortable with their C hold and not as concerned. There's another progression smoke that you see on the side of Ivy, but we just criticized RRQ for running down the clock and running into a big crossfire setup, and unfortunately in the very next round, Nongshim does the exact same thing.
Yeah, they're trying to work the map. We see them do that, like the BC default where you go up and pinch, but if you're not breaking that Vice wall, then the defenders don't really mind, so they regroup, they come A, but there's just no time for it. It's too late. This is that sign of stress really starting to creep in now as we get deeper and deeper into that overtime.
There's so many crazy plays.
It is, and I like how you guys did bring up the Vice wall, particularly on C. It got a little bit closer into that site. It was hard to do it, and it was a very clever move because it forces the teams who are attacking to go past that smoke, and they couldn't at that point. And on the Vice B hold as well, it's was just a very interesting usage there on both sides, whether attacker or defender. And I think at this point, we thought it might be over, but it just keeps going.
Yeah, this is where the cheese begins, though. We've got Odin off.
Yeah.
Odin anime battle on A main. I mean, you're seeing that in overtime. Not something you usually see one or two Odins here or there. Both of these teams really going for the Odins and really trying to cheese each other. You'll see a lot of kind of cheesy strategies from both of these teams over the next, and that's not a derogatory term. That's not me saying these teams are being cheap or something like that, but once you make it through regulation, you've shown each other the entire playbook, all of the macro, and then you get stuff like this. Dude, the Vice Wall with the gap in it so that Ivy can drop the Nebula and push into it to catch his opponent off guard was disgusting.
When you're in these deep overtimes, as I said before, you only need to steal that one round, and you've shown everything else before, so you're in the depths of your playbook, you're getting as tricky as you can to just do whatever you can to steal that one round, because that's all you need at the end of the day. So you're okay with playing a little bit riskier, doing something that's a little bit more stupid. You don't want to play tense and be too reserved in the overtime.
Sometimes you got to go back to the one-hand plays. This is a certified classic on Lotus, a trap against a take from the attackers. They trade off, and this is where you get a Margaret classic moment lurking through front B, Vic. He had a couple of big rounds this series, and this is just another one of them.
Absolutely, and speaking of the traps here, when they've had everything, just moving that Vice util from the left and shifted to the right after so many rounds of doing it over and over again, you've trained the other side. They've swapped it here now to the other side, and that's completely changed the game.
Yeah.
This clutch, I think, was defining for our...
How not to play a 1-on-2 by Nongshim Red Force.
I didn't hate it. The idea of splitting up is you're able to get rid of more time. If you play together, he can kill you both in one swing. So you split up and you don't know where he's coming from. I think the big problem is the plant is not in the right place. They rushed the plant, so now the plant is not planted here for Margaret. He basically, you see it here where he gets kind of faked out. He thinks Xpero is diffusing from the other side, and it just gets a little bit tricky here.
Hearing a lot of copium for a poorly played 1-on-2 here, big time. That's what I'm hearing from you. I also can see how the setup might work, but I just don't think that they should have given him these opportunities. I think Darby's kind of caught in transition there. Margaret is far too far away. The idea itself is not a terrible one, but I mean, they're going to review that and say, okay, that was a bit cooked.
Yeah,
honestly.
I
they're
think
going to
so.
know it themselves.
I think a little bit. But now is where we really see the change in the overtime, where they finally managed to win on attack. So we see RRQ take another big risk. Look at Xpero, who's pushed all the way down on C. He's trying to be cheeky. He's trying to catch them out. And Nongshim read it well, clear him out with that Prowler, come back and slam C. That first kill is through the smoke, by the way. But he's going to know that Xpero has someone helping him out.
This is why Fade is insane on Lotus, dude. Like, the ability to clear the lanes with the Prowlers, re-clear front B, re-clear rubble, you can clear close C like that. I mean, that is why Fade is the premium initiator on this map, especially when you're playing solo in it. Like, you need to be able to re-clear all of those lanes, and that basically won Nongshim this round.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the Fade is very versatile, but being able to get those opening 2 kills because of the RRQ aggression lets them have this pretty stable post plant where they're not really worried about anything. So now, going into the next round, we're sort of saying, oh, wait, so they finally won an attack round, so surely they're just going to win on defense, but...
By the way, the Astra here is insane.
Yeah, like, this is a real benefit of the Astra.
And this is the first time that Nongshim pulled it out. They played the Viper on this map over and over again for ages. They've only just mixed in the Astra, so I'm interested to see if Lotus will come up again in their game today.
Yeah.
And whether they'll play the Astra again. And this is the second attack round that you were talking about, because RRQ has to deliver on attack.
Yeah, now RRQ have to win on attack, and what did Nongshim do? Absolutely send it. Look at this. They charge down C, they charge down B. This is what I mean. They're not afraid to take that risk, but RRQ shut them down. And this kind of sets a precedent for RRQ that they can win this kind of C fight. So we see them go back and keep working C. When you're in overtime, the kind of conditioning isn't the same because it's so back and forth, and you're just trying to think, how can I win that one round? And you remember what's worked. That sticks out in your brain. They go, we won on C. So we'll see them go back to that time and time again for the rest of the 18,000 rounds that are in this overtime.
You got to respect it, Vic, that they're one round away from winning the game, and they just try to send it at them. It sounds like
it's
a
so
team
Nongshim
that we all enjoy. I mean, it's very Nongshim, and it's also very blank, redacted.
What is crazy at this point, We're like only at the halfway point of this overtime. You guys are basically casting an entire new game right now, which is incredible.
There's so much we could talk about. We could do this whole overtime. We could do this whole game again, but I don't think production would like that because we need to be on a lot longer.
I mean, it was a whole map pretty much in overtime. Yeah. Nongshim, they clear front B, and then they're going to go back and wrap into the C control with the A lurk. And this is where I think RRQ uses the Vice Wall against them and that conditioning. Like, Jemkin realizes, oh, there's a shear here, but I can creep out on the left side, and if they come back and try to re-clear A, I can get a free kill, which is, this would never happen in regulation unless it was an anti-strat. But the game's gone so long that they're figuring out these tiny little things that they can abuse that they've seen over and over again because there's just been so many rounds on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, you're at the bottom of your playbook at this point. So it's like, you've shown everything you can possibly show, and it's just about how can I try and find these 1%? Because, you know, I keep saying it, but you only need one round. You only need one round, so everything changes at that point.
That's a super well play from Xfero as well. He's just anchoring down. He's trusting Nongshim to overheat in a post plant, which that's a pretty safe assumption.
It's a safe bet.
This overtime, by the way, was another overtime after the first map.
Yeah.
We had an overtime in the first map, so this is crazy. This is, I think, the longest match in Pacific history, let alone breaking that record. Danby said in his interview, this overtime has probably prepared him for Talon today.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense. I mean, the emotions are so high. I think this round was massive as well. We just saw Ivy get 2 with the shorty. When you're able to anchor like that, like in overtime like this, where it's so short and it can be so fast, these little individual moments of brilliance are what will set your team apart. You only need one hero. You know, there's a saying which is big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games.
You just like to hear the sound of your own name.
Yeah, I do.
Is that it?
But
big time!
That's what we saw. That's what we saw from Persia. That's what we saw from Ivy. A lot of these guys on Nongshim. Margaret got the ace as well. We see them step up individually, and that's what really ends up getting them over the line here.
Yeah, really nice retake from Nongshim. They've got a great comp for retaking. Like, they've just got so much util, Prowler, Paranoia, Relay Bolt, Neon slides in. Very difficult to defend. Nongshim now, they're just sending it C, and this is where you get the C trap mixed in for RRQ with kind of the new gen of the C trap with device. You know, the flash that you can place inside of object is fantastic, but then Margaret goes, okay, this is where I'm going to activate on the lurk, and this is something that you've got to keep in mind. Like, you look at these teams, whether they're going to clear out the lurk and punish the lurk or give space to the lurk, and you've got to be careful. That's the whole reason why you see these front B re-clears from a lot of teams, where you get the Fade Prowler from the defense. They're looking for the Sentinel lurker. They try to isolate them and kill them. You want to condition them to play scared and not take those risks. But Margaret, multiple times this game, goes ahead and pushes through the middle of the map and makes a play, despite the fact that he's risking getting himself killed in the early round.
Yeah, because Lotus is so big and we see there's a lot of lanes, it's a 3-side map, there's a lot of ground to cover for defenders, so you can often find a weak point that's just held by utility or maybe one person kind of lightly spotting it. And what you want to do as a lurker, which is exactly what Margaret did this round, is he finds those gaps, gets the opening pick, and then he has so much space to work with and becomes impossible to clear.
And here we are at the end of the game, and how did Nongshim win this game? Big plays, huge plays. Ivy and Persia just making massive plays. This round starts very poorly for Nongshim. They clear front B, and then RRQ makes a great macro read. And like I said, the front B re-clears are deadly, and this is exactly why they're going to go in towards this front B aggression. Prowler goes forward, Paranoia, Snakebite, and a nade to get a free kill on one of the attackers. Danby hits the floor, but this is where Nongshim in the mid to late round have just got so many playmakers and so many players who can take over a round.
I think what's really important now that Nongshim, yes, spoiler alert, are the ones who ended up winning out this map, is that they're probably going to last best of 5s really well. They obviously have proven to have the stamina. We saw it at the Ascension Grand Finals as well. These guys just have really long games, and we've seen other teams who are unable to have that kind of stamina to go through the Grand Finals moment. So this is, I think, a really good sign for our Dark Horse game.
In these deep overtimes, it's not necessarily about how good you can play at your best, it's how good are you at your worst.
Yes.
When the games go on so long, we see teams make mistakes, we see the trading fall apart, the spacing fall apart, because everybody's so tired, you're so locked in, but it's about how good are we when we're not good. Because you're what, 44 rounds in? No one's on peak form.
You talk about a team's like floor or their B or their C game, and I say it all the time on the desk where it's like, look, this team lost today, or this team beat another team that was not playing their best. And I think Persia and Ivy in this round have been worth their weight in gold on the double controller role, multiple multi-frags taking over in the mid-round, and this is just, honestly, in that last round, 5-on-4 for RRQ, and then bad spacing and getting caught off guard by lurk timings, and then in this round they get dismantled by, honestly, a pretty basic crossfire. It's just the Omen by himself on rubble, and then the fade on an off angle, and then Danby goes through on the Neon and closes out the game. So it's not like they had some fantastic read or amazing thing that they did to win the game. It's just finally the players got some timings that work for them, and RRQ, unfortunately, despite, especially in the second last round there, making a good play and giving themselves a really good 5-on-4 advantage, still couldn't win.
Yeah, we see Valorant get simpler in the overtimes. That's the big thing. You see a break because you are playing worse in those deep overtimes. Everybody knows it. It's how the game goes. You keep things much more simple. And Nongshim run a very simple setup. They just said, we're going to send Persia forward, take some fights. And he wins all his fights, so they win the game. So if you're ever in a deep overtime in ranks, don't be afraid to keep it simple.
All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, for pill time and breaking down the longest overtime in Pacific history. Now it's time for our game, My Own Team, and today we're going to play it slightly differently today. I'm going to pick your IGLs.
Okay.
So again, for those of you at home, these are based on the 4 teams playing today, and the overall outcome, the winner of this, is based on the tally of the highest ACS collectively. But we're going to play this a little bit differently. I'm going to pick your IGL, and it's not going to be your classic IGL on these teams, and you're going to build around these teams, and you can put any player on any role that you want. You have to follow the rest of the rules, you know, only 2 players on one team and such. All right, so your IGL will be Jit Boys and Jian.
Jit Boys and Jian.
Yes.
Jian's going to be
your
my
controllers.
IGL.
So classically a controller. Both of them have been, especially Jian, has really stepped up. Jian for Pilski and
nice.
Jit Boys
Okay.
for you.
Okay, chuck them on the board then.
I can work with this.
Yep.
I can work with this. Where's Jian?
And it's up to you if you want to keep them on the controller role or not.
Okay.
I think so. I think so.
I think this is probably the wisest choice.
Where's controller?
I'm surprised.
Yeah,
you can put Jit Boys on Senti though.
You can, but so for me, if I was building a team, we like having the IGL on a controller for a couple of reasons, because you have flexibility. So you can go with that core if you want to lead, but you can also play on the wing. You have this kind of flexibility. So if you play on the wing, that means your pack is higher power technically, because the IGL's normally a little bit weaker firepower, but you do have the option to move in with that team and lead from the front if you don't have someone that can secondary IGL. So if Jit Boys is my IGL, I'm happy keeping him on controller.
All right. Then who will you guys put as your duelist?
I'm going to take Texture because Jian is a young player. If he's going to be an IGL, I want some more experience in the team, and I want a duelist who knows how to make his own plays and is going to be able to call around it and make the plays for himself, rather than having someone else tell him what to do. So I think that works for my team structure, and he's going to add some much needed veteran experience to this team who's got a very young, inexperienced IGL.
Good choice.
I think I'm going to go with more of the kind of space-creating duelist that we're seeing from Denby here. So I want Danby to go in fast, and I'm going to build a stronger roster of support players where Danby makes that space, and we're going to have players like Jit Boys ready to follow it up.
Initiator, I'll take Francis, add some more calling presence. He's
good.
going to be able to like help set up the plays for Jian. So
good.
It's like cheating a little
So
bit.
basically,
You're like
given
putting
me
an
an
actual
inexperienced
IGL.
IGL, and I've given you a bunch of players who can do his job for him. Thank you.
Okay, well, that works. How about yourself?
I think
Big time.
I was
It's like you
tempted
guys
to
are
go
actual
similar,
coaches.
to be honest. I was kind of thinking Ban, but Ban doesn't really... We did see him on the Gecko yesterday.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna steal him. I'm gonna steal Ban. Similar reason, very experienced player. He's been playing in the Pacific League since the start. He can bring some of that wiser, more experience to this roster that we need.
All right.
And I'm allowed to change roles, right?
Yeah.
Change roles around? for
You're
this
the
one?
coach.
Yeah, sure.
You're the coach.
I'm going to get Caron and I'm going to put him on Senti.
Whoa.
Oh.
I think he could actually be a really good Senti player.
That's, I believe that. The way this guy is usually the last man standing and absolutely clutch.
Yeah.
I think this is a fantastic role. Yeah.
I'm taking Jinboon for my Senti. I think
also a good
he
pick.
has shown up massively as a rookie here. And he just has so much potential. I would feel wrong choosing anyone but Jinboon.
Your team's very young.
It is very young.
Yeah, I've gone the more kind of experience route, although Karen's recently got that experience. Okay, I need a talent player. I mean, Primi is playing Flex at the moment, but it feels unfair to pick him. So I'll go for Governor.
Really? Is that how you play as a coach?
Yeah.
I would be in it to win it. Like
I could be in it to win
anyone.
it. And Primi is currently a flex player, but
Yes.
Governor is a pretty flexible player as well.
Yes, he is.
I think it could be great for my team.
Okay. I mean, he's really shown up on the Rays in their last Talon match that we've seen. So, yeah, good pick.
I need someone from Gen G, and I'm going to take Munchkin. Yeah, for
So
exactly
you're
the
just
same
going to
reason.
give someone else
Young
the
team.
IGL role
No,
instead
no.
of him?
No. Jit Boys is my IGL. Jit Boys, don't get me mistaken.
So you as a coach
I
are going
understand
to
the game.
tell everyone who watched Pacific, yeah, Jit Boys is my IGL. I know Munchkin's on the team, guys, but we're making
right.
Jit Boys the IGL. You're going to get so much criticism.
How this works is your IGL doesn't have to be your captain. I've got Jit Boys calling for me, but Munchkin's my emotional leader. He's the guy in the dressing room. He's
cool.
All valid rationale here. Let's put up on the screen the final result here. I think this is pretty solid. I really like your thought process. You guys are thinking like coaches here. And I know the casters have theirs too. And we're going to show all of this later because we got to talk about the matches of today. We've got Nongshim versus Talon. And this is going to be really exciting. I think this is a match that it might be a coin flip actually in how this might play out. Now with Talon, we've seen some role swaps happen here in Pacific, but Talon honestly is the king of role swapping. Primi alone, we've been left guessing which role he'd be playing in Kickoff.
He's played a lot of different things now. He's been very versatile. We've seen him on Clove, we've seen him on Jet, we've seen him on Teo, we've seen him on all kinds of things. On the Deadlock also, he's kind of had a spectrum. I mean, it's a good showing for the young player that he's willing to take risks and try new things. But what are your thoughts about this, Pilski? Because you've been pretty strongly opinionated.
I mean, I think it leads to inconsistent results, but it's part of Talon's identity at the end of the day. They really trust the process. They trust the coaching staff. They like to try different things, be tricky with their map picks, and it is their ultimate strength and their ultimate weakness at the end of the day. If they get the right read, if they pick the right maps, if the other team cannot adapt to what they're doing, then they get a big advantage. But if what they're doing leads to inconsistency, or they look a little bit disjointed, or they don't have the right read on the day, things can fall apart.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. We'll talk more about that in a bit. With Nongshim, they're heating up, and we're starting to see the fire we saw during Ascension, and Danby is at it again, especially still on the Neon.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Danby doing what he does best, but I think the biggest thing for me for today, for this game for Nongshim, is they played that insanely long series yesterday. And that's like, you know, you're pumped up on adrenaline after this. They were having Red Bulls, you know, before that map 3, of course they were. So how well did you sleep last night, you know? Were you buzzing? Could you sleep? Because you have to come in today and play.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very, very fast turnaround where Talon got to watch everything Nongshim had.
I mean,
everything.
Absolutely everything. So
they've emptied their playbook on Lotus. So if we see Lotus today, there's nothing being hidden. There's no hidden strats, guys. That is what it is.
You haven't had a lot of time to reset. You've not really had a lot of time to change things, and Talon are going to really understand what you want to do. So it's about what's, you know, we speak about stamina for that game yesterday. It's carrying on today. It's a marathon.
It is actually crazy because you can even see player habits. That's how many rounds we saw. Now we are looking at the script for Nongshim, our Ascended team. We're starting with Once Upon a Time in Ascension, moving up to meeting their very first defeat in 17 matches. And we're about to hit the climax of the story today. And we're going to find out, is this going to be a hero's tale or is it going to end in tragedy for this team?
I think what I would add to this is before even Ascension, you know, they had a great run out of Premier, so very humble beginnings, although they had played some VCLKR before that, a lot of those players, even as a core. I actually feel like they're already my heroes, to be honest. This is an incredible run for Ascension teams that usually do not perform well once they reach Tier 1. Nongshim has been the exception to that rule, so for me, they're already my heroes.
Actually, they've been compared to Paper X. We call them Noodle Rex at this point. And this is very similar to how Paper X also ascended and kind of grew into their own spotlight. So I have high hopes for Nongshim. And big time, sorry I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. I think with Nongshim, just to follow on from what you were saying, Pilski, I think they've proven that they can come from Ascension and really hang with the big boys. But that won't be enough for Nongshim. Speaking to them, we hear how they interview. They strongly believe they can go to Bangkok. So it will be a failure for them if they don't manage to make it. I don't think that they're content with just having a good showing.
Yeah, they said Ascension was just a stepping stone for them. So, and here they are. So far they've backed up the smack talk.
Absolutely, and that's the right mentality. You should be
Absolutely.
coming into Pacific, right? Now, you shouldn't be coming in with the mentality like, oh, we're the tier 2 team. They're here to make it to champions. Now, the map draft coming in, Lotus being that very first map, I'm absolutely not surprised by this at all. And Nongshim is actually the one who picked it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Talon has shown some kind of up and down results on Lotus, so I'm not super surprised about that. I mean, Nongshim just banning out Abyss, it is their perma-ban.
Yeah.
Talon with the ban there, and then Bind coming in. Bind is an interesting one. Talon looking very solid on that.
Great on
But
Bind.
historically, Nongshim has been a great team on Bind. It's been a comfort pick for them. They've just had some rougher results on it lately.
Now let's pull up the predictions here after we see the map data. Well, I think we're very familiar at this point with what went down on Lotus, especially for Nongshim. You guys broke it all down, but Talon, this is going to be interesting. Like you said, they have the entire playbook for Nongshim, but at the same time, Nongshim's gotten so many reps at this point.
Yeah, I mean, what Talon's playing is a little bit funky, you know? We got that Clove, we got the Deadlock, we don't see this every day, so it is a little bit more of a wrinkle, and it will be interesting to see what they cook up with those agents to counter what Nongshim showed yesterday.
If they even keep the same comp at the end of the day. I mean, Premier's Clove is so oppressive on that map. He went absolutely nuclear when he played it against GE, but GE is the only team that Talon's played on this map so far in Kickoff, and that's not a super great measuring stick, especially with the comp that they were bringing as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I've gone for Nongshim. I'm not that surprised that you guys have gone for Talon, to be honest. Like, I can see a lot of arguments why Talon would win today.
Yeah, that's right. Do you want to say anything really quick for Talon?
Yeah, no, I think for me, I think it's the points we touched on. I feel like this is a very fast turnaround for Nongshim, which is, it's underrated how difficult that can be. Talon are well known for having good prep, and they have so much to prep, and I like this map veto. I think Lotus, they have a lot to look at. Their bind look very strong. We didn't even touch on Split, really, but Split's going to be a crazy map 3.
It is. I can't believe they've left that in the pool. That feels like a bit of a coin flip for me. Both of them have had pretty questionable last games on Split, so we'll see how things go if we make it there.
I do think this is going to be very exciting. Actually, we get to Split. It's been, like you said, a bit wonky for both of these teams. It's going to be a bit of madness there coming on, and I wonder if they're even going to keep their comp. I don't think we have an issue with the comp, but are they going to refine it to the way it needs to be? That said, Talon is the last remaining Southeast Asian team here, and I'm sure they want to go to Masters Bangkok. With that, let's welcome the first match of today. We got Nongshim facing against Talon Esports. So let's welcome the two teams.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2025.
Elimination continues at Pacific Kickoff. Not only is Talon our last Southeast Asian team standing, it's also the Thai team as we duke it out here for Masters Bangkok. They placed 4th last year going into Champions, and they're fighting for their lives to stay in the game for Kickoff. Meanwhile, Nongshim is hitting their stride, and we're starting to see the spark that started the fire we saw during their Ascension run. And we cannot underestimate this team. Our dark horse pick coming in with a tier 2 crown, and then they have no signs of slowing down here in Pacific.
No, I think for both teams in this matchup, they have question marks and proven results. On the side of Talon, that game against T1 showed they could hang with the best in this tournament. The game against Global, there was a few little question marks there. The same can be said for Nongshim. Look how good DRX is right now when they played them so close. But also some of the games from Nongshim, the RRQ game, even the opening game of the tournament, you saw some kind of questionable plays. So neither one of these teams is infallible, but if they can play up to their ceiling, then this game is going to be fireworks.
Yeah. As you just said, I think both these teams have very, very high ceilings. I think there's a world where we could see either of these teams make it to Bangkok through this lower bracket if they're able to play at their absolute peak. But it's all about who's going to deliver on the day, and the day is today, you know? We're happy we get to see it, watch it unfold right before us.
We have our coaches here. Frost was interviewing with us, and he expressed some of his sentiment, looking quite relaxed about qualifying to Bangkok, but now that they're in lowers, I'm pretty sure things have changed. Meanwhile, we did talk to Danby yesterday on the stage, and he also expressed being very comfortable now they've gotten all these reps in. They are prepared to go against Talon.
Yeah, I love the mindset that the Nongshim players bring. As we said before, they said Ascension was just a stepping stone for them. They don't view themselves as a middle-of-the-pack team. They see themselves as the best in Pacific. So now is the time. You got to really take it. You're in the lower bracket. It's hard. No more mistakes now. But if you want to really get your name out there with the big boys, it's time to deliver.
Yeah, I think Talon will really want to prove that qualifying to Chance was not a fluke, that they can go back-to-back qualifying to international events, especially one on home soil.
Now, we saw so much Lotus yesterday. We're about to see more Lotus today. Are you guys ready?
Nongshim playing exactly the same comp as they did yesterday, which, you know, we saw a lot of that. I like what they have to do with this Astra instead of that Viper. I think you have a lot of nice options, but, you know, no time to change things up from yesterday. So whatever Talon have prepared will be fully effective.
Yeah, Nongshim has slowly iterated this comp. They are going to stick with the Astra instead of the Viper, and Margaret on the Vice much more than the Cypher these days. But Talon, they're playing the same comp, which hasn't been tested too much because they've only played GE, but they have seen so much of Nongshim's Lotus, so this is going to be a great game for their prep.
Absolutely. Now, this is going to be exciting to see what has changed, if anything. We're going to go into our first map up today. We're going to go to our casters who may still be recovering from the heavy losses of yesterday. We got Quack and Chobra.
Yes, thank you very much, Vic, and the rest of the desk. Yeah, you know, we look at the clothes that we've got on, especially mine, at least, torn and tatters.
Well, you look like you've been through a lot. I mean, I'm chilling here with our Shinram young boys up on stage.
You had a pretty good time.
Yeah.
I kind of went to the hair and makeup team, and they asked me what I wanted, and I just said, like, Paper X lost 2-0 yesterday. One of the maps was 13-1, and they were like, I got you, fam. This is what you'll look like.
Yeah, well, everybody knows what that means, yeah.
But memes aside, though, today it's going to be quite serious as well. Elimination between Nongshim Red Force and Talon. And, of course, like all the things that the desk mentioned, Talon has quite a bit of data to work with.
Yeah, obviously a lot of data, but one thing to note is that while Nongshim Red Force has played Lotus in 3 of their matches so far, they've actually played 3 different compositions. They started with the Cypher, switched it out for the Vice, then they switched out the Viper coming in for the Astra yesterday, and now they're continuing with the Astra. They like what they saw yesterday. It doesn't matter if the data's out there. They're feeling confident here on the defensive side, and it's going to start with some rubble control here from Nongshim, looking at the Haunt, getting ready, and 2 people wanting to push forward.
Already looking out for it. I mean, it was the Astra Vise. There's quite a bit of stalling potential. But at the same time, Talon, they need a little bit safe right now.
Yeah, so I like that Nongshim this time doesn't go full investment, right? We've seen a couple of times where Nongshim, even on pistols, will just say, hey, let's just take full rubble control. Let's send out the paranoia, things like that. But they're just going to wait and say, okay, we can take it. If they're not going to throw util, we don't have to trade. We can take it safely and now wait for them to try to break all of our util. Razorvine's going to be activated instead of being broken, but either way, it's a trade for trade.
I have this just a little bit, maybe trying to get close enough to trip that wall, but for now, they're going to have to hang back. Talon pushing all the way through. Checking some of the corners a little bit as well. I mean, trying to think back to possibly taking rubble.
Now, Talon has to remember that we still have the relay bolt and the paranoia left over here. Persia spots 1, pushes them back. That's 1 turn taken over, but still no relay bolt. You heard 2 weapons. Talon has to be very wary of their spacing right now. Relay bolt goes out, but Gravnet just to counteract. Governor
smoke as well. They continue to push out. Dambi comes back in, but Governor for the trade.
Governor getting ahead was so big there, and then the coverage as well. Governor not being left on an island way out front. I love the proactivity from Talon so far. And now Premi, he's going to trip the wall well ahead of time so his team can flood in. The confidence right now from Premi to just pick these fights. I mean, you only have 30 seconds, so Premi kind of has to survive, but that's not a problem for Premi. He's just going to win out that 1v1 against Margaret.
That is truly confident. He's sitting on smokes, but he's not even using that. Not needed. And Ben comes back in for that refill back into his backside as well. Now the final one, Francis, footsteps completely heard. A simple tap from Ben will do the trick.
Nice and clean. Only losing one member. That's really big here for Talon, not just in terms of overall, you know, your util or maybe whatever armor or weapons you might have bought even on the pistol round, but more so for the confidence, right? You just saw Nongshim be able to battle through this map yesterday against another team that was looking much improved coming into this year. And now Talon's saying, hey,
that was a great time you took.
Yeah, no more slow starts, right? We're going to start nice and fresh right off of map 1. That's something that a lot of fans have been hoping to see from Talon.
This would mean quite a bit as well, considering the fact that this is Lotus for Nongshim. So now with the guns, looking for some wallbangs through Cruz, at least just making his presence known, still trying to keep Nongshim with that rubble control.
Just a Sheriff on Margaret, so not a big investment. Going to be push all together. The Neon's going to try to displace Cruz's crosshair, but I love Cruz. He just gives it up because he's already had backup. Governor waiting by, Talon, everyone just waiting by, but during that, it's not like they've given up all the space. They make sure they're ready to contend for B main. Is it a pinch from somewhere? They're trying to keep track of all of that.
Also for Nongshim, moving alongside all of these, Margaret unfortunately will be the one to fall though. I did like the deep smoke from before, but right now it still is just 3 players with pistols. Let's see if Dambi can do something. Not quite, just maybe a little bit of a right click, but still the firepower a little bit overwhelming from Talon.
So something Nongshim should really keep note of just on this round is that Talon's happy to wait for the push out, right? If we're on an eco, this whole aggression thing with the Neon, the relay bolt hits, but look at the spacing. I mean, Governor's way far behind, using the range to his advantage. Premi locked on as always, and that's just not gonna work seemingly on this map anymore. So while nothing to cause, you know, anything like an early timeout or anything drastic, something that the players in the server will have to keep in mind.
They definitely need to try to adjust around it a little bit. I mean, they can hold for that rubble, right? But even with the util that they have, you're just holding it. You might, the Talon are trying to bait you into sending that out so that they can then push out and get a little bit more space as well. So it is still through the 3 stack from Nongshim closer towards rubble again.
Yeah, neither team ult maxing just yet in terms of the orbs, plants, anything like that, but we'll see if that changes on this round. Talon would love to try to get up the ult economy, and Persia gonna win out on that stun fight, and Francis, he's gonna find an opening as well. Persia just drop shots out to Governor, and Nongshim just like that answers right back. Spike stranded over by Rubble, and Premi all alone.
Quick with the little adjustments, and that's gonna be that. I mean, Premi now with the spike down, you're gonna have to come back and fight your way through.
Now, this could be where Premi shines a little bit. So
yeah.
Nongshim's going to have to give respect. You know, it's not just about the crossfires, but I really think the timings, the spacing has to be good because I mean, this guy doesn't hit #1 on the leaderboard every time for no reason.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. He does have the medal and everything else to work with him, but still, it's going to be quite a bit. You know, numbers on the other side, it's a bit of, well, not really a crossfire, but Francis is playing for that contact. And also the off angle from Persia.
Oh, good read as well. The smoke came out over to the B site, so immediately the Haunt goes to check, and now they know. So Margaret's going to pinch in, but I would love for Margaret to just kind of wait, right? And you can still jiggle back and forth with 3 members here on Rubble. All right, there's the stun as well. They know it hit, and that's the setup for Margaret. Nice patience coming in from Nongshim. Not losing much, only 1 member, and just a little bit of health over on Persia. You still got that half armor, that's fine.
Yeah, beautiful with how they were able to play it to the end. But truly, the crux of the whole round was this fight right here up towards Rubble. I mean, there was the early sort of execute coming out from Talon, but they kind of bypassed that. Persia was able to get himself up on top of Rubble, and then went in for that drop shot.
Well, the Rubble fight, that's something that Nongshim came in prepared for against Gen.G as well, and continuing to evolve it now with the Astra. They've been using the Astra kind of similarly to how you would use an aggressive Deadlock, right? A lot of her utility being used similar to that Graph Net. We'll see if that proactivity, maybe sometimes reactivity, comes into play. Rather than just simple zone denial, it's really meant to take on the fights right now.
kind of how they're utilizing it. So Ban really kind of sticking together with the rest of the team, while Primi can kind of go off on solo missions at times. But for now, Talon will be bunched up towards C Mount.
Annihilation at the ready, so this is their plan to try to break open the C site. Talon, obviously, we praise them a lot for breaking that Vice Yuta when they were playing against Global Esports with the Triple Sentinels. Oh, jeez, Margaret, you gotta watch out. We saw this happen a lot yesterday on both sides, so gotta give that respect. But I hope to see Talon continue that again, really just toying with that sheer wall a lot, having these set plays with the Annihilation, but trap play already at the ready. The Nightfall coming for the pinch from Francis.
Forcing them to activate their util. But at the same time, Talon, they're still keeping track of things across the map. Look at this sort of default setup. You got Jit Boys marking down pillars, while the rest of them are also kind of coming back into, poke and prod a little bit back towards Rubble.
On just gonna get broken up. Cruz trying to keep them tied up. And so with that Odin spam, you're gonna have two people still tied up on A, but immediate rotate from Dombi. He gets the call. Francis wants to focus on C, and they know they tag someone on B main as well. So Dombi's already there for the crossfire. Here comes the Nightfall, the flying through, and Governor's gonna get it. Annihilation denies the crossfire as well. Trade denied. Sheer wall will buy time. Only 13 seconds left on the clock. Francis, for now, all alone on the site. He gets one. Ivy eventually goes down. Francis good for two, and now it's up to Persia, the big brother of Nongshim, up against three. Oh, was that enough time?
I don't
Persia
think so.
thinking no, and it's not going to be enough time. He gets the clutch.
That was down to like a fraction of a second, and they were just a little bit too late to get within range of the spike planting area.
Oh, that is devastating. Governor's entry and the Annihilation. It was so good. The catch from Jit Boys as well, making sure they had Nongshim panicking.
Yeah, the execute was awesome, but with that sheer wall, and at the same time, they knew that they had to wait for it to go back down. Francis found his opportunity to peek out. I can't believe.
And Persia just saying, hey, let's take the bet because I don't want to risk potentially getting caught out here. Just runs away with the time. Margaret now with the early shot, taking down Ban. I mean, you don't even have passive info Sentinel, but that's your Sentinel gone nonetheless. Lots of info against Persia, but Dombi already here for the trade. And Talon not feeling too confident. They're coming out one by one through the smoke and just getting run down by the duo of Nongshim.
So simple, so clean and effective. Once again, that Rebel control. I mean, they kind of broke that apart earlier on with Margaret, eliminating the player outside of C Mound. But like you mentioned, they started to peek into that one by one, and it's just too simple for Nongshim to really take them all down.
And this is just a nice, clean, early shot from Margaret, already holding the angle. And as soon as Governor goes down, I mean, the Prowler was kind of meant to make sure that there is no 2v1, that it's meant to just be 1v1s nonstop. But Governor just a shy ahead. And I mean, Persia's just so quick on the kill, quite frankly. You expect your race to at least land before they get taken out.
Yeah. They did have the little close smoke as well, but unfortunately, yep. it still is Persia up on that elevated position, up on top of Rubble. So not quite finding the solutions. They've lost a couple of rounds now. It's going to be the timeout for Talon.
So the 3 rounds they lose, obviously it's once the buys come out for Nongshim, but 2 of those, it just gets shut down on Rubble, right? This Rubble fight's not working. Nongshim has adjusted their Rubble fight a bit. They're not trying to fully take control with Yuto off the bat. They're actually relying on trades and then going back and forth, ping-ponging between that Yuto, right? Saving things like the relay bolt for the second push from Talon. So it's a good adjustment. And Talon, they're not going to have to read into this because they were hoping, it looks like, to pressure Rubble first, then work that C site. They had a nice idea with the Annihilation. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out due to time. But eventually, you shouldn't be too concerned if you're Talon about getting into C site, but you need to be concerned about how are you going to pressure Rubble or B site enough to keep them all away from the site.
All the while, still conserving a bit of utility for the rest of the round, right? So that's going to be quite the consideration right here. They're always trying to come back in to keep Nongshim interested in Rubble, or at least to gather more information. But right now, back in towards B. Okay, the Prowler does check, and that's the judge shot fired off.
Yeah, it was held. The Prowler came way too close, so Ivy not able to take that out for him. Yeah, and Talon, they hear the judge, they're like, okay, all right, you wanted something fishy. Got a lot of information for that. Now, it's the same setup. You still got the relay bolt. You still got the paranoia. How do they want to do this? This time, Governor tries to get ahead. That worked last time, and it works this time. He's going to sit way far ahead in the smoke. Persia still good for drop shots. What is that, 3 now in this map? But eventually, Talon wins out on the Rubble area.
And with that trade, possibly a little bit more timing and pacing to get further into the A side. But just as they were about to do that, The Astra comes up with the smoke. Ivy now already back in position to hold off A. Still, though, they go through Baby Door. It's only just Francis here with the judge. Might be able to spot off Ben, and he does cut him down at the torso, but the spike will go down from Cruz.
Yeah, this actually gives a nice chance for Nongshim because they've got us around. So Talent has to push out together on one side, eliminate a member of Nongshim. That's the idea right now from Talon, both hiding in a crossfire. No, doubled up in the smoke. Timing against the Astra. Perfectly read from Primi. And as soon as they hear the star go up, now they know the location of Margaret. Primi on for 3, looking for the 4K. Low health, but he still peeks out, and he will secure his own kills.
Get out, man. It's just Primi. He does it so many times. He found that trade for Governor, but at the same time, coming back into B site, the fact that he was able to peek out of the smoke on a timing like that really throws off that retake for Nongshim, even if they were just trying to get it mounted, in fact. There was a little adjustment with the Prowler and for Governor to actually land in on his flight path to get the shot in. Persia with the drop shot, sure. But then Primi comes in for the trade, and with that, the mid-round decision to go back through to B, which really cemented things down for Talon.
Yeah, it does seem like actually, yeah, it was just perfectly a timing read. Not even the audio cue for the star coming out just yet. And so, Talon feeling confident now that they've put some pressure onto that B site as well. And they found a good way to force Nongshim to try to change their setup on Rubble. So far, all utils still being saved by the Neon and Omen, but Talon now know how to break through it.
All right, but they're not going to use the same trick twice now, so interestingly enough, it's going to be the Sonic Sensor to just kind of guard B if someone does decide to push out later on. Maybe this suggests they're going to go back in to create a bit more pressure outside of C.
Yeah, Talon's been doing this a lot even in the GE match, and it serves a couple purposes. You can always have that lurker on B and make sure you secure that fight. Also, if there's a trap play coming towards C Mound, you have a way to answer back. So it served them quite a bit. It almost rarely has gotten taken out in that match against GE as well. So we'll see if Nongshim ever even finds out that information, because you got to get close enough to hear it.
No, not yet, but then the execute comes in, so it's going to be Paint Shells, Nightfall, everything from Governor, where he gets the showstopper in towards Ivy, but still traded off, in fact.
Yeah, the Razor Vines keeping them at bay, and Talon thinks that that's enough of a fake. A bit of too much faith in their own movements, and Dombi pushes forward on the pinch. Getting a bit lackadaisical in a crucial moment by Talon, and they will fall once again by the Rubble.
Nongshim just so ready. Down to it, just Cruz, Spike stranded. He might have, gotten into C, but at this point it's gonna have to be a save, 1-on-4.
10 seconds left.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's just alt for Dambi too.
Yeah, not enough checks over by the Rubble side. It's thinking, hey, we invested 2 ultimates. Surely everyone's gonna pay attention to that C site. Surely, if we didn't hear any movement over by A, it's empty now. They've already left. But you just can't assume things like that in crucial moments. I like the idea that they had here. Going a little bit further out, we saw RQ trying similar things just to be able to jump over the Razor Vines, even if they don't all break. They actually threw the Paint Shells as well. But I think it just gets stopped too early. Nongshim's able to hold in their tracks, and it's a good stop from Nongshim.
Yeah, you would think actually that would have been able to sell the fake, but credit to Nongshim, I guess, for being able to stick themselves down onto Rubble. I mean, they were that far up front, so why not? Next round comes back in, and it's another Rubble fight once again, but this time a little bit of close smoke, but no!
Oh, it's huge GravNet! Just keeps them all lined up. Okay, we see a couple snappy shots from Francis, but Primi's still able to at least scout out. Doesn't look like he's going to get a chance. Ivy's not going to give that timer to that Primi ultimate. Not dead yet, but soon to be. But he has cleared a lot of space and time to make this a 2v2.
Bit of an opportunity for Talon for sure. So Spike down, maybe able to hold it from tree, but you do have Margaret who's starting to creep in from the back.
Sonic Sensor, you can double up. You have the Annihilation at some point to just buy time as well. If you're not seeing anyone come up. Oh, the smoke, and now it's a pinch. Talon, they're stuck in the smoke. They've actually just been baited right into the trap. Nongshim wanted this. Nobody watching for it. Ban, he's trying to peek out. He doesn't catch any sight. The Annihilation, not going to go through. It's going to actually land on the other side, and the lineup not quite happening. Ban just checking to be sure that the Cocoon is coming on its way, and the ultimate secures a 4th round.
Came close enough, but thankfully Ban had the Annihilation and the decision to just send it through to where they're most probably going to approach from, but also hiding inside of the smoke, right? I mean, although they were almost lined up for it, they managed to kind of work together in that fashion. Just staying inside of the smoke does make it a little bit more 50-50, I guess, for the other side.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Talon, whenever they're fighting that Rubble fight, obviously trying to get ahead of things, trying to send Governor out way deep to make sure that they have some space. It has been working out, more or less. We got to count that last round. Obviously, they got the round win as well, thanks to that Annihilation. But now, ultimates online for Nongshim. You've got 3 ultimates, great for the retake, but also amazing for that delay.
It's really useful. But of course, an outlaw for Governor now.
Well, Margaret, thankful that he can stay alive, but he is going to have to take a much backward position. So right now, relying on that Arc Rose as that extra layer of delay, and Domby looks like it's just spammed through the smoke.
Actually found him. Unlucky, but still, now Francis gets to push up front towards B, finds Jit Boys on an isolated duel. This does not look too good for Talon in the round.
Yeah, they knew they had him pinched down, right? The door opens, they don't see him, but he was already in B main, so where's he got to be? Governor's ready to pick that one up, but do they expect Domby to be on that left corner? Nongshim constantly being ready. Another crossfire set up on the C side as well. Margaret's low, but there's 2 members close. Ivy now going a bit further out. You know that the double blast packs are available, and you know that the Pain Shell is available as well from Governor. So Nongshim's just giving that space.
Down to the execute. They're going to have to time it really well, though. There's the grab net, but look, it's just Ivy able to get in with the micro flicks. 2 kills down, and it's just bad. Onto the other side, hit by the relay bolt. Damby comes in and slaughters him down.
I mean, what do they feed these guys for breakfast at the Nongshim house? Because they surely didn't get enough rest.
It's noodles.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just cups of Nongshim ramen noodles. I don't know what it is, but the spice is kicking in because all 5 of them are firing, flicking just right on the spot.
Yeah, with the little push outs, even the spam through the smoke, but look at Ivy just being able to hold it down against a bit of a double peek through the smoke. Incredible.
Time to work.
Well,
that's still alt saved up too.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking great now, finally trying to break away from this tied score. And obviously that means Talon also looking great. They got that pistol round. They looked like they were going to be on fire right off the rip here for map 1, but who would have thought that Nongshim would look this fresh coming in after setting the record for overtime in VCT Pacific yesterday?
So ready. I mean, they proved it before in Ascension or even just yesterday's match, right? They have this tenacity, the resilience to really pull through, maybe all the way to possibly lower finals. Who knows? But right now, just reading that Talon is on the pistol, they're holding it a lot different, right? Full on default, 1 across the entire map, and Francis finds the opening pick.
Goes for that Seize as well. I like it. As soon as he loses vision, puts out the Seize just so he can reclaim that area and give time for Domby to create that crossfire as well. So even though it's against an eco, using that early util, you'd rather keep the space because you have the better firepower. Sheerwall being defended so well. I mean, this is them knowing that Talon is very good at picking this apart, and you know who's good? It's Persia on Rubble.
Down A.
Just impeccable now with the hold. Allows for Demby to go out on an adventure.
I'm just waiting. I'm literally just waiting for the patch notes that say, oh, we actually thought we nerfed it, but we didn't, because I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it.
It's not the agent, it's the player at this point.
It might be.
So good with the movement still.
I mean, he's still getting so many, and that was quite at range too. Sliding right at the end, just lands the shot. Persia still with just the, you saw that look? That set this coin. Looking chill there on the stage. Premi now with 9 kills, but Persia already up to 11. See if Talon can try to catch back up with their buys.
It is all ultimates online for the side of Nongshim as well. Talon's gonna have to do quite a bit of work, but at least having the 4 score right now, it's not the worst thing in the world. Sheer wall outside of B. Here comes Francis. Unfortunately falls, and that's the B side opened up for the 2 players. Demi tries to reaggress, but shut down by Jit Boys.
Yeah, Jit Boys was so ready for that. Just sidesteps that relay bolt as well. Finally, some great space taken. They understood. Oh, a nice catch from Ban as well. So Talon understands that it's always been Francis holding solo on B, unless it's a trap play. They recognize Ivy coming through with a nice jiggle peek. But, I mean, 4v2, surely Talon doesn't lose out on this one. So even though Nongshim has a couple of those ultimates still left on the remaining members, it's just going to be a save.
Yeah, numbers a little bit overwhelming. Good little pressure smoke coming out from Premi as well. A little bit deeper than before, so Nongshim not quite able to come back in, but they will still try to get towards the angle around stairs, but unfortunate for them, it's a bit of a trade. Down towards Ivy. He's going to have to find a safer spot. Maybe through back into the A site. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to take away whatever weapons, right? Really make Talon starve for all the creds that they can muster up for that last round. Governor was only 1 away, but that's one of the reasons he doesn't go out on the hunt. But that's something that Nongshim should keep track of. Talon maybe trying to make the showstopper happen over by Mound. This could be a full send trap play by Nongshim on the C side.
Yeah, definitely something to know for sure, but at the same time, thinking about how good Talon was in recognizing that it's just Francis to hold the B side. I mean, this is something that they can keep track of as well to possibly exploit in the last round of the first half.
Yeah, so a lot of focus from Talon for that C orb right by the Mound. But Nongshim, they're just going to let it pass. If the showstopper comes online, it comes online. They'll deal with it when the time comes.
Back into the rubble pressure again. But there it is. Orb right before the taking. Meanwhile, Ivy, he's playing a much defensive position as well, so as to possibly avoid the incoming showstopper.
Yeah, we have that operator on Francis in mid. Just waiting for someone to peek out, by the way, so that's kind of a big deal. Sonic Sensor does get planted. I think Margaret should have heard that through the wall. We'll see if Nongshim ever makes any move to break that, to try to put some pressure back on.
Could be the op. They don't know. Talon doesn't know that it's there.
Yeah, and Primi doesn't have anything to scout out. It's just going to be a straight duel if he does go, and Persia is just out of there right behind Governor, and they're able to bait out the showstopper as well. Perfect bait and switch here from Nongshim, recognizing the threat that's coming through. Governor will do what he can up front. He will secure the site, and so that should lead to the spike being planted, but Nongshim's already here. 3 members arrived.
Yeah, did play it safe, but he wanted to come back in to just maybe try to hold the site a little second longer for the rest of his team. Unfortunately goes down, but here comes Danby in with the overdrive. Gets down 2! Now he's going back in the tree. Spotted out the shorty. He's forcing the bullets away. Now coming back in, but oh, Jitboy switches back to the primary weapon. Now down to Francis for the trade. Primi coming back in on his own as well, but Ivy sticking onto the spike. Gets up and halfway! And there's the burst! Ivy! With the poison vines to take down Talon in the last round of the first half.
Just a great play. Here's the footsteps, and he knows. All right, 2v1. You guys are going to try to jump peek me. I am getting the hell out of this corner. Spreads that distance away from the shorty, and he's able to make a clean 1v2 happen. But Dambi buying so much space and time. I love what he did with the Cosmic Divide there, right? He jumps over to check if it's going to be a shorty again because they had the Steel Garden come out. He sees it, and then he's just toying with him, just trying to say, okay, well, you got to peek out. Let's make sure that you have to go for the reload. Eventually goes back in, but of course the Vandal comes back online, so props to Jip Boys. Right here, oh, distance kept. And Ivy, nice and cool, just like yesterday, will make sure that Nongshim stays ahead 7-5 at the half.
It just keeps Nongshim ahead so many of these times, so many of these moments where you think, like, yeah, maybe they're someone with inexperience, they're coming in from Ascension, and maybe they're gonna, feel the pressure at some point, but they never do.
I mean, this is what I mentioned. The fact that I would have been concerned for them back when they won the finals of Challengers Korea, because that went to the full 5. It looked like they were going to slip at the end. They were starting to get red within the Challenger scene, and then they made it through. In fact, back then, against the former Nongshim squad when they were SPG. And then they go to Ascension. It happens again. It looks like they're going to start to slip. Boom looks so upgraded. They look ready to fight, and then they still battle through it. And I'm looking at that and saying, it's not chance that they're able to get through these grueling BO5s 2 times in a row. It doesn't matter if their opponents are also from the Challenger scene. It's the best that they had to offer, right? It's the finalists of Challengers Korea. It's the finalists of Ascension that have now joined them by chance here in Pacific and are looking better than ever as well. So when I see that, okay, that's enough growth for you guys as a mental state. And I think Talon's probably giving that respect. I don't think they're trying to abuse the fact that these guys might not be experienced, but Nongshim came prepared for how Talon looked to dissect that Vice setup.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, these guys deserve an award for how strong their mental is, but right now, just sliding into the C site, unfortunately hit by the right click of Jit Boys.
Yeah, that's also a very classic Nongshim thing to do.
Dambi.
Is Dambi just going a little too far out, a little too much on his own. And Talon, I mean, you saw the same thing. They back away, they just make sure it's 2v1, and now we'll see if the retake can happen 5v4, but Nongshim now recognizing, yeah, they don't have the numbers, so they'll try to extend their reach. It is planted for them even from backside.
It is all 4, though. I feel as though this is a little bit risky.
I don't mind it, because even if you get spotted, it's hard to expect that it's going to be all 4. Now, of course, now the site is all clear, so Talon should know very well where they're at. Oh my goodness, that is a huge spot, and Persia just jumps through all of it.
Uh-oh.
And it's going to be their barrier match that kind of undoes them a little bit. Ivy still spamming through though. Primi coming back in just to trade off, and he gets the final headshot as well. Governor sticking the spike to completion.
Well, the barrier mesh is great in the pistol rounds, and we saw right there why. It's just nigh impossible to try to break through that. And it was somewhat planted for you, but if you obviously defuse at the far corner, other than the Sheriff, you don't have a shot at trying to chip through that wall. Persia does his best. If he had stayed alive, sure, different story, but it's just too many members of Talon left alive. And Primi playing bodyguard.
Where was it? I don't know.
Still being able to collect all those kills at the end of the round. 13 up for Primi now. Persia close with the 12.
Double Outlaw, double Judge. They are so ready for Domby's Neon. They know this guy's going to charge through. They know he buys Buckies every round on attack. Doesn't matter if he has creds or not. He's coming for you.
That's a Judge.
Jitboys is ready on the site in the smoke. Do they check for it? He peeks out and he takes down the Bucky, and that should be the attack thwarted. Okay, well, that works as a shotgun too. The Outlaw's close range, why not?
Down to Marker with low HP, still trying to play around the stairs, but the Bulldog's right here and ready to bite. Oh, that's the second one.
Nice and clean from Primi at range, making sure they utilize the better weaponry. Obviously, you had all 5 members buy up, so is there some damage done? Sure, there is economic damage done, but I think Talon will just take this as a very standard bonus round and recognize that, hey, you know, one of us probably almost always has to buy a Judge in case that Domby just charges us through.
But here's then the conundrum, right? You have these specific buys to possibly deal with the explosive entries from Domby. What about the upcoming rounds? You know, now you're looking at the possible bonus, but you don't quite have the strongest weaponry, right? The Judge, the Outlaw, as well as Bulldog, and a couple of Sheriffs on the side of Talon.
Listen, I think if you're playing against Nongshim and they're playing Neon, your biggest priority is just taking out Domby. I think you'd be happy with just that. And again, because of that Bucky buy, he's either going to have less armor or he's going to have a Judge. So now everybody crowding around that C side as well. Whoa! What's going on there? Right there in the B side, open door and just gets shot right through.
That's my worry, because although you can somewhat deal with Domby, the rest of the team is right there with him. You got Persia, you got Francis and Ivy and Margaret as well. They're also ready to frag out. And now getting a little bit of space into the C site, they sent the Prowler through, and it does keep Jitboys invested.
Oh, a little bit of damage trying to get traded through, but Primi will just get out just fine. They don't know that it's 2 people set up here on the B side from the side of Talon, but Nongshim, they just don't want to deal with it, especially also because it's Primi, right? You're just not going to try to ego peek that again. And so it's a 5-man stack. You put a lot of pressure on C, and you tied up 1 person at least on B. You have the numbers advantage.
Now this is up to Governor. He's got the Outlaw, has to land a shot. Will take down Domby.
That's a very big one. Only 30 seconds left, but look at the map. You've already, if you're Talon, Jitboys already had control of Mount. You need it to stay alive there, but bot time for Governor to come through. Primi has now arrived on the site. They are trying to hold on. Primi all alone. 1v3 on the site so far. Jitboys trying to run his way over with a Sheriff in hand. Spike getting planted. Primi waiting. Oh, Jitboys is getting rushed. He thinks he has a timing. All down to Primi. Good for 1. Nongshim, they might have to close the gap a little bit if they want to play together. Timing not quite on their side, getting ready for the gravity well first. So Talon's gonna take, Primi's gonna take this chance. Try to isolate 1 member first. Can he get the shot? 1 HP. The armor will regen eventually, but I don't think that's gonna be enough. Escapes from the gravity well. Door gets open. He's not sure if it's a wraparound this way or that. He'll take his guesses 50-50. He would love to try to get ahead, but this looks impossible. Maybe not, but Ivy will make sure that it does not become a reality.
So close. So safe for Nongshim with a 2-on-1. Ivy able to find the trade at the end of it. I mean, just needing to make sure that they don't line up their bodies. Governor was so darn good in holding off so much of the round for the side of Talon. That Outlaw shot, he connected so many of them, especially down from drop as well. Maybe not the second one, but that does buy a little bit of time. But down to it all at the end, just not quite the firepower, and at the same time, Nongshim being able to play it safe with that 1-on-2. They almost could have lined up for Primi.
Yeah, it was looking dicey, but now Nightfall online as well. So it's an easy way to try to get into that C site. Again, Talon, they don't have the traditional setups that you normally see with the Cyphers or the Vice over by C. You have Sonic Sensors. Whoa, watch out there, Primi. He's going to get out with his life for now.
Okay, Talon looking to kind of maybe take the space around the door and go for a bit of a pinch, but because Margaret is right around the corner, they're going to have to respect that for now. maybe an execute for Nongshim.
They don't check for these sonic sensors. Even with the Nightfall, yeah, you should still be able to get it. So Dombi, he just checks for it immediately. That's the one at the entrance, gone. Draws out a smoke from Primi as well. So you know Primi is still around the B and C site.
And the whole time, Ivy is still watching the backs as well. They haven't procced, and now just kind of baiting out the barrier match. So that does give them a little bit more spacing, a little bit more timing to possibly break through then.
Yeah, but now you know, Mark, there were 2 people over by Rubble, so that's the hit coming onto Nightfall, onto the site. Even if Primi was here, it's at max 2, maybe 3 people. We have the numbers advantage, and that's site given over. Do they try for the metal and the spam through the wall? Looks like it's just going to be a nade combo, and the C's just barely not landing.
Still spike planted for Nongshim. Dombi with the judge looking for the right position to play it.
See if they're able to get through. Lots of delay already set up. The smoke set up for Dombi. He's going to take an off angle, see if he can get the jump. He's ready for it. Reads Governor's mind. Sees the head of Primi as well, giving the positions, but Dombi gets taken down. And Talon, they are just clean with the trades. Now they're looking, where could Ivy be for this gravity well? He gets 1 kill. Now they know the location. He needs to peek out a bit further. He needs to battle through. He needs to find the shots, and Primi just finds the right timing to answer back.
Yeah, I can't quite play post plan right now with the pings, but also at the same time, Talon just so darn strong with how they were able to come back in effectively to flood the site. They might not have had the setups and everything. They might have relegated the site to Nongshim, but the way that they flooded back in, right, a bit of a tag team, Cruz coming in alongside his teammates, just jiggling back and forth around the corners. They managed to throw off Dombi. They managed to throw off Ivy and everyone else.
8-8. I've seen this before.
Oh, yeah.
And it didn't, well, it depends on who you are. It didn't end quite well for some people. We'll see how long it goes. So right now, both teams tied neck and neck. Showstopper online for Governor, so he's looking for a trap play over by B. Still has the paint shells as well. Just a fast hit. Pushes them out. So much pressure. No util answer back, and Margaret ready for the trap. Swings out and lands the headshot.
That is ridiculously fast. It was a judge in Governor's hands, but now that's all gone. Possibly B split now coming out from Nongshim. They know that they have the space. Talon's still hovering up around stairs, maybe looking back in to refill heaven, but everything's been blocked off now by the stars. Dombi picks up the judge and gets into spot.
Yeah, that's the weapon he wants. Now, Talon, they have to hope that Ban is able to pick up a kill or 2, but he needs to put pressure from behind so the main forces can get through. They're trying to reposition. He gets 1, goes for the fast reload, wants to make sure he has 2. There's the swing out, and Ban's going to get taken out. Meanwhile, Dombi's still alive with a judge, not able to land it onto the next target. Now entering the site, 2v3. No time for any further util. No, not much util left. In fact, Cruz will go for the tap. Trying to draw them out. Persia's nice and clean with the Sheriff. Takes off Primi's head, and Cruz all alone meets Margaret in the smoke, and Nongshim will lead once again 9-8.
You were right. We were in this spot before. Nongshim comes up with the biggest thrifty. Starts off with just the Sheriff shot from Margaret up against Governor. I mean, so quick with the reactions into it, but then Dombi comes back in with the judge. The fact that they managed to hold the site like this really throws Talon off. I mean, I was thinking about it. Primi, you know, he had the ult. Maybe he could have gone aggressive to look for a pick, you know, throw them off with some subversion of expectations, then come back in with the ult. But unfortunately, that did not quite come through, and Nongshim was just able and ready to hold. In theory, Ban had the Outlaw as well, but the Ghost just took him down. Now Outlaw in the hands of Margaret takes down Ban outside of C. Talon tries to push out of pillars, but okay, able to fight back a little until Margaret comes back in again.
Was that the not dead yet used? No, maybe not. I think it was just going for that regen. I was getting a little scared there, but as you mentioned, that not dead yet, not finding that value so far for Talon, and Cruz now all alone once more. They hear his footsteps. He's happy to just end the round. There's not much open that one. And Nongshim now slowly creeping away with the lead at 10.
This is where you can really start to think, you know, could it have been one of these previous rounds? Could it have been that thrifty where Talon could have then cemented their lead? Because of this, Nongshim really starts to extend this gap, and at some point it's going to start to hurt.
I mean, with these ultimates, with that not dead yet, Talon, you can go for something crazy, especially with all 5, but I would love to see Primi kind of being the shield, you know, when it's on a retake or whatever else, even if it's just a scout, because you know he's generally good for the first shot.
Has to be, but right now, okay. Trying to hold out B.
We haven't seen this too much. We've seen the close hold with the judge, things like that, but it's a paranoia in the hands of Jit Boys. Not much chase potential, but man, he's still gonna survive. He still needs to survive that first hit. Prowler comes out. They're not quite chasing, still hiding away, Jit Boys. And now, just can't get out. They read through it, and Dombi will spam him down.
He was mid-cast. Such a good read from Nongshim. I mean, Talon notes that Nongshim hasn't really been going for that A pressure, and that's why they set themselves up outside of B. But Nongshim comes back in and notes that maybe it's a two-player setup. They saw the paranoia, and they just spammed in the one spot. Now, a bit of nightfall from Cruz to try to fend them off and hold, but Persia gets ahead with the From the Shadows. That might allow for Nongshim to maybe slip through.
They're trying to surround that A side, back up. Almost arriving on Talon, but they still don't have clean information, but it doesn't matter if Francis lands shots like that. Sight now opened up by sheer force. Dombi sliding through, gets the duel with Primi. Primi's gonna win out this time. High-low set up by Governor. Primi dropping down. They know they have to go fast. Showstopper online. Primi uses the not dead yet, buys time for his teammates. Now down to a 2v2. Primi has to go out for the kills. He needs to find him. Nongshim is just gonna wait it out. They don't want to give this fight, but they have to check the spike. It doesn't matter. They'll gun him down, and they'll gun down Governor too.
Nongshim again with the duo tag team. The fact that they kind of come back in with the spike planted for them to throw off anyone who might have been sticking on the spike.
Yeah, that Prowler really checking there right behind the box, and the paranoia as well from Nongshim. I mean, they are just not taking any chances. And this time, I mean, not dead yet, Showstopper, everything used on the side as well from Talon.
That's just a darn thing. You really have to scratch your head about that one. You know, with all the ultimates used, Primi trying to take advantage of the situation with the Showstopper as well, but unfortunately couldn't quite get away because of how sharp Francis and the rest of the team are. Right now, back into it. Talon tries to create a little bit more of that A pressure to hold and maybe potentially push out a further point in the round, but right now Nongshim still keeping that pressure outside of B. With the Prowler coming through, they shut that down.
And we start to see the cracks in this composition just a little bit, right? I mean, and when you're on the attack, sure, with the double smokes and Primi being able to kind of 1v1 on lurks and things like that, yeah, it can work out without the passive info from the Sentinel. But when you don't have that, you feel the need to have to push out somewhere eventually to take the fight to him and to make sure you have an advantage. But now Talon, they just have to hold defaults, relying on these sonic sensors being enough, which, by the way, Dombi's been very good at tripping with those jump outs.
He always gets back into safety. Right now, just checking if there is any kind of a trap outside of B. They do note that it's a high-low setup. So then, maybe the mid-round call straight into C. They see that, all right, if there's two out to B, maybe it's just this ban around C and we can kind of trip those sonic sensors and go straight in. Baited out the grav net. And of course, Talon comes in with quick rotation just in time as well. But then the Nightfall, annihilation from ban too.
Yeah, Dombi kind of left alone, but the back pass arrived. Margaret's going to open up the shots first. Cruz goes for the trade, but there's the overdrive, and he is just running amok on that C site. Nobody able to find their targets anymore. And now Talon looking to just hold. Jit Boy still just not aware if there is anyone further on the flank, but he will have to join up. 2v4. You give this up, it's map point, so Talon, they'll go for it, but it's not looking great. Hear the footsteps in water, tries to go for the swing out, finishes off the kill. Governor, good for the first one. Dombi answers back. Jit Boys, he knows the answer of one, but he has no idea where the rest of the other members are. Trying to peek out, gives an opportunity for the shorty, and Dombi with a 3K.
Just so darn strong with how he's able to execute and did so much work, so much due diligence checking out a lot of the spots. And after he spotted out that high-low setup, all right, C is the place to go. Has the execute for it. Ban did what he could with the annihilation, but again, still just not quite enough. They didn't have the numbers to really fight back and hold when the full force of Nongshim is breathing down your neck. Now map point I should say, but also Talon with a bit of a half buy. They did not have enough economy for this final round.
Yeah, I mean, you have almost no util on Primi as well. It was just a one singular smoke, and you just lost Governor. I mean, you have lost so much power. This judge has to find value. He gets one, but that's just gonna be it. Persia says, all right, that site opened up, boys. Let's go. Paranoia comes through. Cruz gets one. Prowler comes out. You know he's on the other side of the corner. Persia, he will back out because you already have space on the B site. Nongshim is just everywhere on Lotus.
so quick and so fluid to take down B, but at least Cruz will be able to find that frag against Persia. Maybe a little bit timing to get back through blue door now, but at the same time, it's the two players from Nomshin, Francis and Ivy, trying to hold up in elevated positions.
Spots one. See where the other is. Ivy waiting for it, but now they decide they are just going to stick to it. They're trying to hide them away, and it's a 1v1! And Primi doesn't lose those, as he will secure the round, give Talon another chance.
Looks incredibly good when Primi is the last one alive, kind of devouring his teammate, allowing him to be that sacrificial lamb for him to then come back in with the trade one-on-one, and he gets it for sure. Extends Talon's life by maybe another round, but still, you gotta look at how quick Nongshim has been, and Talon has to kind of keep up.
Just the way that Nongshim is spreading out right now with the fast pressure. Whenever they put fast pressure, there's always someone looking for another answer because they understand that they didn't have full info on the A site. But credit to Cruz as well, making sure that he's waiting for that lurk. He knows Nongshim had the numbers advantage. They might still leave someone on that A site. We knew Persia was in tree.
That's true, he was able to hold on A, but right now he's on towards the B site. Nongshim going a little bit quicker back into A. Governor with the judge right around the door.
I mean, Nongshim's seen this before, so I don't think they're going to make the same mistake. He tries to spread out the angles, but it's not going to find it. But do you expect second judge? Not quite, but they will battle through it.
Still with the numbers, able to come back into Swarm. Now it's just Cruz working alongside Primi. Unfortunately, Cruz will be the first to fall. The next is going to be Primi. All that's left is just Ban. At map point, he's caught nothing but a judge.
It's not looking good for Ban. He was hoping, he was waiting that there would be a turnaround, a flank, whatever it might be. He'll land the shot. He gets a weapon. 1v3. Margaret's low, so it is still doable.
Has GravNet as well.
Now Nongshim just keeping spread out, not giving him these fights, forcing him to clear every single angle. Spots the spike. He wants to clear out the obvious locations first. Finds one, finds two, but not quite the third. Francis has his teammates covered as Nongshim will rise once again on Lotus to lead the series 1-0.
13-9. They close it out in style. They close it out with speed and agility. So quick, so many times in these rounds. They come in with that early pressure on the attacking half, into the A site, maybe the quick mid-round adaptation back into B. But whatever it is, somehow, one way or another, Talon is playing against the back foot. I mean, in that moment, Ben, it was such a tremendous effort. He took down 3 players, but the final one, Francis, just the final cherry on top, was able to come back and peek off contact.
I think the most impressive thing that a lot of teams should know from this is that, okay, they played 42 rounds yesterday, so what, right? They come in, they're confident on it, they pick the map, they come in, and they're looking like they prepped against Talon as well. They're aware of how fast Talon was taking apart that C site, and they are defending their utility just to the bitter end of the earth. Sure, it was neck and neck, but if they didn't do that, that first half looks very different, and Talon's suddenly sitting much comfier going into that second half.
That is absolutely true. 7-5 from the first half definitely gives them quite a bit of breathing room coming in for that second, considering the fact that Talon have been the ones picking up the pistol. So this is a very resilient, very strong Nongshim that shows that they have perseverance. Question is, how does that look for the upcoming map of Bind, which Talon has picked?
Yeah, Talon's been looking very good on that map, and while the desk has mentioned that Nongshim, this used to be a comfort pick for them, it hasn't looked too good. The transition back to Raze for Dombi, so we'll see if maybe just 24 extra hours since yesterday was enough rest for Dombi to pick up that Raze once again. But for now, we'll send it over to our analyst to break down that Lotus.
And as the casters pointed out, Nongshim can show the entire playbook, but it's still not enough for Talon to cross over that finish line there. Nongshim looked very much in order, and honestly, it could be because of that overtime, just getting all those reps in.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, I mean, that's definitely the flip side of Talon had a lot to watch, but Nongshim had a lot of practice. So I think, you could tell that they were still feeling good. They weren't worried about an anti-strat because they picked it again. They're going, look, we won an absolute insane map on this yesterday. If we can close that out, we can close anything out. And, fair play. They got it done in regulation this time. How nice for the rest of us here watching.
I think there was pretty mixed results from Talon in that map. There were some rounds where it looked like they had fantastic reads and they knew exactly where Nongshim would be standing and what to do about it. And then they had some rounds where they were just running into a setup that they just countered and getting absolutely obliterated by it. So there wasn't a lot of consistency there. in anything really for Talon outside of Primi's performance. I mean, whenever you put him on the clove, this guy gets his numbers.
Yeah, Primi played a great game. There's a lot to talk about with Primi, but I really like him on this clove. I feel like it unlocks him nicely. He's allowed a nice amount of risk, especially because Jibboys is there with the extra smokes in case he needs it. But Francis on the other side, leading from the front once again. He's having a huge tournament.
He absolutely is, and I think one of you guys have him on your team.
Pilski.
I picked him multiple times. In fact, he carried my team yesterday when I got almost 120 points because I got both MVPs. And one of them was Francis, and it's a reason why I highlighted him. Like, if you go back to Nongshim in Ascension Jakarta, you go back to Nongshim in VCLKR Split 2, top players and with insane stats, Danby and Persia. You look at their stats this tournament, Francis is on top, and actually Ivy is doing a lot of heavy lifting as well, particularly in the clutch. So you're seeing Nongshim, once they've stepped into Tier 1, different players have different levels of performance.
Now, you were talking about Persia and, in fact, just habits that are repeating over and over again.
Yeah, this is Primi. We can see Primi just going crazy the whole way through this game. We speak a lot about his movement, we speak a lot about his aim, but he is the lease of life for this Talon team, where I feel like he's trying to drag them over the line, but this map, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, you see him always having his numbers, always getting consistent performances. They do run the double controllers on this map, Talon, so you could see that they had a lot of set plans where they want to throw a progression smoke outside of rubble or a progression smoke in towards C to help them get some space, and that was the case in this round. The grab net, the set plan with the progression smoke up on top of rubble so no one can really TP up there and try to have any impact was kind of the approach, but then, like we said, you see rounds like this where Nongshim completely blast them playing positions like this. Persia and Danby are the 1-2 combo over on the Rubble side that are just getting so much value. The way that they use the paranoia, the way that they cut Talon in half with the fast lane is beautiful to watch.
I mean, think about how the OT ended yesterday. It was Persia from this exact spot. So we saw Talon had ideas on how to counter it, but it didn't always work out that way.
No, and another round, you can see the full investment, including the showstopper and the paranoia coming through from Talon, and Nongshim just go, no thanks. From the shadows, TP out, fast lane, Danby runs through the Hobbit hole, and you've invested a whole lot of util and a Raze ult just to get rubble control, which I don't think they even utilized to even close out that round. I think they went into A and they lost the round.
Yeah, I mean, like we say, credit to Nongshim. They knew what Talon were going to do, and they stuck to their own guns here. I didn't feel like Nongshim had changed a lot since yesterday, but it didn't feel like they needed to. They said, hey, Talon, bring it on. However you think you can beat us, you really can't.
I mean, they picked this map.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you guys make a great point about A control in general. Even with all those overtimes, we didn't see a lot of A plays. And Francis here continuing to hold the fort. He's just been such an incredible IGL for this team. We've seen it through Ascension, and it continues on here with all his experience, him and Persia kind of leading the charge for this team. Now, it's kind of funny that you can have the entire playbook, but you can't memorize all the tricks. And I think this goes maybe to your point, Pilski. You've been talking about all the different comps that Talon has, all the different strats that go with all these different comps. Again, it's a lot for these players to absorb, and when you're in the heat of that moment, how do you remember all of it? And I think this may be part of the problem that's been happening for Talon.
Yeah, flexibility is key when you're building a team. You want players that can play lots, and you ideally want players that can remember lots. Different teams respond differently to different levels of anti-strat. So what you'll often see is the coach will talk a lot more to the IGL. They give a lot more to the IGL to remember, and then your star, your duelist players, you want them to be unburdened, and they're let a little bit more loose. But that's the whole idea of, even if they got to watch all the 42 rounds, you can't remember everything.
Yeah.
So you just want to pick out a few key points. We saw the A control there. I think the A control was the key point that Talon were trying to win on. But if they don't manage to actually execute that plan, and then you don't have those other depth, the other layers to the anti-strat, because you don't have the players that can remember that, then that's when you might get in a little bit of trouble.
Now, I want to talk about the next map. It is Bind. Talon looked phenomenal on Bind the other day. They looked like they just really had it nailed down. Nongshim, on the other hand, as Will Chobar was pointing out, Dammy's gonna go back on the race.
Well, yeah, he is. I mean, he was on the Neon previously. They've iterated, like their initial comp was the Cypher Deadlock with the Neon, and it was such an iconic comp, and a lot of teams even copied that, and it kind of became a mini meta on Bind in particular. They haven't looked as good since they had that comp, not only in terms of stepping up into Tier 1 and playing strong opponents, but also they don't really look like themselves. They look very passive, they don't make as many plays. On defense, when they used to play in Ascension Jakarta, it would be like, Fade Prowler goes out, Danby dives forward, Relay Bolt, and they're killing people on defense and making aggressive plays.
Yeah.
On currently, you see them just sit back, like they're just sitting back in the A site and letting the other team execute in there and then trying to go for some standard-looking retakes. So it doesn't even really look like the Nongshim that I remember the way that they're playing at the moment. I think they really need to rediscover their identity and the way that they play this map, and maybe some of that is being limited by composition change and Neon nerfs, whereas Talon, they are playing a very util-heavy style at the moment, and they are playing the Deadlock as well, and it looked beautiful against T1. Like, their game plan looked amazing.
It was rock solid. We were watching, we were both so impressed with how Talon played that bind. It feels like they were able to dismantle T1 so easily.
When you watch a game as a former coach, and I was talking to you about this, and you watch it from the armchair position, you can see the whole minimap, and you still go, how do you even attack that?
Yeah.
Like, how do you even attack into that? That's when you know something is just fundamentally sound and really, really solid. Because, like, I couldn't even, with all the perfect information, really think of a game plan that would actually work against what Talon was doing on defense.
I'll be very interested to see what Nongshim tried to cook up, because now, you know, Talon have shown this map, so there will be that extra layer to it, but I think it's going to be hard to stop. I'm still feeling okay about my Talon pick. I'm really expecting them to take bind here because they looked so comfortable on it the other day.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were saying in the green room, I don't know how we would defend against this. Governor flying in, especially on the attacker side. I think one thing, though, that Talon absolutely needs to come in with this is confidence. They cannot be shaken by the first map because the way they play on bind, you need confidence for that, the way how fast they move into these sites. So this is something that they're going to have to reset a bit, and hopefully they remember how well they played on bind.
I think the defense is, for Talon, is the more difficult thing to deal with as Nongshim. For the attacking side, they just tend to send Governor in. He hard entries when he gets space or gets entries. It's very difficult. Basically, if Talon gets into a post plant, it's going to be very difficult for Nongshim. So that's why, like I said, I want to see them make plays. I want to see them get in Talon's face and slow down that snowball before it gets out of control.
Well, let's see if Nongshim has cooked something up a little different, and they have. They're bringing it back on the Neon.
And the Viper. So
Viper advice, no deadlock.
No deadlock for Nongshim. We spoke about this. This is the deadlock cipher was patented for Nongshim. They ran it so much, they really popularized that comp, and now we're seeing a real hard switch away back to the Neon for Danby and taking it old school with the Viper.
Yeah, and we've seen Nongshim do this time and time again. They've been doing it on Lotus, they mentioned it on the cast, incremental changes of agents, map to map to map, and this is another example of it.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to see you guys are pointing out this is exactly the thing that Nongshim needed to fix, and it looks like they've adjusted accordingly. This is going to be a very exciting map 2 of Bind. We're going to go back to our casters, Chobra and Quack, to take it away.
Bind with a new composition once again from Nongshim. Loving the Neon coming back. A lot of fans have been saying, I mean, Danby just looks so good on the Neon. Just keep him on the Neon. It's paired up with that Fade also. That's already a really good combo for them. But now the Vice and then the Viper. I am curious if this is specifically against Talon just because they're running that double initiator or not. But for now, it's just a straight up brawl here in Bats.
In with the Grafnet 2, already the pickups for Talon. Ben on the other side of A short as well. They just barreled all the way through into the A site.
Now I'm just curious. Like, if Talon just played Bind all 3 maps, would they just beat every team in Pacific? Because they look so confident. I mean, sure, it's a pistol and you can come in with a set play and things like that, but it's already just a steamroll through the site. Cruz and Primi very low, but that shouldn't really stop them. Obviously, Cruz far out from the site as well. There's that barrier mesh. I mean, we talk about it every time on the pistol round. It is just going to be not a mesh anymore, just a straight up barrier itself. As Nongshim finally being allowed to get back into the site.
Okay, Frenzy maybe to launch an assault from Lamps, but he saw 2 players already. It's already a tough spot. Tries to go for a spray transfer. not quite the SMG or anything like that, so unfortunately falls, and Persia jumping into the smoke. Easy shot for Primi back there. I mean, yeah, this is just Talon feeling really confident and fearless.
Yeah, we'll see if that can continue, because, again, the Des talked about it, but when they played T1, they just looked like an absolutely different team here in Bind. The game plan was solid. Everyone was executing exactly, seemingly, as they had practiced. All the shots were landing. And if they can do that again, surely we see yet another map 3 now between these two teams.
Close it 13-4 against T1. That's something to say for sure. But at the same time, yeah, thinking about the Nongshim composition, right? You definitely want to see a little bit more from it. So right now, Toxic screen to block off Hookah as well as Garden, and then you got the Arc Bros on the other side.
Yeah, Arc Bros going to be used as that passive info, kind of, over on B main. They're seeing all this utility come through, so Nongshim will just stand by, trying to hold on to elbow so they have at least 2 different ways of attacking on the retake, but with the Barrier Mesh, Ivy, you got nowhere really to go, just trying to cut up an advantageous angle.
Oh, he still jiggles, though. So at least notes that there are players inside of Elbow hunting him down. Meanwhile, the rest of Nongshim trying to take a little bit more space back out towards Hookah as well as B Long. Unfortunately, Ivy cannot last for too long. Ban takes out the player by B Long. The rest of them trying to flood back in from Hookah, but not quite getting the spike to halfway even. Moshpit comes back out. Ban just spams the shots in. And of course, Talon picks up the flawless second round win.
Just sliding in there to try to go for the defuse. I don't really think there was anything quite masking the sound, but hey, I'll respect it. You already think the round has kind of gone the other way anyway. You see what you can get with all the double smokes, triple smokes used by Persia to mask your entry. You at least drew out some extra utility as well. So you take what you can get, but Talon, flawless, starting to snowball forward. That's something we're noticing a lot. I mean, if you know what you're doing, you get this pistol. We've seen a lot of bonus conversions throughout all the regions this time in Kickoff. Let's see if Talon can run away with it.
Looking for it. They did get the opening pistol against T1. They got the previous pistols against Nongshim on the previous map as well. So now Fearless continuing for it with that kind of style. It's Governor straight into Lamps.
It's going to be a fake, and they just bait out the ult, or they wait so patiently. The spike's always been on the B side. Now TP across. You still leave a lurker as well. Premi going to try to find a shot, but oh, he's distracted by the Neon running across. Now back up, just barely arriving. The sheer wall does its job. You're allowed to get rid of Little Bro, and now the attack has been stopped. Spike just stranded in the middle of the site. Nongshim trying to fight to make sure they defend this round.
See, now this is maybe why you don't see the deadlock in Nongshim's current composition. That Vi is providing all that all that stall potential up around the B site. It was a good fake, it was a good plan from Talon, but unfortunately the execution got completely thwarted by Nongshim and their setup.
Yeah, it's very interesting because a big part of that deadlock for Nongshim was a lot of those kind of long-range combo plays, the lineups, things like that, as we do have Margaret kind of on a timer, on a swivel, watching their backs. Persia's already watching the jump out from Hookah. Oh, okay, Cruz gonna win that. Cruz has a chance to get all the way up close to his Nightfall, which would be a huge success even if he can't get the bonus round win. This is already so much damage done against Nongshim.
20 seconds left.
Double peek out, Cruz waits for it, and he lands the third, and that's now 1 point away from his Nightfall. So even though Nongshim, gets away with their life just barely in that round, that's everything Talon could have wanted.
So, not the worst thing in the world, although the round win would have been really, really nice, but yeah, you can really see, again, this composition and what it's for and how Nongshim are able to play around it. You know, I think the idea is also partly that if Dambi is that sword, and he's on the Neon again, then Ivy, Margaret, you know, the rest of the team, Persia as well, they're going to be that shield. You know, a lot of stalling with the Viper, the Brim, as well as the Vise.
Bring them down.
Yeah, they're able to continue that setup. It's still a util dump over by the B side just to hold on. Now just a hero rifle for Ivy carried over. And a Bucky for Margaret holding A short. So they go for a fast push out of showers. Now they will continue to clear out other parts of the map. Talon happy to just wait. Cruz wondering if they're going to push out. And Nongshim's thinking about it. They don't really have too many options, right? They've already kind of invested to say that we are going to push out of A. Oh, Cruz just cuts the angle. Oh, almost connects on to do. But he does let Chip Boys know that there are more members on A.
And he's looking to use that to abuse and cut off the rotations. That's 2 kills already. In with the Bucky. Unfortunately, it whiffs. Chip Boys collects on the triple. And all that's left is just Ivy, the hero rifle. But the spike also going down now. Feeling that pressure, Ivy just tries to hold the angle.
Yeah, Ivy knows they got up close because he heard the footsteps, so he's going to try to swing out. He actually gets both! Nice and calm. Suddenly making this a 1v2. The barrier mesh does make it a bit simpler for Talon. Question is, does Ivy still go for this? You do have the creds across the board, so absolutely a worthy shot.
It's got the flash as well, Steel Garden, but angle.
Oh, just gets picked off by Primi mid-air. Not able to find the early shot. And Talon now leading 3-1.
The fact that it was mid-air was, yeah, that's chef's kiss. That's Primi right there. But at the same time, I mean, the entire round, the fact that Talon kind of set themselves up in this way, this fashion, knowing a bit of an anti-eco coming through, Cruz being able to hold and retrieve information, at least gets away with that 1 kill and picks up the Nightfall for the next round, mind you. But at the same time, feeds the information over to Jit Boys. That's such big value.
Keep your guard up.
So far, the bulk of that delay util being set up on B, not quite working out. They also don't have that toxic screen successfully going all the way through towards Bats as well, so you always need members here. The relay boat's not gonna hit. Dumby, you need to realize that. He doesn't quite set up the fast lane. Almost gets the double nonetheless, but they will eventually get the pinch. 2 people still in showers. Talon, they know they need to fight through this if they want some space. They don't get it anymore, so it's a push out to back site, and then it's going to be an instant surround for Nongshim to answer right back.
Ivy with the Steel Garden, a little bit extra security as well. I don't know if it was necessary, but why not? I mean, they just managed to sweep that round right underneath from Talon. Talon comes in with a strong and fast execute. I think they had the Thrash as well, right, from A-Short, but just as quick because Dambi was able to hold down Showers. There was that little bit of a TP play coming from the rest of the team as well. They were just so quick to respond to Talon's execution.
Yeah, I mean, despite, some of that util not landing, Dambi still buys enough time for everyone to come in for this round, and then Nongshim reading that, hey, we just need to hold on to backside. We just need to make sure that they don't expand that reach further. And so, once again, it's up to Dambi to just delay on Showers alone, so Talon wants to punish that, see if it's the correct read, because so far on the minimap, it has looked like it. Oh, a nice shot, but not going to land on the head. And Dambi will get away with his life. Draws out the grab net against Talon's eco here, just with that Hero Guardian.
Oh, okay. A little bit of slight whiff, but recovers just in time to take Cruz down.
Yeah, but Ban's still holding that long angle. I mean, Nongshim not quite covering for their teammates and perhaps not expecting the Guardian coming out either. They are going to pay for that. So now the full stack, you already have Francis covering Fountain on the other side of the map. So the 3 members of Nongshim here, just looking for the trades against each other. Pain Shells pushes him out. Persia has to walk out. He gets caught just in the last second by the Annihilation. Dambi, relay boat. Does he push out? It's a timing pinch from either side, but only Ivy surviving. Maybe that's just enough. Takes down more members. It's just down to Jit Boys. Goes across the Cosmic Divide. He spots him. Ivy looking for the fight. Jit Boys, he's aware that it's a 1v2. Francis, haunt spotted at full health. Jit Boys, the timing on the peak. Francis baits him out with the tap. Jit Boys is just going to hold true. He gets the timing. Waits for Francis to check the 50-50, and Jit Boys will get the Red Bull clutch.
Oh my God. I mean, where do I even begin? What a round for both teams, but Talon, unfortunately, are going to be the ones to really bring it across the finishing line. And this time, it's not just Primi, it's Jit Boys. It plays like Cruz at the same time. I mean, unfortunately, he falls, but it's a lot of info being gained, and the way that Ben was able to hold that long angle, getting a spam through, just so much information at hand, but it's down to some of these micro movements in place. I want to note how Ivy went in for the huge wide swing and stopped just in time to hold the angle, and at the same time for Jit Boys to go with the crouch peek on the one-on-one. So good. Next round comes in, and this time it's Nongshim to hold Showers once again. There's just a bit of a sky smoke on the other end, but Francis feeling the contact. He does thread the needle still.
Just a nice clean shot, and that is something that you've needed, because if you're going to spend the smokes over by Showers to deny information, you got to make sure you have a little bit more proactive information over by that B side. You can start to retreat because you still have the toxic screen, you still have that sheer wall, but we'll see how else it works out. Now looking at it, it does seem like they're purposely placing that toxic screen to basically act as that smoke that denies the jump peak on the sheer wall. So giving up Showers control, Showers value for that extra one, but the timing was so good on the poison orb, but the shots maybe not so much.
Dambi is still here and does have a get out of jail card, so trying to work around with it, avoids the Nightfall, which is a bit of value as well. Orbital Strike comes in and allows for Jit Boys to sneak through the smoke. He does find one onto Dambi, but Ivy for the trade. They get the read that it's a B hit at the end of it all, so Francis is here and ready to receive.
Yeah, he's just waiting. He dodges all the util.
There's still 30 seconds, but it should be a timing peak here from Governor. Doesn't even need it. Primmy's going to land 2 headshots back to back. Then the barrier mesh, and Talon look to secure another round. It is Persia, so we'd have to wait and see. But yeah, if you have to go through the barrier mesh, he says, you know what? This isn't worth trying. I'm just going to get picked apart. Governor's 1 away from his showstopper. We don't want to give it away for free.
I'm so sorry, Chober. I gotta apologize. I'm getting like overexcited in these rounds because you just have these moments where Talon has the setup. It's set up right there for Governor to come back in on the timing through with the off angle from elbow, but Primmy gets the shots.
I mean, when you have Primmy,
what?
It's really just an insurance plan that you never really have to cash out on.
Oh my God.
Just great, clean shots. But the adjustment that Nongshim made, honestly, in my head, I was thinking you kind of have to do the same thing. You purposely have a Viper and a Brim. You got to use those Brim smokes, at least one, a little bit more aggressive to deny that information, because the other side, they can cycle through a lot of that early active info, whether it's Prowlers, Han, Dizzy used, to make sure that they can inch forward and then launch an all-out attack on these attacking rounds. So this time, they correctly push out of showers with that. They even go for the peek from Francis. He's waiting for it, gets the kill. You've still got the info, but then dragged across, and Talon still had the backup plan for the rotate. So that will call for the timeout, where it's up to the coaches of Nongshim, Silkanon and VALORANT Analysis, to try to give a solution.
Yeah, I gotta figure it out. I mean, they did go for that early Sky Smoke outside of Bats. Maybe this time you want to look at something outside of A-Short a little bit more as well. I mean, this is where you really think, you know, you're using that toxic screen to really block off Garden as well as Hookah, right? But maybe you still do want to kind of need it for that toxic screen that goes through the teleporter outside of showers. Then you can maybe use the Brimstone for something else. But just kind of throwing some possible solutions there. Not quite sure what they're looking at exactly.
Honestly, I think a decent adjustment would be to move the shear wall over to A short. Now that one can be jumped over, but then you pair it still with the Poison Cloud, and you still have some way that one's not easy to just jump peek for free because it's going to be diagonal. You have to peek out way wide. You're able to spot it from heaven. Obviously, you might get smoked off, but that's a consideration to have. But for now, it looks like it's still going to be that toxic screen over just on that B side. A little bit of a different angle since the shear wall I don't think is there. We'll have to wait and check. Yeah, not used just yet by Ivy.
Okay, so he's keeping it for now. It is a bit of a half buy.
Yeah, just a push out, being lower on that eco. You do have that hero rifle on Persia. That's what they want to set up for. It's the scout, and then the double peek, triple peek. It just continues. How many members are on here? Talon, it doesn't matter. They got to start to make a run towards that A site. They have to just give up the weapons.
All right, so just starting things off with a little bit of a read, but it is Ivy isolated on the A site. He's going to have to try to hold lamps for dear life. Spots out Cruz on a swivel, but Cruz is able to swing right back against him. Domby fires up some shots. The rest of the team just trying to rotate on over.
Yeah, Domby arriving just in time to make sure that at the very least he pushes them back away from the back of sight. That's going to tag 2 people, so you know 2 are trapped here. Showstopper comes out for a counter delay. Governor's just playing for time, and he'll get exactly what he gambled for.
All right, sends it, and that's a bit of a signal for Domby to start his assault in with the overdrive. Gets a little bit more space alongside the hunt. Spots Governor out by the other side of the lamps, but ooh, Governor able to tag and spray him down. Jitboy still holding on the off angle, but no, in Astral Form, he gets caught by the Sheriff. Now the rest of the team continues on with their onslaught. Jumping right-click into Governor. Cruz has to hold it up from Cubby, but no! Margaret with the sprays, the spike goes off. Unfortunately, still around for Talon.
Yeah, Talon delays just long enough, and I love that they use a showstopper to counter that, because Nongshim, the idea is, let's send out the Nightfall, and then we're going to go with the overdrive. Now, the overdrive has to wait, but you still think, okay, we have a chance because we had them trapped up over by lamps, and we should be able to just use this Neon, as we often do, as that bait, but this time, just not enough movement available for Domby as he's stuck up against that wall. And it's a nice, clean shot from Governor that shuts down the speed of that retake and buys enough time for Cruz to just delay them. That's going to be the 10th clutch for him here in VCT Pacific, but no time to celebrate as we move right on in. Judge at the ready, Cosmic Divide right off the bat, and this means Talon, they're not really going to care about showers at all for the time being.
Yeah, they're happy to kind of just work their way around the A site without the showers control. Nongshim are the ones who have to kind of work the angles around. It's not going to be easy, man. At the other time, it's going to be Ivy up around towards maybe the backside of Spawn or Heaven. Margaret trying to kind of launch a bit of a flank through.
Ban has to get this. Ban has to get the win, and he will. That means the rest of his teammates can still watch for that. Ban can still create that crossfire. It's going to be a lot of delay. There's the Thrash as well. I love it. Just a proactivity just to buy some time. You don't need to greed for the kills, because otherwise they still have to deal with all this util delay over on the spike itself. Ban good for another kill here on the flank. They're trying to go for the spray. Persia sprays down through the smoke with the Phantom. Governor all alone, stops it at half.
Has the judge.
Timing, no, not gonna land it. Persia will snipe him out on the jump, and it will be Nongshim starting the return.
I am scratching my head. Oh my god. Truly both sides are fighting neck and neck. I mean, Talon leading in the score right now, but Nongshim able to strike back in this round. You were thinking that maybe Nongshim are taking their time to work around the map on this retake. That's going to take quite a bit, where Talon is able to keep themselves up by the forward positions to hold them off, and buy just enough time to take that time away from the spike. But unfortunately, Nongshim was still able to fight them back. And now the next round comes back in. Talon looking to come back through, but this time close towards the B site. Nongshim with a triple swing. Margaret gets in that trade against Governor.
Yeah, it does seem like Talon is getting more and more ready for these multi-swings, but at the end of the day, it's just still too many people. Governor was clean for one, but yeah, here is that adjustment. Cruz not able to make it across, but he says, all right, come fight me. I'm stuck here with you, but it doesn't quite matter. There's Domby. He realizes it's a surround, and it's just too late. Jit Boys and Cruz will draw all the attention. They'll go deep with the stars to mask all the information, and the spike will be delivered to the A site.
Bit of a prowler from Cruz to check as well, but the spike, yes, at the end of it does go down. It's 2 players from Nongshim against 4 from Talon. Not an easy retake, might just be the save.
Yeah, you consider the credit situation. I mean, as much as Persia would love to get there over strike and get out with his life, it's going to be a little dicey. If you trade it with Primizel, it doesn't really mean much value. So it will just be the hold. Margaret just going to keep an eye out at that long angle, see if people start marching forward. But I think Talon will be happy just to take the round. 10th round here, as they're leading currently 6-3. Try to get that 7, which would guarantee a 7-5 half. Not the end of the world, but given how things are looking, Talon wants more.
Very much so. You would think, though, I mean, just a bit of theory here. Going into the next half, Talon has a lot of retake potential. They can stall with a deadlock as well. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, this is a really defensive composition with the double controller as well as Ivy on the Vi's. So you would think that they need more rounds on their defensive half as well. But then again, they've got Domby, so who knows?
Yeah, I mean, even on the attack, obviously you can still have, especially if you're playing half contact as well, that Vice, can work both ways. But the real big thing here is they kind of have to win by delay, especially given Talon's composition. Once Talon gets on site, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. And so we're going to have to see Nongshim. I mean, the whole point when you look at Viper, when you look at agents like Vice, is about that delay, even Brimstone to a certain extent. And so with that switch now, with the screen going through that teleporter, as we talked about during that timeout, as I mentioned, the sheer wall now working off of the Razor Vines and the Flash and the potential Poison Cloud over by Short, that shuts down A side pretty much. For all the delay possible, you just have to hold on. The toxic screen, where is it? You're just out in the open fighting. And now Domby, Relay Bolt comes up fast lane. He wants to fight as he always does, but that is exactly where sometimes he will fall as he gets too close to the sun, and Talon once again shutting down any attempt at holding onto the site from Nongshim.
They're carrying forward with that steel confidence as well. I mean, Talon not really slowing down. Cruz, unfortunately, will be the one to fall, but at least they are able to hold a lot of this space and gather more information because of that ban. Able to keep himself posted up inside of Elbow. Spots another play. Ooh! Does get dinked, though, and has to kind of throw down that mosh pit to buy a little bit more time and save. Orbital Strike comes out from Persia to clear a little bit more space, but at the same time, a bit of a trap in. Oh, Ivy's still able to land a flick, though, but Primi comes back onto the trade. It's just Persia. Gets the shot on towards Primi and hides inside of the smoke to try to stick it through, but Jit Boys, B hops in with the Vandal to take the pop shot right in his face.
Yeah, he will go down, but he did have the credits saved up for that last round. So Talon, I mean, the shots are still there. You got to give respect to Nongshim, right? You have members like Persia. He's got to get those dinks, whether it's through the wall or not, and he'll be a threat. But again, it doesn't matter if you land the crazy shots because of just how much that Nongshim has to battle through. And we can talk all about how they need to fix it, but now they only have one last chance to even get to 4, and Talon's already smiling at this first half.
Yeah, Governor back in with the judge as well. You know, they're just happy to keep going in with that quick-paced hit. So maybe looking for the A start execute again, but here's that shear wall, right? Maybe able to block them off for the time being. Steel Garden immediately procced, but here comes Ben as well. Comes in for the shot. Zip push from the back!
The trades were so good. Baits out the ultimate, potentially being out the shear wall. Governor immediately takes a U-turn, and the long-range guns from back aren't quite hit by the Steel Garden, but Francis, nice and clean with it. Dombi extends, resets the fight. There's the relay bolt, but Governor's ready for it. He's had that judge. He was waiting to serve Dombi a bit of his own medicine.
How you like them apples? Francis and Margaret now. One from the front, one from the back. But still nonetheless noted by Talon. Goes in for a bit of a burst to buy the attention away for Francis to maybe creep up front, but at the same time, Cruz so ready to turn around. Meanwhile, Margaret has so many more targets. Goes in for the 90-degree flick, but then comes Primi right from underneath Heaven. Gets the shot. Talon ends the first half 9-3.
Yeah, we're just going to chalk that up to playing bait for Primi there from Governor. We're not going to read into that one too much, but I mean, the play here, the call, it is so good. And Governor, whether it was always meant to be the play or whether it's just a quick reaction, it doesn't matter because it's so good. The U-turn away with the blast back and just baits out the Steel Garden, and then there's people there to trade for him as he hides away in Cubby and waits for his weapon to come back. It is an absolute call from Cruz and crew as Talon now leads 9-3 at the half. And I mean, it's looking kind of similar to that T1 match. They just come to bind and Talon says, nah, when we play our map, things are going to be different.
Play their own map. They stick to their own game plan. They're going in this head fast and strong, especially on the attacking half. It does feel as though there's very little that can stop them. They're keeping true to their game plan of getting the spike down and holding a lot of fort space up against Nongshim as well. So this is where I start to worry a little bit. How does this composition look for Nongshim once they swap sides?
Well, some Dombi fans, as he's been getting a lot of fans around the world, win or lose. People love watching this guy play. But if you can't make it through the best of 3 today, that is the end of the kickoff run for either of these teams. And you can see Dombi feeling that pressure and just tapping himself on the head. We got Nongshim and Shinramyeon fans as well. See if Nongshim can try to keep another Korean team alive here in VCT Pacific, or if Talon will rise up as that last remaining Southeast Asian squad, and of course, the potential hometown heroes for Masters Bangkok.
Or if we will even see that third map on Split start things off. Nongshim a little bit fanned out across the map.
Talon is just a complete surround. All they want is one, and they'll get it for free. Primi, still good for it. Okay, the Baramish goes up, so he's still going to buy a lot of time. Now, are they wary of Margaret? It looks like it. Not sure if they heard, not sure if they saw, or if it's just a re-clear, but it's going to be a great wide swing, that's for sure. And now Talon leading in numbers 4-2. Nongshim, they're just going to split up. They're going to take the 1v1s. Talon, they were waiting to group up as 3, but that has spent a lot of time, a lot of space for them to have to re-clear. Ivy going to work on that delay. He can use that on a timing, and that's going to start to pressure Nongshim, or Talon quite a bit on this retake. So Cruz creeping in. He should find Persia. Yeah, they just had their backs against each other. And now he turns around, and that should be the call. Ivy now stuck on the site. The Han finds him. Governor lands the shot, and it is going to be the defuse. All 4 pistol rounds so far going to Talon.
That should inspire quite a bit of confidence for the Talon fans out there. But at the same time, Nongshim just trying to do what they can, being able to flood in the site. Stalling off towards spawn and coming back in for the attempt at a right click against Cruz as well. But at the same time, I think a lot of the Talon players have been showing a lot more potential, a lot more levels to their gameplay as well right now. I mean, Cruz namely finding a lot more frags. At the same time, Governor is just playing for the team.
Another double judge as well against Dombi's Neon here on the anti-eco, and another outlaw for Governor, which he was finding a lot of value with against T1. Set up for again
There's the Prowler, gets cleared for him. Well, they know he's stuck. Could just go for the spam through the wall. You know the seize is there, and Governor holds true to his faith, lands the shot eventually. Francis down. No information on that side of the map anymore. And now Margaret, he'll have to rejoin, but on this force buy here from Nongshim, it's not looking great.
Still okay for now. Primi to hold out Garden.
Oh, the grab net timing so good as well. And now Ban just needs to wait. It is a bit of a tricky angle. He has to make sure he lands the timing, and he'll just get the shots right onto Margaret. The Sonic Sensor doing its job.
Nongshim gets on the site, but not quite safe enough to really stick it through. They're going to try to do it inside of the 2, but okay, Dambi takes out Ban. Might have a big pick up 2. Ivy with the Guardian shots back in towards Elbow, though. That does even out the odds a little.
Persia resets. You've already closed off the other side with the Judge. Ivy, he needs to win these fights. He's waiting for the double swing out, but it's okay. Dambi gets it on the other side. Dambi's going for the swing, the slide, and the double pump. Dambi gets the 4K to keep Nongshim in the game.
Remember, bullets hurt.
Talent. You have four pistols. You have 4 pistols. You have 4 pistols. It's just Dambi. Dambi alongside the rest of the team. They were able to strike back against him. Ban tried to do his best to really hold, but down to the Stinger coming back with the assault against him. Ivy finding the shot in towards Elbow. That just gives a little bit more space as well. And down to it, even though Talon had the weaponry, somehow Dambi with the slides still finds the range on that Judge.
I mean, the crazy thing is Talon, they had to make the choice of, okay, do we close the gap or not? But Dambi just says, well, it doesn't matter. I know you guys have tripped a little bit. Meanwhile, double kills across the map. Margaret and Francis getting one each at long range, punishing Talon for that previous round. No buys on the side of Talon. Just 3 classics left, all grouped and huddled together in hookah.
I mean, you can't, there's nothing that you can really buy up. You gotta maybe get the utility to stay for the next round, and right now it's just Nongshim feeling that confidence in return on their attacking side. And I was thinking about it, but when you got Dambi this online and he's just able to do his thing, you got some range on the other side with Margaret on the Outlaw as well, picked up from the previous round maybe, or bought up, and they're able to really march in a little bit more now. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, so much time. They're just waiting to see if Talon, I mean, are you going to choose to push or not? Either you push or you get hunted down by Margaret, who is on the lookout for them. Now, nobody's expecting this. If the timing works out perfectly, okay, well, Francis is going to watch out for. He says, wait, guys, nobody's watching our back. I'll just make sure, just once. And they will find one more. Now, down to 2. And everyone says, all right, Margaret's already cleared the side. We don't want to deal with this.
And the whole time, Persia is still just kind of lurking, hovering around Market at the same time. He could possibly come back in. Spike goes down around B. You got Ivy inside of the TP, and he's just holding for it. Goes in for the double peek out. Talon probably looking to die to the Spike, or maybe look for the exits.
Yeah, I mean, right now the angles they're holding, it's just exits and then walking to the Spike, because most likely Nongshim will, the majority of them, hopefully pushed away towards that defender spawn, which is exactly what's happening. But look at Dambi. He wants more because he's got that teleporter right next to him, so he'll wait until the very last second. Oh, Primi spotted. He's got to watch out. He's got to make sure he can die one way or another in this round. So it's just going to be Ban with the double peek, and they'll actually get 2 for their troubles. Well, the plan works out so far, and Dambi will eventually close out the round.
Yeah, looking for another one still, but yes, there it is. At least some alt orbs or out points for Talon, but Nongshim able to come back in and clean up as well. So once again, not too bad for the upcoming rounds, but it is quite a bit for Nongshim to really claw their way back through to even out the gap.
Yeah, I mean, you miss out on one more round, and suddenly Nongshim is just chomping at your heels. So Talon will have to make sure that they're locked in coming up to this bye in the next round. Another viewing party over at the Busan Esports Arena, I assume.
Yeah, they got popcorn there.
They got all sorts of stuff down there, and they'll have even more for the finals, it seems, for Kickoff. I think a lot of people looking to get there, as we have a lot of Korean influencers visiting for the festival as well. But Nongshim now grouped up outside of Showers. Talon, they're just going to wait to see what the first moves are, looking to react to Nongshim's setup. Oh, Ban, just not assuming that anyone could have actually just crept through off of that haunt.
And then Margaret just answers back as well. So Nongshim knowing very well that Talon is going to kind of work as an elastic band. You get a reaction from one side, there's going to be movement on the other, and Nongshim just waits and holds true. If it's not util, it's going to be contact, and Talon pays for it.
Nongshim are just so steady to be able to find these one-on-ones at the same time as well, right? I mean, it's just Margaret on his own, but cold and isolated enough that he's able to find the one-on-one now back into it with the numbers. They can then retrieve information, and that's what the Prowler was for from Francis. Susses out that maybe not too much around the A site. They come in with a quick rendezvous towards B as soon as the barrier mesh drops. Well, that might have been a bit of a tell.
Yeah, barrier mesh just going to be destroyed as well. And it does look like Talon, I think they should just be saving here, just given the setup already, right? If it's A, let's go for the 50-50. If it's A, we fight. But if not, let's just get the barrier mesh out there and know if it's going to be that B side or not, because right now they need to carry over these weapons, because otherwise you're giving away 2 for free, absolutely.
And you just said early on as well, right? Like, this could be just that one round, and maybe Nongshim starts to chomp at their heels. Like, this is where I really start to think, at which point does Talon call timeout? Because right now they're starting to, you know, go away with not a great start to this second half.
I mean, in my head, if we look at the pattern from Frost and Jovi so far, the coaching staff for Talon, I'm imagining a timeout coming out next round. I mean, I'm imagining that they're just going to have to kind of refresh them on how they want to play the default, what needs to change, how you're getting your information. Right, make sure that maybe you use some of that utility a bit more early on to just secure that space and then hold it, whatever it may be, because if you're obviously holding passive with the amount of smokes that they have on Nongshim, it's going to be a creep in and a contact play. So yeah, you spend a little bit, but just a haunt, you're not getting too much for your troubles if they just blast it. So we'll see if Talon goes for a choice of maybe a bit more fight, a little bit more of a skirmish early on to clear out an entire portion of the map.
Maybe grouped up together to push out somewhere and find a little bit more contact and information, possibly, because from the previous rounds, it's just them all spread out across the map. This time, the 3 stack on B, and then the push out on towards B long to look for something, but Nongshim sprays through. Oh.
Yeah, that ult orb, they know that ban is away from just one. Governor trying to bait one in. A perfect timing from Margaret, but Governor gets out with his life, so he'll be safe for the time being. Meanwhile, they just wait for the smoke to drop, and Talon, it's a firing squad waiting for Nongshim. They finally get what they want. The grab net keeps them at bay. They should hear that. The pin getting pulled out. There's the Prowler just to be safe, but that gives him too much time. Francis stays alive and takes them all out.
How? He was not meant to do that. He was hit by the grav net, the grav well coming in on the other side, but he's still just spraying and bursting through with that Phantom down to just Governor. If he gets one kill, he gets the showstopper. Maybe an opportunity there, but you've got to find so much.
Razor Vines activated. Governor just has to skirt all the way around. They even have Margaret watching the back, so Ivy, he's going to be laser focused on this angle. It's a timing between the two, and he finds Governor first on the peak as Nongshim catches up to 7.
3 away from evening out the score. And the next round is one where Talon can't afford too much. Maybe a bit of a half buy or some upgraded pistols, but that's it. And just what an incredible round coming through. Talon had the adjustment, maybe the slight counter to be able to peek out and push with the firing squad. They even had the utility, but Francis was there to spray and pray and get all of them down into the ground.
Yeah, I almost think maybe a bit too much respect, right? They surely should have heard. I mean, maybe amidst the chaos they didn't, but the pin being pulled out from the grab net. Now, could it have been faked? Sure. But they hear that, then they want to activate the gravel. And then they say, let's play it safe, let's send out the Prowler. But that gives Francis time to pull out the pin, reposition, take a step back, and create an advantageous angle for himself where they are just following out of a bottleneck. And now Talon already getting caught up to just a 3-point differential.
Just down to all these tiny little moments, tiny little crucial moments where maybe not hearing the pin pulled out, or even just the Grefnet and the way that they peeked out, all kind of fumbling everything. But we'll see if this timeout can truly bring Talon back in from, well, I wanted to say the brink, but they are up 10-7, so if they can actually get a round back through, maybe just a few more rounds and they could reach map point. They have some ultimates in the bank, It's 4 sheriffs on their side, Talon.
Where are you?
And for now, just going to hold at spawn, look at their position. It's just 2 people out front to try to get some information. Nothing over by B, so it's not a full stack. It's not a rush. They hear some of that Vice utility, but they're just going to ignore it, and they say, okay, this is how we go for this 50-50 choice on an eco, right? Instead of just saying blindly, let's go for a stack on A or B, let's get some information on B. Let's make it look like we want more information on B. And then as we see no reaction, just Vice util, it's going to be a stack onto that A side.
Bit of a jiggle as well, so that confirms quite a bit of information. So the stars will be procced for the smoke, the nebula coming through. But at the same time, Bats is kind of afforded. Margaret gets to kind of slip through. Maybe find something, almost.
Yeah, but that's now 2 people that Noshim has seen. They don't need to go into the A site. Wonder if that changes anything. And Talon wonders the same thing. They're starting to think, okay, well, we're going to put down the barrier mesh as well, just to prevent them from getting into lamps. We're going to tell them that we are set up here, and Nongshim says, that barrier mesh, something's weird about that. We'll just say you guys can stay trapped in lamps because you have the shorter weapons, and we're just going to take the front of sight.
And they're going to spend as much as they can to really get those rounds in, just to even out the score against Talon. Nightfall sent through, they get the spike down, now they're looking to hold towards the back. Let Talon through, it's okay, we have the firepower.
Now Cruz, see if he can find a shot, but there should be a shear wall right in front of him, so he's just waiting as long as possible for a kill. And Margaret, he just fires off as he sees the Dizzy come out. You know the Gecko's right behind it, and he'll get 2 for his troubles. Now Dami going in for another for himself as well. Nongshim all getting the kills they need to, and Ivy will hold the gate. Margaret coming around, seeing if he can maybe get one more ult point. One way or another, he was hoping to get it, but Ban will say, you know what, I'm just going to look to go down to the spike, and eventually Margaret gets that ult point he so wanted.
Yeah, still gets it. Ban gets the kill. Nonetheless, it's the round for Nongshim. Talon just feeling the full force of Nongshim's contact, but at the same time, sitting on their ultimates, and you really got to wonder how they can possibly utilize those very crucial pieces of big utility for the upcoming rounds, right? They're sitting on that 10, looking to get to 11 to 12.
Margaret wanted the kill there himself, it sounds like. Showing some expression, showing some life. Started to really wake up yesterday against RRQ, and now continuing, leading the board for his team at 14 kills alongside Ivy. The op finally comes out for Governor. This is another thing that Talon shined at. They were able to set up Governor and then rotate everyone over to the other side. And so far, similar setup, but the one Prowler from Francis draws so much attention away from Talon.
Just kind of keeps him there on towards the B site. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad looking to go back through in towards Showers. You do have Jit Boys watching the angle. Oh, okay, Dizzy doesn't spot anything either.
I mean, Nongshim, and they creep all the way into Showers during all this time. They're finally going to spot somebody, but there's the Steel Guard, and so knowing that they should have the weapons advantage, there's the overdrive as well. Dombi, okay, I was getting a little afraid that he might chase all the way through because he does that sometimes, but for now, Nongshim will secure that A site.
Spike planted.
Able to hold. Margaret does have Snakebite as well, but okay. Bit of a Nightfall right back at them, coming out from Cruz.
Yeah, just one tag, so that's going to be the full chase from Thrash. Lamps pushed all the way through, but the Razorvine prevents a follow-up from Talon. There's a fast lane coming back up as well to deny information. Mask, if anyone's, refilled the site. Now Governor jumping through, Showstopper online. Nongshim will just wait for it. They still haven't heard the spike being tapped. Eventually gets Dombi from close range. You've now taken over the site, but can you survive the util? They can't quite knock away the molly. Half done by Wingman. Persia gets taken out. Francis deleted from Showers. One more for Cruz, and it all comes down to Margaret, but he just doesn't have the vision, and the defuse comes through for Talon.
The game plan to just try to stick and stall, but unfortunately Talon were able to come back in quick enough, just feeling it and going back through it. Thanks to that Nightfall, thankfully, from Cruz to be able to stick that round all the way in up to 11. The Wingman getting the spike down to halfway just added value as well, right? I mean, if that wasn't there, maybe the Snakebite could have done a little bit more, or maybe for Margaret to get within close range enough to find some sprays, but thankfully Talon sneaks that round right underneath them, and there it is, 11 to 8. Still sitting on the Cosmic Divide, and of course that operator out from Governor as well, back in towards B-Long once again.
Yeah, once again, it's a setup. He finds more than one, I believe, and just going to back out. Rushes for the shot, but more than anything, the fact that your operator stays alive, he repositions immediately to Hookah and calls for backup over from Primi.
Still trying to hold, but back in towards this A site. Nongshim quickly rotating over. Jitboys continues to jiggle for information, but it's a little bit risky.
There is a heavy stack on B from Talon, still not able to make up their minds. Now they get the contact, and Nongshim reads this accurately as well. They know that speed is on their side. The rotations so far have really been going as they have intended, but this time, Jitboys trying to play hero on the site. He is chipped down to 29. He's got to back out.
While he backs out, Dambi holds on towards Lamps. Viper Spit comes up from Margaret, and this is going to be Nongshim's to hold. They're trying to keep this fort space as much as possible while Talon tries to launch an assault from the other side, just around the pit. They're going to try to break their way through it.
All right, the Molly just really making sure nobody can actually come through on the pit. Right now, Nongshim just making it so hard for Talon to find any entry, whether it's from above or in front. But Primi starts to break through the line. Jitboys joins him, so does Ban. The pit goes down, and it's just a clear field, and Dambi gets taken out by Primi. Talon now at map point, looking to extend this to split.
Masterfully dissecting the pit. They keep themselves surrounded on the site, and in with that grab net, possibly the Prowler out from Cruz as well. They were able to clear out quite a bit, and because of that, the multiple peeks in through it, they were able to still, deal with Nongshim's utility or the ultimate at the same time. I mean, Nongshim, they had some positions as well. They were still able to hold despite the grab net and everything, but Talon's forces were just a little bit too overwhelming, and that's that map point then coming out.
And that's going to be the timeout. Nongshim, I mean, they had a heck of a long day yesterday. They would love to try to finish things a bit earlier tonight, but Talon says that's not going to be possible. So Nongshim, it's going to be up to the coaching staff to see if they can come up with a solution. Try to take this all the way to overtime.
Yeah, on towards a round like this, I do wonder if Talon will use Nongshim's timeout as well to really try to go on a bit of a push out on the defensive side to try to deny Nongshim from setting up their executes.
See what the discussion is here from Talon, because quite frankly, overall, I think the last couple rounds, the push and pull from Nongshim fairly effective, but Talon just making sure that they don't take any unnecessary risk, really staying disciplined if you're the ones on the weaker site, making sure that you're ready for the retake. That operator's still online as well here for Governor, and that's something that Nongshim just hasn't quite solved.
I was wondering about that, but this time Governor is not on B long. He's actually marking the angle towards A short.
Switching that up every single round, as any good operator should do. And Nongshim seems to be a little wary of a potential push out. Now the smoke looking to basically act as that fake. Try to draw them in, try to let them know, hey, you could try to get some more information over this box, Governor. He's just watching that one angle. Cruz has his back. He saw the ears of Vice, waiting for an opportunity, and Cruz, it's just too many members. The fake out works completely. Governor trapped now in the back of sight. Shorty v Shorty, he decides to not run away. His decision, it will not be, as Margaret guns him down.
He fired off one shot, but as soon as he started feeling a little bit more, and as soon as he missed that one shot, he knew he had to try to get away, but the blast pack, just not enough propulsion, and they were able to spray him in the back. So just as soon as the round started, just as soon as we saw that toxic screen curtain fall, the whole round was over.
I mean, Cruz wanting to get a bit more information, see if anyone's peeked over, because they saw the Vice still hiding behind the box the last time Governor checked. And Talon, they wanted just a little bit more, and they paid for that curiosity.
Oh, Dambi.
Yeah, Dambi just looking for quite a bit more value, 3,100 creds. All right, this time I'm fine with it. It's not like he's overextending before the round is over. Well, maybe Francis pays for a little bit himself, but they will look to try to take away whatever weapons, but it will just be Nongshim losing out on their own. And Jitboys looking sharp.
I mean, sure, but this is Talon at map point, close to their ultimate. I guess, yeah, you can just go for whatever you can get if you are close to it anyway.
Yeah, but this is really where things shine. Margaret chasing through, knowing that the site was empty as well. Good news for Talon is, yeah, Jitboys still looking confident, right? He didn't overextend on that hero play 2 rounds ago as well. So they still have 3 more chances. Cosmic Divide still online, by the way. 3 rounds in a row for Jitboys.
Hasn't quite found the opportunity to use it. But right now, okay, Nongshim earlier on the A execute, this time thinking about pushing in towards Hookah. Ban
up on the tube to spot them out.
Yeah, really going to be trying to mask Jitboys' position, but nobody getting tagged there early on by the Arc Rose. Eventually it gets deleted, so they know at least somebody is still watching over by that B side.
Still, though, quite a bit of question marks with the Fog of War on the other side, so maybe going back to the initial plan of slipping through from this toxic screen, going a little bit faster this time. Nightfall at the same time as well to push any potential onlookers away, but Primi inside of Lamps not quite hit by anything until Dambi slides in though. It's just Governor on the backside now, and Dambi comes in just as aggressively.
Governor thought he could hold on. He wasn't tagged by the Nightfall. He tried to reposition. He thought he had an angle, but Dambi is simply just too fast for these players. I mean, Primi, he wanted the fight. He tried to line himself up against that slide, but Dambi gets right under it, and he's able to take out the entire site.
Yo, he's too fast, too furious. It's not Tokyo Drift, it's Soul Drift. I can't believe how he's able to just turn the whole round away just by taking down 2 players. Now Talon has saved. We're 10-12 effectively.
Well, Persia will meet his fate. That puts Cruz 1 away from the Nightfall, so Nongshim does have to be careful, but Dambi wants his overdrive as well.
Ooh.
He says, I'm fine giving you an ult if I get it myself. Eventually, they will reside with the weapons in hand. And the big question becomes, does Nongshim go for a timing play in this next round? Because the past 3 rounds in a row, they put pressure on B, and then they immediately rotate A. They make A weaker, and they just don't miss out on that timing. They're able to get through. Even this time, Talon, the Prowler out from B main is just a bit too late. They started the rotate, but by then, Dambi is already all the way through Lamps. So if Talon adjusts here and Nongshim gets that read perfectly, then that would be one heck of a read from Francis.
There's a chance, but I don't know, man. I'm feeling the tension right now. It's 2 rounds for overtime.
Orbital strike right at the ready. Oh. This is going to be another set play. They used to do this a lot with the grab net towards Showers, just keeping them trapped in. Make sure they don't have a choice. It's going to be Orbital Strike on Lamps this time. Just allows Dambi to try to pinch onto Showers if necessary. Dambi gets slowed down by the Dizzy. There's a TP that comes through, but the Nongshim team, they are already on site. Francis, he's going to gun down at least one, but he catches sight of 2 more members. Spike already planted. Ivy waiting in Bass, gets taken down. Talon, they might have an opening to finally try to close this map. Cruz finds Persia, not looking. Nightfall used. Talon just need the one Cosmic Divide. They're not close by the short side, and it's just going to be a swing out, and Primi will make sure that Talon has one more map in him.
Closing out the second map, 13-10. Talon, they meet Nongshim's force with their own forces down in this final round, just pushing out, just holding out from Showers, right? Taking down these players bit by bit, always keeping the advantageous ratio on their side. So unfortunately, Nongshim not quite having the numbers. You know, they had the execute, they had the plan, but it couldn't quite carry them right over that hedge. So all the way through, down into it, we're still keeping true to Talon's confidence on this map of Bind.
Yeah, honestly, it really just comes down to Talon being one step ahead, because it did look like with the Orbital Strike on Lamps, Nongshim had that read. Okay, they keep setting up one person in Lamps. That's where they're hiding. So even if they stack, we're going to be able to get through this a little faster. We can really just blast this site open. But Talon says, you know what? We're not able to hold on to Lamps. That's just not worth holding on to. Let's just make sure we're able to push out of Showers and just immediately rotate through TP instead of taking the long rotation around. And perhaps it's Nongshim just assuming Talon won't adjust too much, but Talon stays just one step ahead to make sure they secure that last round and brings us to a 3rd map, keeping the hopes of SEA Valorant alive.
Yeah, especially for a team consisting of Thai players as well, looking for that ticket to Masters Bangkok. I mean, speaking of the Thai players at the same time, earlier on it might have been quite a bit of moments from Primi, but this time Cruz stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, you love to see it when the IGLs of any team are able to lead by example. As Cruz not only making the calls, but landing the frags as well. Getting that space as that initiator, getting that info for the rest of his team so they can focus on their fragging power. And now they'll have to muster up everything that they have planned and show us what they truly wanted to do on this split map. But before we go there, we'll send it over to our lovely analyst to break down the action.
Is the host lovely too, Chobra? or just the analyst? Oh, he's giving me the maybe look right now. Well, Talon is looking lovely on Bind. They've definitely figured it out. I think there were a couple rounds there where they weren't playing how they were playing the other day.
Yeah, I think their attacking side was the more impressive of the two, to be honest. Their defense, there was a couple of little questionable rounds, but they managed to get things righted right at the ship, right at the end of the game. Nongshim, though, you saw from them, especially in that second half, some flashes of the kind of things they used to do on Bind. Now that they've mixed the Neon back in, you see that same level of pacing, and you can see them really feeling themselves after they punished a few mistakes from Talon and got their money together and started to get the ults rolling. It looked like they were almost going to stage a bit of a comeback on that attacking side, but they just started a little bit too slowly, I think.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting overtime there. We thought, you know, Nongshim were really making that comeback. Talon managed themselves well to close out this game. We saw them saving up the ults, dumping them into the big rounds just to kind of keep you chugging forward towards that 13 score, which is how you should do if you're up by a lot. But Nongshim really started that comeback there. We were feeling a little bit worried.
Yeah, I think we were, and I asked you guys at home or watching from wherever you are if you Pacific likes overtimes. Enough of you said no, but you know, Split is on the horizon. We are going to break that down later, and I think that's a potential overtime map. Talon, again, we've talked about this agent composition, and Talon has really managed to figure it out. And I was even talking to you guys, asking you guys, why would Nongshim start on defense?
Yeah. So I felt like because Talon showed an incredibly strong defense themselves. So if I'm Nongshim, having seen that, you want to put Talon on what you would perceive to be their weaker half. But I don't think it worked out like that at all. I feel like Talon showed a much better attack half than they did the other day. They got to show a lot more of it, obviously, and then their defense didn't seem like they were able to be as stable as they were against T1 because of the pace that Nongshim were able to bring.
Yeah, I think, or lack of pace, really. Like, Nongshim started quite slowly. They were actually punishing a lot of Talon's mistakes in that initial half, but yeah, swapping on the sides that I would be expecting as well. For Talon, I think, you know, their attacking side, they got a lot of value out of it. Cruz was having an excellent game for himself. It was kind of the tie core that dragged them through that game. Governor, I feel bad for the guy because on attack he's just kind of playing his role. And when he was getting the entries, he had a great game. But this is one of the games where, like, they had a good attacking side. He's just sending it in. He's literally doing what he's been told to do. He's trying to create space for the rest of the boys, and they had a good attacking half. So job done from him. It's really more so on the defense where there was a few more mistakes, and where in the other game, Governor was a bit more of an op presence, right? And in this game, even when he got the op, he unfortunately, you know, wasn't able to come up with the goods. But sometimes that can happen when you send a duelist player in so much on attack. That can really knock the confidence.
Yeah, he's a role player. I don't want to see any Governor hate. I feel like he did his job well in that first half. He's going in, he's making space. We saw it in the game against T1 as well. He's fast and in, and then he's making space for his team.
Yeah, going into these replays now, and look, Nongshim, this is why you play Vice and Viper on this map. B is just such a stronghold, man.
Yeah, we can see how they're disguising that sheer wall behind the Viper wall here so that you don't really know it's there to trip it. It's a really nice little wrinkle while we see them bring the Viper back there.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about, these fast set plays that Talon want to do. Execute heavy right from the pistol round. We question, how will Nongshim defend this? But these bathroom crunches with the Brim Smoke on default was really, really nice adjustment. You can see Persia drops the Brim Smoke. It cuts the site in half. They crunch from B long through the TP into showers, and they just tackle things one at a time while forcing Talon into a weird position.
Yeah, we could have crossed the second half now, so Nongshim attacking and Talon on the defense. Now, this is where things definitely slowed down a little bit more for Talon, but we see how they're just fighting across the map here, really managing to open up these picks as Talon were kind of walking into them.
Yeah, Nongshim just kind of slow defaulting a lot of the time, and they're picking Talon players for free, and then you see a little bit of a trap work well for Talon. They actually land a lot of utility, they get some kills, but then they kind of overcook, overextend. They're trying to triple peek Francis and take him out, and he sprays them down with the Phantom. And this is where some of those moments, like I said, in that initial gun round, 2 picks for them, and then Francis comes up with a multi-frag, and then Nongshim really looked like they started to feel themselves. They got the money rolling, they started to get the ults rolling, and I thought we were going to end up in OT, but it was really, I feel, partly due to maybe Talon a few little overpeaks, maybe a few little mistakes that got Nongshim their confidence and really slowed down their ability to close out that game on defense. But once Talon got their stuff together, got their money going, they were able to actually finally get it done. And you got to give this guy some props because this guy gets a lot of criticism as well out there. A lot of people say that Cruz, you know, can be a weaker fragger at times, but he's got a lot on his plate, guys. Like, he's got to, you know, manage a lot of the game plans. He's working with the coaching staff. He's probably translating some stuff, and he's trying to IGL. Like, that is a lot for any one player to do.
It's an insane amount for one player to do. So the fact we're seeing him at the top of the scoreboard should be heavily commended. So well done, Cruz. I think, plus it's so nice when you have your IGL at the top of the scoreboard in a way where it's him saying, like, look guys, if I can do this, you can do this too. I'm going to lead from the front here. I'm going to step up and be the guy. If you need me to do that today, that's what I'll do. And so it's good. He dragged them through that map, like we said, gets them to the map 3, and at the end of the day, if they win this series, no one will remember that map being a little bit messier.
Yeah, that's right. And you know what? The IGL was also the MVP of map 1 as well.
Yeah.
To win the map and your IGL as MVP, I think that's something really special there. So again, I agree with you guys, what you've been saying about Governor and Cruz and their performance today, and that they're playing their roles, and sometimes beyond. Now, we're chuckling a bit about splits. Split is going to be a little bit of a dicey one. I think it's going to be a little scrappy. It's going to be a little messy unless they've learned to clean things up. Now, we're talking about Talon's comp. It's very interesting.
Both of them are.
I think they're both very interesting. And Talon, one thing I wanted to see, maybe even in the second half of Bind there, is confidence. It's very much needed for the playstyle and obviously the kind of playbook they have. I think this is the same exact thing for Split. For this kind of team comp, you need to be aggressive, and we didn't see that last time.
This is an execution-based comp at the end of the day. You're playing Teo Breach. There's no hard info gathering outside of the stealth drone. You just have the Yoru to make space and a lot of very juicy set plays that you can run. You don't have any hard sentinel either, so there's no hard hold on the site other than Astra anchoring with the stars, as well as, like I said, execution-based util. So I think this is a comp that can be very hit or miss. It was very miss against Global, but I don't think that they necessarily were playing it well on that day.
Yeah, that lack of sentinel, as well as it kind of being slightly detrimental for your side holds, it also means no passive info, which is really big. So you're running that double duelist with that double initiator, so on defense you have to not be afraid to get aggressive. And if you're, as we say, if you're going to get aggressive, you got to start winning those fights. That's something that didn't really work out too brilliantly for them on Bind, even if they did manage to close out the map. So I need to see cleaner execution, high confidence, like no fear. Let's go get them. That's what they need to do.
Exactly. There's no Poppy now anchoring one site, so I feel like they should be able to go in. But you were talking about how kooky the other team's Nongshim comp is as well, and they're sticking to the Neon for this.
I don't know if they're going to play the same comp for either of these teams, to be honest. I didn't really feel like they were playing maybe their real comp against the side of Zeta, but for Nongshim, they're going to back themselves with a couple of little changes. It is once again Neon Cypher, but without the fade, they're going to mix in the Teo, which Francis was very good on previously.
Big changes for Talon, though. They're going back to Cypher Deadlock. This has been a classic. We've seen lots of other teams run this, and having that Sky as the initiator. Sky can do a lot on this map. We see the dog get a lot of value up mid, but for Nongshim, they need to be counting this utility. It's about baiting out the dog, it's about baiting out the nade. That's going to be the key to Talon.
Yeah, it's only the single init util on the Sky. I totally agree with that. Talon playing a bit more standardized. Nongshim trusting their style, but once again, this is the same for almost every map for Nongshim. Just small adjustments, just making small tweaks game to game to game.
I'm very excited for Split. We got new comps, and we got two teams who have been a little shaky on this map. Let's see how this goes. We're going to send it back to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Split. Always bangers on Split, only bangers on Split, and of course as a map 3, we hope for nothing less. Nongshim and Talon. Yeah, we were talking with the analysts before the match as well, talking about would there be comp changes, and I think most of us agree that Nongshim probably going to make changes one way or another. For me particularly, just because it seems like they've been really warming up to that Tejo, and it's great to see Francis continuing on it, but Talon saying, okay, we're not cooking anymore, we're going back to something a bit more standard.
Yeah, hopefully standard gives them a little bit more assistance, but right now Nongshim, especially with that Teo, does allow them to move across the map a little bit more fluidly. Altor picked up, Margaret still trying to hold outside of a ramp.
Yeah, he knows that there's at least 2 people here, so he calls for support. It's going to be a little bit late, so he has to run all the way over to mid, and they're just going to say, okay, if they've already pushed out that far over to A main, we're just going to try to take control of mid.
and take control of mid. They will. Dambi further back into possibly stairs as well. I mean, I don't know where he's going at this point. A little bit out into rafters, back into stairs, back in towards the B site, alongside the rest of the team. Scylla Margaret has to hold off stairs now. The Boombot finding a lot. Dambi back in underneath Hell with the right clicks.
Yeah, Cam finally getting cleared out as well. Dambi was stuck there with the grab net, so eventually he will be able to escape just a bit late. Salvo going to allow for Dambi to go for the wraparound, puts that pressure on. So Talon, they now can't go for the immediate flood. Ban has to watch for the flank, and that keeps him tied up. Dambi making it sound like he's escaped, and that's just going to be the bait for Ban. But Primi already now pushing through from the side. The defuse is going through. Can they make sure they block it with the util for the time being? There's the fault line support. Primi will escape just in time. Dambi lands one at long range, and he's trying to fight the swing around. 24 HP, but Primi wins out, and eventually Persia, can he get here on time? Not quite. The defuse goes through.
They body blocked all for good old Governor to stick the defuse. Man, what a team to be able to win all 5 pistols for today like this. So good, but at the same time, I mean, the game plan for Nongshim to really bait and push all the way towards the back of spawn. I think it was good, but at the same time, it kind of worked against them just because Primi was able to find a lot of these impact frags. The fact that he was able to hold them off for so long gave Talon the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, opening up that site immediately, recognizing that it's going to be a split all the way to that back of alley. So now Nongshim on an eco. Just 1 or 2 pistol upgrades here. Sheriff, Ghost, and Frenzy all across the board. Now on the other side, once again, double judges. I mean, Talon, if there's one thing that they prepared today, it's to make sure that they have the weaponry to shut down Dambi's Neon.
And it has worked out so far, especially on Bind. Shall see that kind of carries forward. Right now, of course, though, Frenzy in Dambi's hands, I don't know.
Well, the dog does get drawn out. The Des talked about it. That's the one piece of utility. The Frenzy not able to quite land the shots. Where's the swing around? Where's the trade? Oh, Primi with the transfer of the Bulldog. Once again, the Sentinel of B site. Governor now arriving, absolutely pushing them away. And so that lets Ban know, hey, just get us information on the A side. See if they've ever really quite rotated.
Not quite yet.
And Jip, boys, you heard that noise. He's waiting for it. There's the bait out. He doesn't care if he's stunned. He's got the distance closed in. And at this point, I think Nongshim probably starting to wonder, man, are they ever going to stop buying judges? Because it is there every single round that they have the opportunity.
You do wonder if Nongshim's ever going to switch up their pace a little bit. But right now, just Francis on the classic. Able to get a dig here and there, but unfortunately no kills. It's going to be Talon to clean things up.
So 4 weapons carried over. Always a pretty big investment from Talon, but they're able to at least carry over whatever weaponry they have. Now, obviously, especially on the defense, you get the Judge. I mean, it'll have some value. You are technically at weaker weaponry, but now it's going to come down to that positioning and the default hold from Talon. So we'll see what the read is from Cruz.
Certainly could work out really well, especially on their defensive half. On this map, too, there are just so many spots, mail room, screens, the Judge, or even just top of A ramps and some of these, behind some of these boxes where the Judge can find quite a bit. Nongshim, though, previously, a lot of B garage alt orbs being picked up, this time straight in towards A with a full buy.
Yeah, I'm liking the salvos going deep into ramps. You're ready to fight close, clears out, you know, behind the box, behind the wall, right at vents. And then you had the extra stars as well to make sure once you take that space, you're able to hold on to it, that it would be disadvantageous for Talon to try to immediately re-clear. So, all right, this is something we should continue to see, whether it's mid or ramps, almost every single round from Nongshim. But then, yeah, how do you draw out some of these guiding lights? There it is, the trade with the stealth drone.
There's one. Oh, the suppress is good, but the sonic sensor is pretty interesting as well. I mean, they're going to have to trip that at the very least. Dambi will be able to note it once he's close enough. There it is. And while the
yeah, breaks it, waiting for a swing out. I mean, again, it's the bonus round for Talon, so Nongshim is just kind of playing, all right, well, where are you guys hiding? Like, where are the judges? Where are the other weaponry? Where are you trying to just kind of bait us in to an easy fight? Dambi just trying to bait out a stray shot or two. Margaret will try to blindly fire as we see the spike get planted. It is planted for Heaven, and you do have Ivy waiting by ramps.
Still just holding, spike down, and of course Talon trying to flood back in. Can't wait to see what they're gonna do. It's the annihilation straight out from screens.
Yeah, it just lands right there in the corner, all the way across the map, and that's going to pull one member away. Domby now has to fight for his life on this side. It's not going to work out. They're already all there. I mean, you might have some utility, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You have the fault line, trying to get them off of it. Keeps them at bay. He lands the shot from long range. That gives Margaret time to swing around over to Heaven. They're still fighting for their life. They have to get through. They have to get the spam, but Chip Boys, oh! The shot comes through from Persia, and that is just in time for Nongshim.
So close to it. He swapped over the Classic, hoping to defend the diffuser as well, but unfortunately to no avail. Persia just quick enough to recognize the situation, look for the angle in towards that spike. So close, so dicey in so many of these moments, but down to it all. Both teams really fighting neck and neck in some of these moments. Almost getting the bonus for Talon.
Yeah, it takes out all the weapons though, so you get that round win for Nongshim, but it doesn't mean too much when you're back down on Sheriff Santa Bucky. Sure, one away from the Armageddon, one away from the Cosmic Divide, so if you can get an early kill, there is some opportunity to try to bring things back in this round through those ultimates.
Nongshim will go back into something a little bit safer right now, just looking for something with the Sheriffs and a little bit of pressure outside of B. I mean, similar to that rubber band from before, if there's a bit of pressure somewhere, Talon's going to start pushing somewhere else, and that's what Margaret's looking for, but inside the cage, a little bit too clear for Ban. He gets the spam through.
Man just has the spidey senses when he's watching across from screens. We saw that against GE as well. No, a lot of utility use. Dobby tries to answer back. That's a good relay bolt. Only good for one kill though. Premi gets traded out by Francis. He's good for 2 kills. Jit Boys with the transfer shuts down the main forces, and Talon will lead 3-1.
Oh, you gotta love it. Whether or not it's just the transfer, I mean, I think he dodged a bit of a flash as well, maybe. It's just so darn quick and clean with how he's able to land that, and because of that, Cosmic Divide up and ready and online for him as well.
Yeah, this is just a timing shot from Ban. Understanding, as someone who oftentimes is lurking on this map himself, just what the time is going to be from Margaret. There's the ante, like you said. Then a nice double kill from Jit Boys, just holding strong, and an immediate timeout. I mean, you consider even the round they won, you know, it was just by the skin of their teeth, and they had to lose out on all the weapons, so that should tell you that it wasn't the position you wanted. You didn't have the correct read against that retake, even though you even had the better weaponry.
Yeah, we'll see what Silkanon is going to try to provide to them, but at the same time, I do think they are building up close to some of their ultimates now, so possibly able to convert some rounds with those pieces of utility. But at the same time, you know, if we're thinking about how Nongshim has to, well, yeah, draw out or wait for, you know, bits of the Sky utility or the paint shells and everything, they also need to keep in mind, you know, where Primi's position, how they're going to work against things like the Gravnet and the barrier.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is, even if he doesn't use the util, unless you force him into a bad position, Primi's always going to be happy to take that first fight, whether it's Domby, whether it's somebody else. He's confident. I mean, he's been through just everything on that ladder, trying to get to that rank 1 position on every single act. So, yeah, we'll see if Nongshim has an answer. Now, I was wondering if Talon would try to push out, try to get ahead of these ultimates, and if Nongshim would maybe wait for him. But right now, both teams just going to take the areas they always can first.
All right, and right now what's worked for them is this A-Ramp's pressure. But okay, immediate star from Jit Boys just to try to hold them back.
Now, Talon, they've left that A site open. If it's going to be ults on the site, they're happy to just give it up as long as they hold on to Heaven. It's a very clear game plan from Cruz, the IGL. Stealth drone gets sprayed down, but this hides Governor on the side. Yep, there it is, and now the crossfire begins. Margaret and Domby down. That's going to be the tip of the spear, but also the flanks just completely erased from Nongshim.
Oh, and Primi out for another angle hold as well, up against Francis, down. The spike stranded, and it's just Ivy to try to slip on through inside screens.
They know.
Unfortunately, Persia falls.
Yeah, and the guiding light checks as well. So Talon this time just reading the entire setup of Nongshim. I mean, that guiding light checking if Ivy, you know, did you sneak through? Because we aren't seeing you anymore. We saw that utility early on with the fault line. So now Ivy will just hold. If he can save it, he'll be happy to carry over the Phantom. But if not, he will fight for his life, try to get that Rolling Thunder online.
30 seconds left.
To kind of carry that all the way over. I mean, close to their ultimates if they can work up to it, but why not? Otherwise, just for the rest of the first half as well, Talon has already built up quite a bit of momentum, and this is a Talon that truly looks and feels ready.
10 seconds left.
Talon, that confidence coming back up one by one. Governor only one away from the showstopper. He'll actually just have to take the orb. That way you don't even give over the ult point over to the other side. So Ivy still 2 away, but showstopper now online. Talon is feeling great in this first half.
When you said great, I heard like Frosted Flakes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's the best way to start your morning. No, we are not sponsored.
No. But yeah, I mean, that truly is, you know, how Talon is feeling right now, as if they just gulped down a delicious bowl of milk and cereal. They're just that good with how they're able to read it round to round. Even picking up the ult orb, Ban was right there and ready to trade off if needed. But at the same time, I mean, looking at the next round now, you have some ultimates to work with, maybe to fend off Nongshim, who have a bit of a half buy. Back in with the salvos, and Dami once again trying to create a bit of that fake pressure this time, while the rest of the team straight up mid.
Yeah, so starting to play a bit more macro here, but again, I look at the immediate re-clear from Cruz. He just steps away from the salvo. There's no further smokes to mask that information, so he gets up close. Now, he should recognize that there was a pass-through, so he's just going to hold. See if Dombi tries to get curious. Oh, and Dombi finds him right at the edge of the smoke, guns him down with the stinger. Gravnet does catch him. Does the Baramish trap him? I don't quite know, but the relay bolt will keep Primi trapped away, and Dombi in your face, and that's a triple kill for the Stinger, now traded for the Vandal, even picked up the spike. He is all over this A site.
Deep smoke from Jit Boys, from Persia to hold off back at screens as well. Showstopper from Governor tries to try to retake space though. Paint shells to clear out elbow, but Dombi pushes out against him. Governor trades, and down to Margaret alongside Persia, just Governor with low HP.
And the cam makes sure that he's trapped up, so they know that he should still be stuck somewhere over on screens. The cam will keep an eye on him. And there it is, smile for the camera, Governor. The street take's not looking good. Down to 30 HP, Margaret picks up the kill, and it's a classic Dombi round for Nongshim to bring them up to 2.
Absolutely nuts and ridiculous with how he's able to pull that off. Quick with the stinger and the movement straight out ramps. I thought it was like some kind of a bit of a fake, but then immediately, as soon as he finds that contact against Cruz, gets into sight. The fault line from assistance from his teammates as well. But because of that, he was then able to take down the next player, pick up the rifle to take Primi down. So much value.
Yeah, he said he wanted the one to get the aces while Texture can keep his 4Ks, but for now he'll get the 4K. We'll see if it leads to a win just like it does for Gen G. So they still have a little ways to go to catch up. Talon still up at 4 rounds. Sonic Sensor set up on the A side, and now the trip in mid. So they can watch for it with a trap play early on, but if they need to push and pull, they'll be happy to leave that area of the map open as they'll have that passive information.
Well, at least right now, Talon going back to try to hold out around ramps, especially with Governor right around the sides. The Grafnet to swing out though, but ooh, not quite able to find the peak against Nongshim. Instead, Nongshim holds, and because of that kill, now the site is opened up. Armageddon to hold off further space as well, just to secure the spike plant.
I don't mind this Armageddon. They're playing it very safe. Obviously, it doesn't provide much more value, but you had 0 insight into who else was on Heaven. You just saw one pushing out, and you got to imagine there was going to be backup because you saw the Gravnet as well. So just in case there were more, they use that. They're going to be able to get the plant, and now with them having extra ultimates as well, they imagine, okay, as long as we spread out and keep our angles covered, this post plant should be safe, and that's exactly what's happening. Talon saving their weapons onto the next round.
It's a solid plan, especially that Armageddon. But at the same time, for Talon's side, now looking at their economy, yeah, this save makes sense. You might also want to start thinking about maybe the timeout? Because Nongshim has been repeatedly taking so much pressure, so much space up around A ramps because of their setups. And Talon, maybe a round before they were able to hold safely off towards the outside, conservatively enough, especially when Governor was up around the ropes. But with the upcoming rounds now, where they start to let that slip, you got to find some kind of solution to hold that off or to work around it.
Yeah, small adjustment in this previous round, but obviously not the one they needed. And so the coaching staff will call for a timeout and try to regroup with the rest of the players in the server. The biggest question being is, okay, we deny Heaven control, but that means they'll just plant and push us away anyway. I mean, of course, that time they had the Armageddon, but other times it's been Dombi just constantly pushing immediately into elbow or pushing against screens. And then they never quite figured out, Persia's lurks. A couple of these rounds, he's just super safe, far away back, and eventually regroups with the team. And so Frost, sharing his mind. Oh, yeah, and it sounds like okay. Yeah, he's liking what he's hearing. I saw a yes there. It sounds like Cruz saying, okay, I get what you're putting down. I'll pick it up. We'll go back into the next round.
Hopefully being able to inspire more confidence for Southeast Asia's last hope right now on this final map. You got to imagine as well that you're working against a team like Nongshim that has been tested through and through. And now you really need to test yourselves, your mental, all the way against them.
This goes here.
Feeling a bit of that pressure as well, considering the fact that this is elimination after all.
And look at this, off of the timeout. Okay, we pressured A side enough.
Straight to B.
Yeah, it's going to be a full A setup. Now, I like what Talon's doing, though. Put up all the delay possible on A side now. We can't deal with it. Let's just delay him. But that means we're going to heavy stack on B in case this is another read. There's the Rolling Thunder. They will empty the site. It's an immediate flood all the way back in. They're all already outside, ready to pop out of Raptors. Ban already on the site. He's not going to be able to get it, but Cruz good for the trade. Governor guns down B. That's the overdrive gone. Still a trade even, but Margaret with the drop down. Governor swivels on a dime. Ivy all alone, 1v2. Still no information about Jit Boys, and he will arrive in time to secure the round for Talon.
What a timeout conversion. I mean, just the perfect setup, the perfect possible read. I mean, best possible setup that they could have. If Nongshim was to repeat, their same setup from before, all that delay util on A would have worked out. But because they had the 4 players up around the site, because these 4 players were able to find their kills, they were able to turn everything upside down. Nongshim, they still were able to flood into the site. The Paramesh came out just in time, though, thankfully for Unprit.me, but at the same time, because Governor was able to spin around, find these kills, take down Margaret, the whole round went towards Talon. 5-3 now. Back to the next round. 4 stack up on mid.
Yeah, just waiting for the trap with the tripwire. It gets shot. There's the spray. There's the paint shells. There's the grav net. Just outside of range from the paint shells. Domby's going to count his lucky stars for that one. Ban holding it off angle. There's the drone. Immediately swinging out in front. I don't mind the attempt, but he couldn't land the shot. Didn't want to wait for the drone to get spotted first. Wanted to swing out while they were waiting for the dog there on the ground.
He didn't have information that they were holding that far up close, so it's a little bit unfortunate. As soon as he peeks, his barrel's immediately spotted. And because of that 1 kill now, Nongshim gets to flood and rush in towards the A site. Jit Boys, though, will be able to try to hold inside of the Nebula alongside the Annihilation. He swings the 2nd kill out. Ban with, Primi with immediate assistance. Now Governor inside of sewers, tries to get ahead, but unfortunately shot down by Ivy. So a 2-on-3 scenario for Nongshim.
You have that Cosmic Divide, but this seems very impossible. Talon, meanwhile, they want to keep the lead. Seeker's going to be used. Both of them coming from this A side. Both of them coming from A main. Now all the information needed. Talon doesn't have to watch their backs. Primi's just going to hold an off angle and screens, and everyone else making sure they have a crossfire. Yeah, down on the site. And Nongshim will go for the save.
10 seconds left.
A lot of value from the 1 timeout. Talon looking better and better. Just being able to work around it. You had the 4 stack up towards mid with how they were able to get the read for the rest of the map as well. Quick on the rotations, just to fend off A.
Well, the Cosmic Divide's not finding any use from either team just yet. Yeah, Ban, unfortunately, just not able to land the shot fast enough there. Meanwhile, 2 people, so they can take away the drone and the member swinging out. Nongshim fast on that one.
Let's see if Nongshim does find a way to kind of adjust back into this. Talon, though, still keeping things varied up across the entire map. Stars up towards mid, a bit more pressure from Nongshim, but once again, just picking up the alt orb from Garage. Well, ooh, this time, Margaret a little bit caught outside of ramps. 3 players looking to try and spam him down. Oh, just for 1 second, the cage goes off and they spotted him.
Yeah, no way to get out of that one, but that's good util investment because now you can keep your eyes set onto that B site. You've got some tripwires just for delay, just to see information on the setups in the post plant. But they will slowly get cleared out 1 by 1. You still have control of Valley, you still have control of Heaven, so it's not a bad shot for Talon as they look at a 5v4 retake, but a nice first shot from Francis is going to even things up.
Cosmic Divine right there to block off Garage, but still trying to keep them pinched down around the pillars. Nongshim will continue to fight. Unfortunately, though, Ivy falls, and it's just Persia, who has been noted, tries to swing out around it, but 2 targets, a little bit staggered in their positions, and they're able to gun him down. Talon with yet another round, a successful first half so far.
Yeah, really good double swing out wider as well. Just understanding that there's a good chance that Persia goes for another swing out right before the second ping, trying to go for a timing. A lot of players will go for that, see if they can pick off one more. And this way they make sure it's still a 2v1. So Talon holding strong amidst the chaos. But I also want to give props for the switch up on the setup, right? This time again, you set up for, hey, if Dombi goes in deep with the, against the tripwires, we're going to find him, but they're not going to get taken out easily by the early salvos. And this way we can reposition a little bit. Now another stack of utility onto A, and this time we go over to B. Now what are their positions? Because Nongshim just read, okay, it's tripwires, middle of the site, it's in the back of site. You guys going to leave and then try to rejoin on Heaven. So curious to see if Nongshim tries to strike through mid.
Well, they were thinking about the alt orb at first, but right now, maybe truly back in towards mid. There is a star there from Jit Boys, though. 2 players to hold outside of mailroom. Nongshim with a creep up.
So Nongshim, they will just have to kind of battle through right now. 0 information. They only have a little bit of vision in through B garage, but no information, quite frankly, on the A site. They're just watching to see if anyone's pushing aggressively with that camera from Margaret. So playing a bit scared. It's a high-low. He spots one. Might have spotted both, in fact. So he's going to back away. Notices that it's the Sky. Getting that information. Stealth drone. Dombi holding close, but immediately Governor says, get the heck out of here! And he will shut down the Neon. No entry for you.
So good so far. Talon has been able to meet Nongshim every step of the way. Now, possibly with the paint shells as well, to continue to fend them off and hold. He holds such a tight angle up around the edge of Rafters, while the rest of the team here to ready and play around it as well. Cosmic Defy comes up, and that's the signal for Governor going for a quick peek. Takes out at least one. Margaret down to low HP. Jit Boys onto the other side. Flicks the angle up towards Heaven and continues to hold outside of Garage. That's Persia down. All that's left, Francis out from Hell, trying to find a bit more spacing, but tied and stunned up. Primi gets the final frag. Talon up to 8.
Really good plays from all members on that B side. Governor with the first shutdown. And then immediately we're going to see Jit Boys, when he realizes, okay, Margaret's been tagged up, he just wants to make sure that he can keep his eye on main, so he quickly swivels back up to Heaven. And then look at this reposition, making sure that Persia doesn't have that pre-fire. It's just a lockdown. And yeah, Governor's got to feel good about that one. Full decision and full hold on his own up there on Heaven. Just a little bit of supporting utility.
Absolutely capable player, for sure. Right now, last round of the first half, trying to hold. It's back to that A default from Nongshim, but this time it's the full team right around this side. It's just looking to possibly full send it. So far, salvos, relay bolt even spent, but nothing really found just yet.
Oh, the salvos being used nice and early just to clear out space, but this time they'll make sure they secure it. Up through Heaven, it's a crossfire. Governor, he's caught out. He just wanted to wait to see if Dombi would repeat, but that is going to be a surround here. Primi needs to win that. He's going to hold on to Heaven. That'll keep Nongshim locked up just a bit. Allows for his teammates to re-enter. Everyone is tagged up. They still don't expect Dombi to remain there. And now it's Ivy. It's just a ping pong back and forth, the bait and switch. Dombi swings out again. Primi's ready for it.
Alongside the dog, Ivy holds really far back just to keep them a little bit interested or create enough pressure that they're going to keep thinking about that towards the back of their minds. Meanwhile, the rest of the team from Nongshim to hold around the site, screens, as well as the back of elbow.
Ivy wasn't spotted by that guiding light, so there's a timing here for him to strike back. It's a nice crossfire for now on the site between Francis and Persia. Francis not able to win it, but there's the fault line. The annihilation to keep him at bay. It does land, so Ban, in a 1v1, you just need to win this fight! But Persia says no!
Such an incredible effort out from Ban. The annihilation. Smart and forward thinking, he was able to land that, but down to the final shot. Unlucky with how Persia was able to read that and play ahead of him, crouched down at a bit of an angle against him as well. Still though, it's not too bad of a first half for Talon. This ends in a 4-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the minimum you would have wanted, just given how you were looking coming into it, getting that pistol again. Feeling fairly confident with the switch up to a more now traditional composition. But unfortunately, despite the quick turnaround on that Annihilation, originally thought about using it to clear the site, they're not able to secure that last round. And the more worrying thing is Nongshim, they're just enjoying themselves again, just like they were yesterday, playing 42 rounds on map 2. I'm just saying, we're just playing some Valorant here on the biggest stage in Pacific. The worst case, we just get better for stage 1. What a mindset to have, not much to lose. Meanwhile, Talon, not only did they go to champions, not only did they finish as a top 4 team in Pacific, but they would love to return to an international stage at their home ground. Back-to-back international appearances to finally start to silence the doubters.
Yeah, you could truly see the just the comparison of the faces on both ends of the spectrum right now on both teams. Smiles from Nongshim, a little bit more tense and serious on the side of Talon. They are feeling that pressure. Of course, a little bit more comfortable with the 8-4 scoreline in their favor, of course, but we'll see how this all shakes up in this final half of the entire series. Talon starting things off on the attack.
Yeah, Governor, just a full setup, half armor on top of the blast packs and a frenzy, so he is set up to be a little bit of that raid boss. See if it's going to be successful. Smoke comes out, but he is not going to stop. He jumps all the way through it, lands a headshot onto Persia. That opens things up for Talon immediately. It's a quick turnaround from Heaven. There's a good tag, and Dombey jumps down, but Primmy's ready for it. Trade from Francis, but Spike's still down, and Ban still hidden in the middle of the map.
I think he hopped over, so he was kind of hurt out by Francis, and there it is. A shot from the flank, picks up the ghost, and maybe a slight opportunity for Nongshim to find a retake now. All the way through the back of garage, actually.
Yeah, just banking on the fact that there is nobody in garage. He'll have to quickly clear it. The flash just to keep their attention tied up. Jit Boys found. There's the stun. Pushes him away. Don't think he was hit, and Jit Boys is ready for it. That's a swivel 180. Ivy now pushing forward. Has to find the 1v1s, but this is one of the worst angles for it. And Jit Boys with a triple will give Talon every single pistol tonight.
Everyone, 6 out of 6. Just unbelievable with the performance thus far. I mean, they've always been good to start things out this way, but especially with some of these players in their hands right now. I mean, effectively in that final 2-on-1, a crossfire setup, but also Jit Boys to hear and spot everything out. I mean, he has kind of been the rock for Talon right now on this map.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see that because that was what he looked like when he debuted in Pacific 2 years ago. But he started to feel that he needs to make some hero plays here and there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But here today in this matchup against Nongshim, returning to his original self, holding faith on one part of the map. This time Talon all grouped up. It's a fast push out from mid from Nongshim. Not sure if they quite suspect it because they have nobody watching it. Turn around, waiting for it. They're ready for it. Governor with 2, connects onto 3. Already halfway there for the showstopper.
Just so cognizant. And now off the other side of the map as well. Okay, and a rotation's already over. It's just Margaret to hold her up around B. You're alone, you got a classic. No way this happens for Nongshim. Talon, they're happy to launch this death march straight into the A site. There are some trips around, so maybe an opportunity for Francis to get away with a kill or 2, but not too much. Actually, not gonna be finding anything.
Yeah, Salvo's used as well just to try to get a cheeky kill. But now, not going to find much. He gets quite a bit of chip damage here and there, both on the Governor and Jit Boys. With those straight right clicks. But Governor, he's on for the ace. He already picked up the orb as well. He'll get his showstopper if he wants it. He finds Margaret. Margaret, you got to run. You got to run. They're coming for you. Oh, the ace is inside, and Cruz says, we want the round. We don't quite care about the ace.
Yeah. The round secured. Also, a little bit of an alt point for Cruz is always good value. It's always good. 10-4 is such a good score for Talon to be in right now. You can see the player cam, keep your eyes on that. Once Governor found this 4K, he starts to smirk a little bit as he starts that hunt and pushes, the final player all the way in front of the Cruz.
That's what I wanted to know.
What?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know because, come on, that one looked like it was worth giving over. But either way, only 1 point away from that showstopper. If you can get an orb, it's going to be an explosive entry trying to get Talon up to 11 off of their bonus.
Starting things off. All right, 4 stacks straight into garage.
Yeah, Persia. I want to try to deny that ult orb. Jit Boys takes a lot of damage, but that is going to be the orb given over. Showstopper online. Domby with a nice 2-tap with the judge.
Yeah, Ben getting a little bit too adventurous possibly. He's just trying to find as much information as possible around the A site, but now you found it. It's a judge around the top of ramps. The rest of the team will have to work with what they've got now. From garage, from mid. Dog doesn't find anything much outside of male.
Persia, he's waiting for them to try to creep in, maybe with just contact. There's the gravity well, but Governor's already passed it. Finds one, finds two with the Guardian. A 180 opens things up for Primi.
Oh my god. And that's the site now. Possibly spike planted as well. Baramash instantly to block things off. Spike picked up. Or at least able to just get that plant in while Cruz holds back site. Look at Francis off from heaven.
Sonic Sensor heard close. So Margaret quite well aware of it. Primi finds sight of Francis. They each know the position of one. Cruz still holding all the way back, trying to get a little bit of a heal onto Primi. Margaret finds this opening, but there's the Sonic Sensor. He's caught in the trap. Francis with a headshot. He still knows that Primi behind that pillar. Low health, salvos to push him out. Wants him to come into the fight, and oh no! The salvos did their job, but Primi did his as well!
Oh my goodness, of course! When it's just Primi, he's able to deny it outright. Salvos and everything, and he just didn't care. He knew that that was his one job, get the kill. And he brings it home. This is now a Talon up on towards 11. And at the same time, Nongshin that's running out of chances, facing elimination.
Such a long match for Nongshim yesterday. They came in looking strong on that Lotus. Just told the world that it doesn't matter if the data's out there, doesn't matter if we've had to grind the night before. We're here to continue. But perhaps the tank is finally running low as they struggle to find a solution.
Is this what it takes for Nongshin to run out of gas? It's 2 overtimes in 2 different years and so many games. Who knows? But right now, yeah, it really has been quite the journey for them. With the timeout being called now, looking for any possible solution so far on their defensive side.
Off this timeout, Spirit still relatively high for Nongshim, but we'll see if that can lead to victory once again.
Light shields, some slight upgraded rifles. Wait.
Should be a tech pause. So we'll wait to see. Looks like perhaps just a quick gear check off of that timeout.
Whichever side that might be. Francis was sitting on an Armageddon. But otherwise, so far, just thinking about their defensive side for now, you know, maybe looking at some retake opportunities with the composition that they have, but otherwise still facing a bit of a tough time currently against Talon. Oh, well, that was quick.
Oh, well, quickly solved, right back into it. Talon. Showstopper still online, didn't have to use it. Guardian was all he needed on that bonus. There's a timing and a ping, but Tomby, you gotta watch out. He's been flashed, he's been pushed back. The relay boat does its job, though. Domby, good for 2, just taps him right out. There's Yarmageddon. That pushes him way out of the entire zone. Spike now dropped.
I have retrieved the spike.
Quick off the timeouts, finding a bit of a pinch against Talon with their supposed execute, but right now, Jit Boys finding the shot through mid as well. 2 on 4 with the spike picked up, a quick race towards the B site. Is it enough though, truly? It's gonna take quite a bit of time for Ben to reach his destination.
Yeah, Domby's well aware of it. Jitboys just has to go out. He has to get kills. He has to get more space, and he needs to win this fight, but it's just not going to be enough. Ivy's way ahead of it. Jitboys does not expect him to already be at that angle. The salvos will keep them at bay. Now they know for sure because they have vision of ramp as well, and Nongshim will get that shutdown off of that timeout.
So 5 to 11. Not too bad, but you still got quite a bit of a journey to go for. Light Shield still in their sides. Well, Talon, might be able to play around that for the next upcoming one.
That's one timeout, one round after it. We'll see if it's enough to continue all the way through. This Talon, they still have now more ultimates, still nothing used. The Stinger's bought up, one of the few teams in the Pacific to continue to utilize these Stingers when they're just short on economy.
It's a really significant advantage that Talon will have with all these rounds in their bags, but okay. Spam through around mid at least notes that there is the Teo really close.
The most important thing is going to be that they recognize that there were Stingers, so I'm a little surprised that Francis was holding close, just trying to go for that off angle. But it's multiple people here. Dombi, good for one, but it's an immediate trade. There's the Annihilation that eliminates the members. Nongshim, this isn't the fight you thought you wanted. And now a pinch on towards that B site. They're setting up the barrier mesh. Persia, he just needs to hide away. He's been spotted! He's been spotted right there between the smokes. He's holding on with the judge. They want to find him. There's the hops through and the trade for Primi. And Talon looking to try to finish this match just one step closer.
Eagle-eyed.
Margaret still alive. Calls for the Cosmic Divide. Talon they just want to get to match point. They don't want to risk anything. Would that Singer buy? I will say that this is a worthy investment. If it secures that match point, keeps you 7 rounds ahead. 7 chances is quite a bit. There's the Sonic Sensor. They know about it, and there's the Gravity Well. Jit Boys securing his own destiny there as Talon now reach match point. 1 round away from retaining their top 4 spot in VCT Pacific.
Just so much stability thanks to Jit Boys. I mean, a bit of that, possible read from Nongshim, but unfortunately not the one that they were looking for. And Talon were just able to strike back in full force. At the same time, because it's just a Stinger buy, this is a half buy. Even if they lost a round, Talon can still buy up, but thanks to that, it's free upgrades. Now Governor has Showstopper, Cruz is close to Seekers. This is gonna be hell for Nongshim.
Nongshim wanting to hold close. They don't like the hits that have been coming onto that B side. They rely on their firepower, but now was not the time. He's passed the salvos, a rocket of his own in hand, and B side opened up. Dombi is close, but you gotta respect the Showstopper. Just gets blasted close range. Make sure no one's right around the corner. There's the barrier mesh. It spots Dombi as well, so you know the backup has arrived. And look at Band's position, holding all the way far back. Talon feeling so safe in this post plant. All angles covered. Sonic Sensors still alive. Stealth drone, it does get popped. We'll get one ping, but there's the grab net. Dombi slowed down. He's stuck on it. He wants to get away, but he gets taken down. And Primi will help bring Talon to yet another top 4 position and couple steps away from Masters Bangkok.
Just feeling that confidence, right? Feeling that energy. Talon surges forward with that win from behind, carries it over onto Split. Nongshim tried, they had some answers, but not so far enough that it brings them close to the end. It ends with a 13-5.
Southeast Asian VALORANT isn't dead yet. They're continuing onward, still hanging out at the top, trying to bring international spotlights onto the scene as Talon rise up and continue to soar up from this lower bracket.
Still though, I mean, what a run it has been for Nongshim, right? I mean, a round of applause to them because they have been serving us with some of the most entertaining VALORANT so far, especially players like Dombi and, just the full runs on maps like yesterday. But down to the end of it all, Talon.
Repping that Talon capsule, the new one for 2025, and just looking happy, relieved, proud, all sorts of mixed emotions, but at the end of the day, a positive result to continue on until next week. They'll have a couple days rest as they look for one extra couple matches to get to Masters Bangkok. For now, we'll hear from the winners themselves as they just wrapped up this match.
Congratulations, Talon Esports securing top 4 and also getting one step closer to Masters Bangkok. Now we're enjoying our winning moments. I need Jit Boys and Cruz. All right, I'll give you the microphone, Hector.
Too many throws.
All right, too many throws. But come over here, guys. Cruz and Jip boys. Stand over here. Here's a microphone for you. And Cruz also. 자, 이렇게 해서 탈론 e스포츠 선수들, 집보이 선수와 크루즈 선수 만나보도록 할 텐데요. 가장 먼저 이 프로스트 감독님이 경기 끝나고 마이크를 좀 이렇게 드렸는데 너무 많이 던지더라 라고 얘기를 했는데 크루즈 선수 어떻게 생각하는지부터 한번 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Congratulations you guys. You guys made it to top 4. Masters Bangkok one step closer. It's so close, right? But Frost just said too many throws, too many throws. So anything you want to say about that, Cruz?
Yeah, we did misplay a lot, and we could have done better. Our first map is still horrible, but I think we are getting into our rhythm, so I feel good.
사실 오늘 경기 잔실수도 많았고 1세트는 진짜 호러블 했는데 그래도 탈론이 슬슬 이렇게 리듬을 찾아가고 흐름을 찾아가는 것 같아서 정말 좋다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 집보이즈 선수 오늘 굉장히 큰 활약을 보여주기도 했는데 지금 승리한 기분이 어떤지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. And what about you, Jit Boys? You showed huge impact today. How do you feel about today's win?
ก็ไม่รู้ก็รู้สึกปกติเหมือนที่เคยทำปกติ
You just feel like it's just another day at work. That's it. It doesn't really feel much like he's just here to play.
그냥 뭐 특별한 건 없고 일하러 왔으니까 밥값 하자라는 마음으로 오늘 경기 임했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 좀 특별했던 게 사실 바인드에서 농심이 조합을 바꿔가지고 왔는데 여기에 대해서 탈론이 컨택 플레이로 잘 응답하는 모습이었거든요. 좀 누구의 콜이었는지도 궁금하네요. Now, this one's for you, Cruz. 농심 Red Force, they switched their comp up on bind, right? You guys answer right back immediately with contact play. So whose call was it? Was it yours or was it Frost?
In game, I think it was my call mostly. But then the game plan was just I just need to read and react to the game.
크루즈 선수가 이제 딱 경기 흐름을 잘 읽었고 사실 그때 이렇게 리액션을 취하고 이렇게 반응하면 좋겠다라면서 경기에 임했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 집보이 선수 사실 이 마스터즈 방콕이 또 태국에서 열리잖아요. 좀 마음가짐이 다를 것 같은데 어떤 마음가짐으로 킥오프에 임하고 있는지도 들어보고 싶습니다. And for you, Boys, and you too, Cruz. Masters Bangkok is literally in Thailand, right? So what is the mindset for kickoff? I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys really, really, really want to play in front of the home crowd.
เหมือนแบบว่าคือจะได้ไปเล่นที่มาสเตอร์แบงคอกหรือเปล่ารู้สึกยังไงแบบว่าที่มาสเตอร์แบงคอกคือที่ไทย
ก็รู้สึกดีครับแล้วก็คิดว่าต้องไปให้ได้ครับเพื่อไปเจอคนที่บ้านเรา
So he feels good that we have the Masters in our own hometown, and he really wants to be in front of our own crowd, and he wants to play in front of everybody there. So, yeah.
홈타운에서 열리는 만큼 팬들 앞에서 꼭 좋은 경기를 보여주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이어서 다음 경기 젠지 아니면 DFM을 만나게 될 텐데 혹시 누구를 만나고 싶은지 집보이 선수에게 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Boys, next up will be either DFM or Genji. Who do you want to face?
Genji.
Okay. Was that Texture telling you to pick Genji?
No.
Okay, you want to meet Genji. All right. Okay. What about you, Cruz? 일단 집보이 선수는 젠지 텍스처 선수가 자기네를 뽑으라고 얘기를 했는데 그런 이유에서가 아니고 젠지를 만나고 싶다고 답을 했는데요. 크루즈 선수 그리고 감독님은 또 누가 올라왔으면 좋겠다고 어떤 사전에 얘기가 있었는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Who do you want to play next, and who does Frost want to play next?
I think we want to play Genji.
Okay.
Because we got smacked last time. Yeah, so I want to, get back my revenge.
Okay. 젠지를 만나고 싶다고 얘기를 하면서 아무래도 저번에 만났을 때 두드려 맞았기 때문에 복수를 한번 제대로 해주고 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 잠깐 제가 여기서 돌발 행동하면서 텍스처 선수 네, 뭐 답할 거 없어요? 복수해주겠다는데?
열심히 하도록.
Texture told them to try their best. Okay. Now, thank you guys for the great interview. and hope you guys have a good game against Genji or DFM. All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 탈론의 두 선수 만나봤고요. 이어서 농심 레드포스가 1층에서 팬미팅을 진행한다고 하니까요. 현장을 찾아주신 팬분들께서는 농심 레드포스 선수들에게도 굉장히 많은 응원 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. Now, thank you guys for the interview, and also we have 농심 Red Force fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby. Please join them and say thank you for a great game. Now, that's it from all of us on stage, and let's enjoy your winning moments with highlights. Production? Highlights.
All right, let's get the highlights going. Thank you, Jen, Premi, and Cruz. And you can see there, Cruz, in fact, was translating, and we were talking about how difficult his role is on this squad. He does have to translate for this team. Not everyone speaks Thai.
Yeah, he's a real leader. I mean, it takes a real special player to do that. We said before, Cruz has had some criticism in the past, but he really does carry a big, heavy burden for this team. He's leading from the front. We saw him have a great individual performance today. It's hard not to root for him. I like the guy. You know, he's doing a lot.
Yeah, Talon is a systems team. You know, they play some funky roles. They change things up. They have their own approach and their own spin on how they want to do things. And when it works, I mean, that split game speaks for itself.
Yeah, it's worth noting, you can't play as flexibly as Talon do, and you can't change as much as Talon do day to day without having incredibly smart players. So this style shows that Frost has a lot of trust in his guys to always be ready to adapt and to conform to whatever they're trying that day.
That's right. We know who our most flex player is in Pacific, but I have to say Talon's probably the most flex team here in Pacific as well. And I'm really glad they cleaned up a lot of the issues that they've been having, not just last week, not just the week before that, but for a while. So they figured out a formula today.
Yeah, I mean, they're still just so inconsistent. Like, they even mentioned it themselves. The Lotus game, even round to round, they would be like, oh, we know Persia and Danby plays Rubble, and then the next round they would run in and get absolutely domed by the exact same setup they just countered. I think Split was a great read, though. They definitely won this game in the veto. I mean, this is just not really a map that Nongshim has had a lot of reps on in a long time. I didn't buy that they were going to run that same comp against Zeta that they ran again, and they did make some small changes, but Talon was the team that was definitely one step ahead. Primi's been very comfortable on the deadlock. They went straight back into something that's a little bit more of a standardized pick at the moment, and they played it excellently.
I mean, I think I've never seen a team get so much value out of Deadlock. Deadlock gets some hate for being, you know, underpowered, and some people have said, why on earth would you pick Deadlock? I think Primi's showing a lot of good stuff. They had a lot of neat little setups, and also the value he's getting with the ult is quite rare. You don't normally
see it. He hits almost
it.
every ult, bro.
I don't think I ever saw him miss it.
Yeah.
That makes the ult incredibly powerful. That's obviously the biggest downside, is you can just whiff it and it's 7 or 8 ult points, whatever it is, gone out the window. But no one is Primi. He seems to be connecting.
I think for that ult to work, also the comms with your team needs to work really well.
Yeah.
So that means there are a lot of things that are the chemistry on this team is starting to build up. They're starting to find themselves here. And we were talking about their mid plays last time they were on this map.
Yeah, I feel like Talon really understood their defense. This is something that they did continuously throughout the half, is they would force away Nongshim away from mid. Here we see them come back, they force them away from B. This is basically penning Nongshim into going towards A, and we see in this round, Jit Boys end up having an amazing anchor as Nongshim are trying to come in. Plays around his own smoke beautifully, dodging the stun there, just so smooth. He's stunned up by the deadlock trap. The Annihilation comes in again. This is perfect game planning.
Yeah, both Jit Boys and Primi had excellent games in map 2 and map number 3 here. And I think Talon, I mean, you can see they're forcing Nongshim to play at their pace. You talked about the mid-trap already. GrabNet Nade is such a strong combo at the moment. Looking at some of these rounds here with the salvos, I mean, those are some nice salvos back sight. But what I really wanted to focus on is just the fact that we have salvos being invested every round by Francis at the start of the round on Nongshim's attack. He's playing against Deadlock Cypher, which they haven't seen Talon play too much of before. So they don't have the read on where the Sentinel util is going to be, and time again, they're investing the salvos, and it's not countering any of that Sentinel util, and it's making their life very difficult on attack, and you could just see Talon take full advantage of that.
You have to be able to break the traps, especially against Deadlock Cypher.
And especially when you're running Neon.
Yeah,
there's no raise. They don't have paint shells to break the Senti util. Danby just needs to rely on his team to break the trips for him, and it's not happening.
Yeah, paint shells are a really easy way to do it. We saw in the off-season, right, when G wanted to play the Neon, they brought in the Sova, because you have to be able to break that trap. So then we see Nongshim try it with the Teo, which in theory is a great answer, but it's not if you're not connecting. I feel like the Deadlock and the Cypher had free reign that game, especially that defense arc.
We talked about Talon playing the execution-based comp. I mean, it was the same thing that Nongshim was basically running in that game, and they just weren't executing it right, unfortunately.
Now, Primi was our map MVP, clearly, on the Deadlock there, but who is your match MVP?
Jit Boys was fantastic this game. I picked Jit Boys. I mean, Primi had fantastic stats, but we know Primi's going to get his numbers, so I really wanted to give Jit Boys a lot of props, especially maps 2 and 3, the maps that Talon won. His anchoring work was phenomenal. He's great in that controller role. You can even throw him in the Senti role. Kind of similar reasoning and similar skill set to what I talk about with Karen, where I'm like, oh, I could set in my suit, like my team segment, whatever you want to call it. I pick Karen in my Senti role. I think Jit Boys has that similar kind of skill set where you saw it on that split A site. Positionally, he's just so perfect playing around those nebulas and diving in and out of his smokes, creating those little pockets of safety and catching his opponents off guard.
Yeah, he's so sharp as well. I feel like when we talk about consistency with Talon, I think Jit Boys is one of the more consistent players on that team. I think we see him topping the scoreboard time and time again. He had a great year last year. And on the topic of consistency, top 4 again for Talon.
Yes.
So there is definitely something there. Something is working.
Oh,
down on that
absolutely.
stage.
All I have to say is to Talon and Jit Boys, soy mak. And now let's look at where we're standing here on the score. Big time is big timing here.
I'll take that. Jit Boys helped me out there, match MVP.
To be fair, I guess we do have 3 of the players from the game just now on your squad.
That's
so
true.
Are you feeling confident, Pilski, going into match 2?
He's already got the 1 MVP, so that's going to be a really rough run of things. I think I'm going to lose again today after setting records yesterday. I'm about as consistent as a lot of the teams that have rocked up to Kickoff.
Well, to be fair, we did do the vote. We did the coach vote, and majority of viewers actually picked your team today. So they'll go down with you. Whatever the penalty
they have
is.
just as accurate predictions as we have here on the desk.
Exactly. Well, I don't know what the penalty is for today. We'll be discussing that later. We do have a second very exciting match coming up, but we're going to go on a very short break, so don't go away.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? And it even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Kickoff, where everything is always a surprise at the start of the year. And we have another giant here in the elimination bracket. It's Gen G.
Absolutely. It's strange to see them in the lower bracket in a sense after what they managed to pull off last year, but here they are fighting it out against DFM, another team that we didn't expect to be here, but maybe for a different reason.
Yeah, no, definitely not. They've been on a bit of a hot streak, DFM, but for Gen G, really feels like they're getting outdone a little bit by some of the other Korean teams who are showing their excellence up there in the upper bracket. They've been very rough around the edges. They've been very slow to start in a lot of these games, and that is not something you can afford to do against DFM after what they've been showcasing so far in this tournament. When these guys are on, you know, you can't be waiting 8 rounds just to get the boys warmed up. You got to make sure you get in the game nice and early on.
I think that perfectly describes any successes they've had so far. That's exactly what's been happening. The coaching staff still remains really strong. They're figuring out a lot of things, but it's happening really, really late in each game. DFM, on the other hand, could be one of the top 4 for the first time ever.
Wow.
And we've seen the rise of Jian and just why May want him on his squad. He's finally shown up.
Yeah, most of his standout games have really come on Abyss though, especially the last 2. I still haven't seen him flesh out and develop a good play across the whole map pool. For me, I think Akame is definitely the standout, or Akame right there with May. I think those 2 are by far the best 2, but you really can't go past that GN performance yesterday against Paper X to show just how big of a ceiling he has, but he really is not hitting it all that consistently just yet.
I mean, it's just so refreshing to see DFM this late on in the tournament. After the last 2 years of DFM, they've kind of, you know, they've not had the greatest of success, to put it mildly. But it's so nice to see them turn it around, you know. They pulled out such a huge upset yesterday. They're going to have so much momentum coming into the day that, you know, we saw them backstage a little bit. They're all happy. They're having a great time. So it's, can you pull off another big upset again today?
You know, their pre-match meal ritual seems to be McDonald's. Like
I respect it.
Having a lot of success with it. Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Some fast food buff. Now, this leads me to this graphic, and the guy who made this graphic, his name is Andy, and he's slowly removing it from the hard drive. It was a clean sweep prediction for Paper X on the Korean side, on the English broadcasting side, and even from the audience. So after yesterday, this completely changes our prediction for today, and you can see how convincing DFM was playing, enough to have a 50-50 split with the talent and almost with the viewers as well, with you guys as well.
What is with you guys though? Like, it's always you 2 against me on the desk every time. You guys are like, I feel like there's a bit of collusion going on the desk. Like, I'm just like, I think these guys are pretty good, and then they, you know, both you, Morgan, and Vic, you guys listen to me and you go, nah, we'll go to the other team.
You know what though? If you look at all of the talent prediction rates, we're mostly around the 50% on average, meaning most times we're half wrong or half right, depending how you want to look at it. But that means how hard it is to predict this kickoff.
It is hard to predict. We don't have all the information. We're not inside in these teams. The teams have a much better idea on how close they are. They're scrimming against each other. We're simply looking in from the outside and we're giving our best guess. That's all we can do. And yesterday it wasn't good enough. And I did not want to get caught out again. I don't want to be called a hater.
I'm just hearing a lot of excuses again for not many results, to be honest, Morgan.
Well, we also have our 2 star controllers. Well, at least a superstar controller, Karen, and Jian is the controller for DFM, but he's been slowly stepping up. Like you said, Pilsky, it's been a little bit inconsistent, but he's been finally finding his footing with the game against Paper X of all teams.
Yeah, a massive game on Abyss against Paper X, it has to be said. Karen, another player who you can say has not hit his ceiling at all this tournament either. Yeah. He's had flashes of what he was able to achieve last year as, I think a lot of people agree, the Rookie of the Year, so I think he needs to wake up. I think a lot of players on Gen G need to wake up in this series, and there's no excuse. The coaching staff will be able to sit there and watch DFM play already. They've had time to prepare for this game. If they drop this game against DFM, then Gen G need to have a serious think about what to do heading into stage 1.
Also, we saw that interview with Jen yesterday where he said, I'm gonna come for you today, Karen. I want to take it to you. I believe him right now. I think he's just going to sprint it. I don't know what map it's going to be on, but I know
mid and shorty him.
He will go down mid and shorty him.
Respect.
Now we're starting to see a lot of the maps being revealed throughout Kickoff. Both of these teams have been playing it. There is not much overlap here. How are you feeling about this, Big Time?
I think we're definitely going to see Abyss. DFM have kind of shown time and time again that it's their comfort. They're 3-0 on it.
Yeah.
I would very much expect them to go back towards that today.
DFM is the team that they'll just go for what they're comfortable on. They're just going to go for their confidence picks and try to play their style. And they change it up a little bit as well. We've seen them already change their Pearl comp up quite a bit. And on the other side of things, Gen G, a team that just plays the same comp over and over and over again, even year to year. So I don't think they're going to be changing too much either. I don't think there's going to be many surprises in this video compared to what we get from maybe a Talon series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here, especially when it comes to Korean teams and Japanese teams. They stick to what they know and what's been working. And like you guys have been saying, Abyss is the very first one on the block, and DFM picking this, absolutely not surprising. They have a plan for it, and it's been working.
Yeah, I think Gen G play a little bit more of that kind of standardized comp that we're expecting. You know, it's a double init, so it's going to be somewhat of a mirror, which we already saw DFM have been doing pretty good in a lot of the games that they've been playing against other teams, playing that mirror. Lotus, I mean, this is Gen G's stock standard up there with Bind. They love these kind of Viper maps where they're able to play that strong comp that they're used to playing. They have a very deep playbook. And then Haven, I think, is going to be a great third map decider. I really want this to go to map 3 because DFM in the off season and against Zeto, who's been the solid Haven team, loves to play this map. And we've seen already some bangers from Gen G on that map. So I really hope this one goes third.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think this is going to be fantastic. I completely agree with you. Haven being that third map is going to be absolutely fantastic. Now, both of these teams for Abyss like to play the more traditional or the new traditional comp for Abyss.
Yeah, the only real difference here is we see DFM opting for that Astra as opposed to the Cypher. It lets you default a little bit easier, especially towards mid on your attack. That's something we see DFM like to do quite a lot. But on the flip side, the kind of opportunity cost of that is your anchoring isn't quite as strong and you don't have as much passive information.
Are we watching Jinbong or not? Are we watching Jinbong anchor on the Astra
That's
or
not
not?
fair.
You're talking in general, right? Because
I'm talking about pure theory.
No, bro, Jinbong on the Astra, that's the magic. He's just
Very true.
He's hiding inside of his Astra smokes. He's putting the nebulas up. He's bobbing and weaving inside of the smoke like we saw from Jip Boys in that last game. So I have a lot of faith in Jinbong. That's going to be fantastic work from him. And I agree. It's great to see the mid control you can get with the double smokes. You can cycle the smokes in the post plant and things like that as well. So yeah, very, very similar approaches and similar comps. And look, DFM did used to play the Cypher, but they're liking the Astra a little bit more now.
Well, let's send it down to the stage and welcome the two teams, DFM and Gen G.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Gen G have collected some of the biggest accolades last year, but this season they're struggling to stay afloat. With the core of the roster still here, Munchkin, Karan, and Texture, perhaps they can rise through the lower bracket once more. However, their opponents are DFM. Japan's last hope has a completely new look here in Pacific as one of our potential top 4. And the question is, are they going to be able to slay another Pacific King today?
I mean, it's a huge ask. They managed to pull it off yesterday against all the odds, but today is no easier for DFM. let's not like count our chickens before they hatch. DFM played a great game, but it's another mountain that they have to climb today.
There's the guy who's hopping on the bandwagon, predicting
I think they can do it.
It's all about vibes, bro. Nothing that happened last season matters.
But look at these vibes. How can you deny it? They have new toys. They had dinosaurs yesterday, and now they're pulling out the tigers from Gen G.
Yeah, I like it.
I love it as well. I mean, you can clearly see that they love playing with the vibes. They've got a vibes guy. Everyone says how important that is in Valorant, right? And I think for DFM, look, they beat a Paper X that was a very sad-looking Paper X yesterday. As far as I'm concerned, they've got to prove it again today against Gen G, but Gen G have also got to step up as well. They've looked very shaky at this tournament so far.
Yeah, but it's very easy to write off success with shakiness. Like, you know, I get it, Gen G have been shaky, and I get it, it wasn't necessarily PRX top form, but DFM deserved that win yesterday.
Yes.
If they come in with the confidence that they were able to bring yesterday, especially in that map too, then this could definitely go the distance at the very least, and if not, 50% of us at this desk will be very happy.
As usual. I mean, look, honestly, for Gen G, they've just got to show up early on in the series. They've got to ask DFM some questions, because Paper X was not posing any questions to DFM yesterday. DFM was running their game plan, DFM was running Paper X over, and Gen G, they need to make sure that they put them in their place nice and early on.
Yeah, they haven't given Gen G a lot to work off of going into this series, but I am with you guys on this. I'm not going to be surprised if this goes a full series, and I would love to see it go the distance here. Gen G, also a vibes team. Don't forget, when we see Texture, we see Karen, we see the core of this roster step up and you know, get that vibes right. It's great. Foxy9, in addition, you know, swapping over from DRX, looks a lot more comfortable in their new Korean home.
Yeah, Foxy9's been a great addition to this team. I feel like he's had some real standout games. He needs to show up today for them to get that win. We're also looking across to Yeoman, who hasn't had the best performance so far this kickoff, but if he can come out of his shell today, that's just an extra feather in the bow, we should say.
Yeah, Foxy9 had a very tough time anchoring on the sides of Abyss last time around. I think he went 2 and 10 on the defensive half at one point, so he needs to not be a liability, because DFM loves to slam sites on this map, and as we expected, both teams are not going to change up too much. This is going to be about the fundamentals and the adaptation outside of the comps.
Yeah, when you have these very simple comps like this, the near mirror matchups where the styles are the same, both teams know what the other team is trying to do. There's no surprise, there's no cheese. It's pure fundamentals.
Small adjustments.
Yeah, small adjustments. It's that real head-to-head test, so we're in for a good game.
I think it's going to be a good game, boys. And we're going to send over our casters to take the second match of today away. Let's go back to Chobra and Quack.
Yes, thank you very much, Desk and Bixky. And I mean, just the whole thing truly at this point, right? No do-overs, no change-ups in the composition either, but just a final game to really push them through in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if DFM can truly make another miracle happen here for the Japanese fans. I mean, already a huge success for the new DFM squad, entering into this top 6, potentially now on the doorsteps of top 4. Already, even if they lose, it's a huge accomplishment, but the Japanese fans are hungry, and I think the players are too. I mean, we've seen now individually, this squad is very talented. They've hit their peak at different times.
If they can do it a second time, Chobra, oh my god, then they truly earn that title of like Kingslayer. That's gonna be quite a statement moving forward into like stage 1 or maybe even Masters Bangkok, who knows. But yeah, it all starts right here on this very first map, Abyss. They've been playing this so many times all throughout kickoffs.
Yeah, see if DFM can continue to evolve on this map. I mean, earlier we saw Nongshim continue to play that Lotus, and that map still looks good for them. So DFM should have that confidence. I think a big thing really is, like the Death said, can Gen G ask enough questions? Can they get enough initiative? Because quite frankly, against DRX, they could not, especially once they went over the defensive side. So we'll see how many rounds they can secure in the first half to make them a bit more comfortable when that half switch comes.
Right, that one ended 13-9. It was a 9-3 first half against DRX's attack. And a lot of it was truly just kind of like DRX bypassing or ignoring Foxy9. So we'll see what DFM does. But right now it's Gen G on the attack, and they are happy to hold.
A fast push out, though, from DFM, and this is one of the big differences, right? Going out forward to have a bit more information on A main and have the ability to maybe get a cheeky kill before you call for rotates or anything like that. Get a little bit more audio cues as well. So Art, he's in a dicey situation, but he should be able to pick up on a couple more cues. So Gen G, they're going to cut sound. They know they've given up this entire space before. They should check this corner.
Slow walk against him. Karen setting up for smokes, possibly down into mid, or at least a fake into B. But there it is, and instantly swings out. Texture went down though, so that is a little bit of firepower lost.
Yeah, but with someone so far ahead, Gen G feeling relatively safe to go ahead with their own recon as well, and that's going to be a bit more valuable in the post plant than the Jet. May takes a big hit as well, so Gen G's post plant looking pretty solid. They already cleared somewhat of the flank on mid as well. You still have the tripwire live from Foxy9.
Sheriff picked up as well. Paranoia in towards back to spawn, and of course the rest of the team to watch back into heaven. That's May down. Quite a bit of value already for Gen G. Karen with another peek out, another player down, and this time it's going to be Jen alongside Foxy9, who's continuing to hold the angle. Final shot through. Karen gets it. It's Gen G with the pistol.
Yeah, setting up the two youngsters on their squad to help finish the job here on the pistol. The setup already was great. You know, you sacrifice Texture, that's unfortunate, but it's the pistol. You know that there's not much util on either side. You have your Sova alive, and you know that it should be relatively safe. Just one recon in the back, a smoke on the site, and you're ready to head in. And then Karen starting things off hot. I really feel that Karen has to start to step in to fill bigger shoes for this squad if they want to continue to carry on some of the same theory and philosophy they have from last year, and that's a pistol that you need to do that.
Surely. I'm gonna give him a bit of a boost for the rest of the map right now, especially for Abyss, where Gen G doesn't have the greatest track record, but earlier on, you know, it was that dicey position for Art. Gen G read it. They knew how to play against it. This time with the guns playing a little bit more conservative. May with the eager peek out though, does find a little bit of info.
Yeah, but Gen G has decent information now. They already stepped into B site, and they just noticed different pieces of utility plus the Jet. So there's multiple members on A. Even if it's not a full 5 stack, it is a heavier stack onto that side. The Spike slowly being transported over. Texture just holding to make sure that there's not a counter push out from the B side.
And Texture is the one with a rifle. So I've noticed this a little bit now. Gen G have been coming in with these buys where it's just one hero rifle, the rest of them on upgraded pistols, Foxy9 on the Marshall, and they're looking to bring this effect into the third round, hopefully. But right now, playing it slow and steady. Foxy9 on the lurk mission. Spots out Art. Okay, can't quite find a shot.
Yeah, just gonna wait for it. There's the shock dart. Regen armor does chem back up though, so back up to almost half effective health. But that should give them the signal. That mid's been taken over. It's going to be a surround, and now they look to potentially push even further out of the B site if need be. Everybody's on site looking to get prepared to push out towards the stairs, towards those heaven entryways.
Early 0 point as well, so they kind of know that at least Akami should be nearby. Foxy9 still holding the angle, but not quite landing the shot with the Marshall. A little bit of a, okay, not even really a tag. May on the other side as well. The rest of the team continuing to push up front now, but Karen will take the offensive in towards stairs.
Yeah, Texture had to watch out, but that's a nice clean second shot, third on the round as well, so that should secure the round. And as we noted, only that one rifle buy, so as long as you can keep that Phantom, nothing lost. He's purposely even going to go the other way, just leaving it up to the two other members with Sheriffs to finish off the job. And the round secured, rifle carried over. And one of the things that this allows Gen G to do is then buy up to match on that bonus round. So a bit of a variation from the old FPX buys with the 3 rifles, and now just saying, hey, well, we'll just match buy for buy. It's really not a bonus anymore.
Just a standard round.
Yeah, straight buy for buy.
Hopefully, you know, being able to get those rounds under their belt as well. There's a very good chance for it for sure, and that's what this round is all about. I mean, they played it safe and slow. They had Texture leading the charge, or at least holding the position up towards B to then make the call in. But
just a tech pause here between the two teams. Would have been a little crazy to call that early timeout just after the eco round. It does look like I'm gonna double check a couple of things on Akame's seat right now. Referee standing behind, relaying information over, but he's pulling his chair up, so I'm gonna take that as a sign that he's ready to go.
Hopefully. I see that the timer on my screen is still frozen, so actually not yet.
Well, they gotta relay it over and then confirm and make sure everything's working and double check on the other side. I'm sure it takes a couple extra steps, but we'll see. Could be another player that they need to double check things on, but not too much to discuss. Obviously, the pistol round working out, Gen G being wary of that push out from Art, but that is something that both teams will have to do. It's either that or really, really having just impeccable timing rotations on that util, right? Whether it's the KO, then rotating over to the Sova, then rotating back over to the KO. It doesn't have to be the same position, but it has to really fulfill the entire about minute, maybe minute 20 seconds to make sure you have all the information before the final strike happens when you're on the defense. So the defending teams will sometimes continuously push out, and oftentimes that's going to be that A site. You have a little bit more room to work with. We'll see if Gen.G continues to be wary of that advance.
There's that full buy right now. All right, still, actually still keeping some light shields in their sides and regen shields as well for Gen.G.
Yeah, so not double dipping into the armor, but they'll make sure that they buy, and then they can buy again the next round as well. So Gen.G really setting themselves up for an economic snowball here, more so than the game originally perhaps designed.
I know, right? Like maximizing truly all their chances right now, breaking the door just to create a little bit more pressure on the other side, but there is that little march up in towards A.
Arndt holding another off angle, again, all on his own. Now, he does this a lot when he has the Odin, but with just a rifle in hand, it's going to be enough. That's a great paranoia support, though, from G, and he's starting to come alive once again here on Abyss. That allows Art to just hold on. Classic comes out, not just in time. Gian gets taken down by Yo-Man. The Des talked about how he needed to step up, and this might be the round where he starts to wake up for the team. 3 on the board.
Karen off to the other fences as well. Akame trying to hold his best. Gets the spike down. Yeoman gun down as well. It's just Foxy9. He found the trade, but now the one-on-one against Jinbung, who he doesn't quite know where Jinbung is just yet.
Yeah, Spike is down though, but Jinbung still distracted on the Spike side, and Gen.G will get their bonus round, leading 3-0.
Yeah, with the light shields finding so much economical value right now, they're carrying everything forward into the next rounds. And the next rounds where they'll keep on buying up. DFM, they had a good little hold. Art bought a little bit of time for Jin to come back in, but Yo-Man just shuts everything down.
Yeah, that jiggle peek against Gian was so good because Gian was just waiting for them to step out of the smoke, but he gets caught off guard. And Foxy9 left down to the 1v1. Gaining that confidence right off the bat as well. DFM once again on a weaker buy. Just Sheriffs and a Marshal in hand. And they are just gonna get skewered by Texture. That's 2 members already lost. And that should be the round gone as well, by all things in theory.
In theory. Well, at least for DFM's side, they will be noted that the Outlaw somewhere towards B may be looking for the challenge. He does have the Marshal. Waits for the smoke to bloom, but Texture takes advantage of that. Karen now sensing for the extra player out towards the B side, calls for the push in towards A. That's the second player down. Shrouded steps into heaven. Oh, Jen's right around the corner.
Yeah, Jin will get 1, but no weapon recovery quite available, so he'll just wait, see if he can maybe creep around, get maybe 1 or 2 more kills. But they aren't going to find out. Oh, does he turn around? Texture, he's ready for it, but he's just waiting. He wants to try to push out. Aside from that, and he eventually says, well, if he's not in heaven, where is he gone? Turns around, and that's a 4K for Texture right at home.
And of course, as the, well, is it a meme or is it a curse at this point? I don't know. As long as he gets the 4K, right? Maybe that's where Gen.G starts to look a lot better. It's 4-0 right now as well, and this is a really strong start for Gen.G on the attack. Rifles picked up, Blade Storm at the ready as well, and DFM not quite finding the answer just yet.
Texture's happy. I mean, this time it wasn't like he was nearly getting the ace, just finishing the job on that round. Was wondering if there would be an early timeout, but DFM happy to wait until this operator round. If they can make this work, if they can carry it over, they'll have a little bit more breathing room, holding that off angle against the window, and you're basically covering for Jinbung on the site. The Des talked about Jinbung's ability to weave in and out, dance around that site for DFM. But this time, they'll hold far out. It's really more about just keeping that operator protected.
All right, a little bit of a tell. The drone going up and down, making it a little bit difficult as well. But now Mei is ready. Flash on over, though. Texture looking for the opportunity to collapse onto Jinbung. Does get the tag, but not quite the range. Pulls out the blades, and Munchkin will find the kill alongside Foxy9. Mei still holding the angle far back. A little bit of a hop up from Texture, but not quite finding anything just yet. The spike planted now on towards the site.
DFM might have to consider save right away. I mean, you still have that operator in hand. You don't have much other util to really set up. You don't have a good line of scrimmage. Yeah, you have to back out because you've already been spotted up in heaven. And that is devastating. Because despite Jinbung being spotted and dropping down, making it look like, trying to draw all the util towards him onto the site itself, they still sent a deep paranoia all the way up towards heaven. That keeps Mei at bay, not able to peek out of the smoke on a timing. And Jinbung just gets pinged. He's done for. I mean, he gets tanned by the drone, nowhere to go. Texture even activates the Blaze Storm just to keep him at bay. It's a double swing out, and then the site given over.
And that's the whole round. I mean, just as we mentioned the desk, right, with Jinbung's ability to play inside of smokes and outside of him to anchor down sites. Another thing that they did mention, Bixky mentioned, was the fact that Gen G are just a really strong fundamental team. They're not going to change their composition around too much, and they just know how to play the game incredibly well. It was just a full-on execute together as a whole team in that round, and that's ultimately what broke things apart. So next round coming up now, it's going to be the timeout for DFM to really look for an answer to the question that now Gen G has asked.
Absolutely, and I'm with Pilsky on this one. I did kind of deliberate for quite some time to decide who I wanted to predict for this on the broadcast. And while DFM has been looking good and they've been really coming online together as a team, GN's been finding his comfort zone. But at the end of the day, while yes, Gen G perhaps not as strong as their peak last year, and yes, DFM took down a Paper X, but you can't really ignore the fact that Gen G plays very differently from Paper X. It's always going to be these 2v2s, 3v3s that they set each other up for. It might not be as clean as last year, but the fundamentals don't change. The idea doesn't change. And DFM, this is going to be the true challenge. If they can overcome that, then you're really evolving as a team with that teamwork, coming across another finish line to level up once more. But just battling, other people who have great aim, but perhaps not always there as a team, that may not be enough to topple the likes of Gen G.
I think that's absolutely fair, at least true to what we're seeing for now, but we'll see if this timeout can bring them to at least a round on the board. They still do have that op after all. Art with the Hunter's Fury as well. Right now, a little bit of an aggressive angle in towards A main, doesn't spot anything out. Gen G straight down mid.
Yeah, just absolute mid covers. And they're going to try to potentially trap out the operator as well. They hear it. They know it's trapped. Mei, you don't have anywhere to go. You've been trapped out. Akame needs to protect him. They need to find a way out, but there is no exit. It's just Akame fighting for his life on the side, and that he will do. Not only keeping himself alive, trying to protect Mei, but now all alone waiting for that backup. Already a 4v2. DFM is here on the site.
No trades found. To try to work their way around the smoke. Munchkin with the shorty at ready. Pushing in, but once again re-smoked.
Yeah, Munchkin just waiting to see if anyone's going to clear that. A nice timing from Akame. They know where one is. There's a good paranoia. See if there's a reaction. Yeoman actually gets a nice pick. So DFM, they got to reconsider. Art's going back because he's just not sure of the information. But now they hear both guns. Art, you have to come back. Art, you need to be here for your team. Jinbung is just getting cornered on the site. And Gen G suddenly flipping this on its head, making it 6-0. Where has the confidence gone from DFM?
They had the numbers, but Gen G just playing it safe. Found the isolated duels against them. The advantage completely thrown out to the sides because DFM weren't quite sure if Gen G were still aggressing back into the site. They started to move, they started to buckle, and that was the go signal for Munchkin to start picking them off.
I almost fear for the rest of this half from DFM, because when you start having some lack of confidence and then you lose a round like that, it can really topple your mental game absolutely down to the ground. But so far, trying to stick together, trying to regroup. DFM, they've shown such good games here on this map. They need to be able to stabilize here on this round.
It's all those little second thoughts, second guesses when you start to think too much about your own decisions, but that's when you really got to just hunker down, calm yourselves down, take in those little wins that you get and find that confidence back in slowly bit by bit. Hopefully they'll be able to do just that with Mei right up around the stairs now. Karen, though, quick to smoke it off. Maybe looking to push on through with the null command now, and there it is, Mei with the first opening frag, now continuing to launch the onslaught alongside Jen and the rest of the team. Akame gunned down, but able to pick him back up. Art in with the Hunter's Fury as well, just to toss in a little bit of distraction, but unfortunately Texture holding on true with that Outlaw. Jinbung swings out around the sides now with the Sheriff, and we'll be able to find a little bit of attention. Munchkin swings back though. Yeoman in with his own Undersweary, continuing to send through the beams, but Jin sticks the defuse all the way through. DFM, they take the round. Akame takes more kills as well.
Just saying, I'm going to eat the Hunter Sphere. We're going to get the half. We're going to play the numbers. This is what they needed the last round. But hey, no matter when you get it, as long as you get it and you're able to continue, because now they finally get one on the board. And May spraying through as well. Akame, once again, he's honestly really started to turn into this point man for this team. Really being the one who leads by example. Even if he doesn't always get all the frags, he's the one who's out there getting information, getting the position to set up the likes of May and Jian.
That's sometimes the catalyst that you need for the team. And right now, the call to actually go through A main, holding a bit of a crossfire in this way, dodging the 0 point. May will keep himself up.
Yeah, and it just pings only the KO. So making it look like there's been no hop over, but May just can't land it. Akame doesn't have the trade angle either. Gen G, they now know that the A site has gotten a bit weaker, but they will hold. Trying to see if there's a rotation over. Art, the jump peak is spotted, so you know there's at least one watching mid, but that means one probably still on B. Either, if not, it's all the way through spawn, so it's going to take some time. So Gen G is going to peek the weaker side of A.
At least, though, DFM will have their stars up around the sides, and maybe a chance for Akame to really fend things off. But, ooh, look at the quick updraft in from Texture! Bypasses everything! And that's possibly the site con already. Gen not quite able to hold. There it is, the site for Gen G.
And then just pushing all the way towards backside as well. And this is, I mean, this is what you see when you look at a team like Gen G. They may not be at the very, very top like they were in the middle of the year last year, but you consider the caliber of the players, you consider the caliber of the coaching staff, and they are going to have plays down to the T. They're going to make sure that everything is covered. All right, we take a couple hits in the first couple rounds. It's all right, we still got backup plans. And now DFM, they're going to have to dig even deeper into all the prep they have done to try to figure out this map.
It's the map that they've played so much already. But it is Gen G after all. So much of it, so many of their movements, everything already drilled. They even know where the final players possibly could be hiding and time those peaks to perfection. 7-1, no guns carried forward into the next round. DFM will have to buy back up, but not truly in full.
Yeah, and it looks like it might be another timeout. I was wondering, because right now, if you don't call the timeout, I think the half just ends, right? I don't think you're getting another round, just given how the players are playing. There seems to be a lot more kind of panic and running scared, not ready for it. You're trying to hold positions, but you don't have the confidence to really take the fight. Okay, it's a tech pause. We'll see if there is a timeout afterwards or not. But for now, it does look like maybe some player gear again that they'll need to double check here, this time on Art's side.
Could be whatever it is. I mean, it always is like the tiniest inconsistencies in your setup or anything, and that could throw you off. So for a pro player, that is always very crucial to have everything set up.
Hopefully it gets sorted out quickly enough. The players, they'll want nothing more than to get back into the game, get back into the zone. Looks like a little nod and a confirmation, and we should have all players getting ready to continue the match. Still waits to be seen. The second timeout is going to be used. It's always a risky move to use it in the first half, but if you don't do it, I mean, unless your players are able to turn around this round,
yeah,
this half is already looking like you are going to be way far back on the back foot.
I hear you, because you don't want to go into that second half with like a 10-2, like, ugh, you know?
I mean, I don't know if it's even going to get to a 10-2. That's my concern.
Oh.
No, honestly, you look at the way that DFM's playing, they have these setups in the very beginning of the round, but then they start to get scared, and then one person's trying to anchor down, but they're not ready for multiple fights like sometimes they would be, and then they just lock up, and then you're already down in numbers. The round's already gone out of your hands.
It is a very true consideration that we're thinking about right now, but at the very least, no timeouts. It's going to be May holding the angle out towards A main, taking a lot of damage already.
And Gen G, what they're doing is simply, okay, the only thing we need to worry about are these cheeky angles, right? Holding right off around the box. Maybe it's something like a judge or a shorty. Maybe you're holding an off angle. We just need to check for that, and then we're also letting you know, hey, you like to push out to get that A space? Well, we're going to deny it. This time a good response, pushing out of mid at the very least, but they've tried this before too, and Foxy9 has gotten inklings of it. And so right now, with 4 members already here for the execute, Foxy9, not much reason to move away. Still got that trip as well. Akame now trapped on the site. Catch the sight of Jinbun, can't land on his feet. And that is just a slice and dice through the site.
I want to see the timeout. Oh, God. 5 on 3. Gen right around the corner, but he's just on the classic, so looking for whatever he can get. Gen.G, you know, they have everything surrounded, everything locked down. Art for a bit of a jump peek, but nothing's found either.
Yeah, just trying to set up for a recon here for May, but that should be pretty telling. Foxy9 a little bit late to swivel onto that, but either way, they will both survive. A nice peek out from Charon, trying to reclaim his place, letting Gian know that he is the OG rookie controller. And May will just have to run for his life. See if he can even make it out. Honestly, you might want to consider dropping and floating through one of these gaps just to see if they find you or not, because they're here. And that should be a drop down, and they find him. No weapons carried over. The one hero rifle also dropped.
The fact that they dropped down together as well, like as a duo, just no chance for me whatsoever. Maybe at least to find 1 kill, but you know, the rifle absolutely lost and thrown into the wind. I mean, they tried this setup, putting their hottest player, Akame, closer towards B main, and hoping that he would be able to get at least 1 kill, but even when that all goes down south, it's just so tough to fight against Gen.G like that. You really need to find, you know, a bit of a pause button or something for DFM, some kind of an answer, or at least just to, you know, not worry too much about the mental side of things. Just try and find any tiny little win.
Yeah, so we just saw them 0 point onto B and try to potentially go for a full rotate over to A. They have chosen against it, which I'm happy about, because that's what we saw Gen.G do against CRX, and it didn't work out quite very well. But now, just holding a default, going all the way, long way around, all the way over to A. May should arrive just in time. Art, the importance here is to stay alive rather than trying to get a kill. Because if you can do that, you can start to take more space, perhaps in mid, perhaps in B, just get a little bit more information.
Yeah, to stall, but look at how aware Gen.G are as well. I mean, they're not fully committing into it, waiting for a little bit more utility just to check and clear. Down to 50 seconds, they saw, I think, the recon as well from the Shadows TP play as well, and that's, you know, a little bit of an attempt to gather info, but okay, Art starts it off with a kill.
Yeah, Paranoia to keep them delayed as well. There's still 3 members here. You only tag 1 close. There's the fragment, but he's still hiding in the smoke. You don't find him. Art's still alive. He gets 2, 3 on the board for the round. GN now holding in the back, but it's with May. This time he is not alone. And Yeoman stranded on the site. He's gotten quite a few kills, but it won't be enough for this round. DFM finally get their 2nd round.
Takes quite a bit, but a 2nd round does feel a little bit better. It takes a bit of that pressure off. They put up that roadblock on the A site. They had Art to hold. They had stars. They had smokes. They had the Paranoia set up behind as well. And Gen.G tried their darndest to really bait a lot of that out, but because Art was able to find at least 1 of those kills, allow for the rest of his team to get into sight, get into range, they were then able to strike back to take that round away from Gen.G.
DFM, if they can get to 4, yeah, there's something that's doable. Obviously, relatively mirror comps, and we've seen exactly how DRX was able to dissect Gen.G's defense. Maybe DFM, they can take a page out of that book, but they have to get there first with enough rounds on the board. It's a close drone. That's way too many spotted, but made there for the bait. And now that's going to slow down Gen.G. This time, the jet being gone means a lot, as they just aren't able to power through with the firepower and the util left on the other side.
So good job for May to really hold that down. Quick on the reaction to protect Art as he tries to escape off of that drone. Off of that, though, now DFM has to make the read, so they're trying to place players up towards mid. Jinbun as well on towards the B side, trying to block off as much as possible. But Gen.G, they're getting within range and they're ready to explode onto side again. Off of the flash, straight in.
Jinbung, he's gonna try to hide out. Akame's trying to protect him for as long as possible, but they can't both die here. Jinbung will only trade for one, but Sight given over again. Even stairs, you have to re-clear. Karon gonna peek out on a timing. He goes for the wide swing. Welcome to Pacific Art, and he shuts the retake down. Paranoia goes out for even further delay. The drone tags May. You know both members are here. Yo Man needs to collaborate on a timing, and there is another bait and switch, this time with Munchkin. It all comes down to May. He wants another round. They need every round they can get. 1v2. May, the swing out, and Yo Man is on point today.
Quickly respecting the fact that it is May, but because it's these last two players, they do so much to try to throw him off with the positioning, with the tells. The TP from Karon really forced May to think, did he go backside? Is he somewhere up on top of rafters? I gotta check. And in all that time, Yeoman is just ready to stagger his movement around Karon and holds the angle, perfectly reacting to May's peak. So darn well played, and it's just Gen G up to 9-2 right now. All pulled out by Texture.
Yeah, I mean, they have that Blade Storm, so just making sure that he can wait for a push out. It is that last round and a half. You know DFM is going to get antsy, so he's waiting all the way far out of A main. Meanwhile, during that, the pressure onto mid. Gen G looking so much more fluid than they did against DRX. Putting a lot of pressure, this time back onto A main as well, making it be heard.
Just creating a little bit more of that noise. DFM, they've got those question marks in their head, not quite sure where to really hold, and look at their position so far back.
Yeah, Jinbung, nice jumping. I was afraid he would just try to run back in to try to take a position. You've already given up the site. You have to make sure that you're ready to play for the retake. You have the Cosmic Divide. You can't go for the risks here. Akame stays alive for now. Jinbung tries to trade off of it. All right, you get the kills. You're staying alive. Jinbung dances. Barely gets nicked right on the ankle by the Hunter's Fury.
40 seconds with the Cosmic Divide up as well. That's when Gen G really goes for that full rotation over. It's just May on the A side, sure, but he's holding Heaven on an off angle. Art hears Yeoman up by the top of mid as well, but okay, gun down. Jin makes it a safe trade. 2-on-1 against May. What's gonna happen?
May, he needs to land the first shot. He finds it, not quite able to get the kill. Texture gets by with the Blainstorm, tries to position on top of the site. Spike not planted just yet, but now it all comes down to Munchkin, and he still needs to plant. He would love to get at least one more kill, but he's about to get spotted, and it's too many members. DFM will keep the threads of hope alive with 3 rounds.
Munchkin was quick to react off the updraft as well, but because it's 3 targets, just a little bit overwhelming. But yeah, there it is, 9-3. DFM, you know, not too bad towards the end of it all. They played it safe, and it does pay off. I love that Akame just had this nice little key piece of utility. He notes that they, you know, Gen G has been setting themselves up really close to site, especially around the smokes, and that's why he throws that little fragment down. Makes use of it to actually peek into it and finds, I think it was maybe Karon inside of the smoke. So all of that just to give them some tiny advantages and forcing Gen G off the site. Good little plays, and hopefully this gives them a little bit more confidence, especially when they're playing on their attacking half, where, you know, in all facts and regards, they have been doing a lot better on this side.
We'll see if DFM can really muster everything they have, as it is going to be a long way out. DFM fans here, just hoping to see them in the studio another day next week. I mean, as the Desk said, it's refreshing to be able to see them this deep in the bracket, to be able to cheer for them to reach another new peak, rather than just scraping together a win here and there, but really setting new heights for themselves. It would mean a lot, not just for the players, but for the entire community watching over from Japan. And boy, would it mean a ton to take down the 2 Pacific holders from last year in Paper X and Gen G.
It'd be such a big statement for all of Japanese Valorant. If Talon was, you know, Southeast Asia's last hope, or is, you know, Southeast Asia's last hope, DFM is that last hope for Japan. Starting things off on the second half on the attacking side.
DFM looking to pressure mid. It's going to be an equal push out from Gen G. Just hiding away with that smoke, purposely keeping it low so it's not spotted easily. There's just not enough members from DFM here. They need to win their fights, but May landing the first shot just draws away all the attention. The duo of May and GN start to strike back here in the second half.
just holding themselves up by Catwalk. So much spotted out. The shots connecting as well. Just Munchkin left. 1 on 5. Munchkin.
Well, he'll just bank on the fact that it might be A, and if it's not, we'll see what his choice is.
Yeah, get away with a kill or two. Find the alt orbs. Maybe try not to give too much away to DFM.
Just taking this time to discuss things a little bit as well, it seems, but he is just going to creep forward. If he can get a kill, like you said, he'll get a point or two towards that null command, but if not, happy to go down to the spike.
DFM, though, they note their numbers advantage, and they're playing it tight. They're pushing all the way into defender side spawn. They spot nothing, so they kind of know. Maybe he's mid. Maybe he's coming all the way back through attacker spawn. Oh, he saw Jian.
Yeah, Jian looks like he's going to get caught out right there near the end, and DFM says, that's fine. We'll be able to save our lives going over. May just wondering if it's going to re-peek back out to mid, but Munchkin goes down to the spike. DFM now up to their 4th round with a couple strong pistols as well. So curious to see if they all buy up or not.
Looks like they most probably would. Trying to keep as much of an advantage as possible for the rest of this second half. This is the side that also Gen G did struggle with against DRX, though. I mean, they ended their defensive half only with 3-round wins against DRX.
Well, see if DFM, they're going to set up for mid once again. Just a scouting over by A. Oh, a deep smoke out with the recon as well, but it tags all 3, so that's a lot of information from Akame. Tries to spam against Yoltor, but they'll happily give that up.
And Marshall shot fired off as well, so they're kind of aware, not wanting to challenge it too much. None of them have shields after all, so Gen G playing it safe back towards the A site. A couple holding inside of B Link as well, while DFM continues to explore.
So after the 3 tagged on A, they send 1 back over to B, try to make that a heavy site, and they're actually going to start to push out. See if they can find a timing. Jinbun gets a sniff of it. Something tells him something is off. Now he will just hold at bay. Puts up a smoke, but obviously that's a fake. Gen G knows that now, so the 2 members on A side, do they play close or do they try to play for their lives? Looks like they're just going to spread the fight out, try to delay as long as possible, wait for that flank to come through.
Still, though, Jinbun still very much within range of footsteps, so it's going to have to be quite careful. The rest is Gen G just trying to hold as much as possible. Yeoman looking for maybe some kind of attack through the recon, but nothing quite found. Art will be able to evade it and get close enough to get the spike down. Akame in with the first Marshall shot towards the back. A second one as well. There's the 3rd.
Just clean shots from Akame. I was wondering maybe they need to start pushing back all the way out towards defender spawn, but Akame lands the first shot, and it's okay if Jinbun goes down, only had that Sheriff in hand. If it ends like this, a very, very clean anti-eco with all of their upgrades being carried over. 3 rifles and a Marshall in hand.
That could be really effective for the upcoming rounds as well. Just Karen continuing to jiggle, spotted out by Mate. Clean and simple. Akame eliminating the entire flank, which is quite lovely. 5-9. We'll see if these carried over rifles will do something against Gen G's full buy.
Buying up another one as well. So the Marshall, the only one really falling quite far behind in terms of firepower, but it can still be deadly in the right hands. May only 2 away from the Blade Storm. So overall, the economic setup quite good for DFM, but still a little ways to go as Gen G is ahead by 4 rounds. Once again, with the double controllers, DFM wanting to make sure they absolutely control mid first before they start to work the map.
True that. Still back into it. A little bit of a spam in towards A, though, just in case with the smoke that far up front. So just to check. Not Gen G not quite giving out too many reactions just yet.
Yeah, but an early drone as well to make it really look like DFM has pushed, started to creep up mid. So Gen G, they need this information. You constantly see Karon jump peeking in mid to see, okay, when's the timing? Is it a pinch on to B? Do we have to push out from somewhere? Keeping Gen G under wraps. The one-way comes out on A. That will give them a little bit more time to work with. But DFM, they might even use this to play it as a fake. Just continue to put that pressure over by the A side.
Yeah, still trying to keep Gen G interested. Texture, though, quickly holding the angle outside of B. Main spots nothing out, so down to 40 seconds now. Gen G are starting to think, like, Are they towards mid? Are they towards A? Because we're not seeing anything around B.
Oh, I love this from DFM. So you take the orb, and then you just make no sound. Make it look like you're just going to rotate out by putting fake pressure onto A, and it works perfectly. Even though they tagged Mei, he just backs out quietly as if he's the only one here. And now with the recon coming in, you have to empty the site.
Oh, and look at that smoke out towards A heaven as well. It just blocks so much of it off. The only thing that Gen G can play now is from spawn, from security. And that's not good enough. It's going to be the spike down for DFM.
Mei holding close. He loves that spot. Already has quite a few highlights on it just from this tournament. You still have Jinbeng over by Vents as well. The first mission is going to be Mei, and Munchkin gets it with a slow creep out. Art's ready on the other side. They still have good angles, but a full flash against Gian shuts him down, and Munchkin just leading the charge for Gen G on the bonus. The spam comes through to set up for the teammates, and Gen G will go up to 10.
Must have seen him just as the smoke started to bloom. You would have thought that DFM had the right setup, right? Jinbeng inside of Vents. They had so much of it covered off, but just because Gen G's that sharp, they peeked out at out of spawn. They found players, and also taking that fight out to bridge, like it just broke so much of DFM's post-plant positions off. Munchkin, I mean, how on earth was he able to go on such a tear?
Oh yeah, spots him right at the end as well. And I think the really, really clever choice that Munchkin makes here is to go through contact. You're not throwing any of that util, because once you lose sight of backside, the crossfires and the anti-flash becomes a lot easier. You have 3 angles you would need to cover. So just going in with contact, checking left and checking right, and that's how they catch Mei off guard.
Yeah, playing it safe and tight with the rest of the team. Typical Gen G style. Very strong on the retake, and now DFM has to kind of work their way across the map once again. Nothing outside of A. It's been smoked off. Full bunched up all up towards B.
So A just being emptied out. They have the tripwires just to check how deep the enemies come through. Now drone goes deep. Texture, they know that he's trapped, but who else is on the site? Well, Munchkin down. No bodyguard for Texture. Here comes the flying drone in Mei with the blades out. He wants the kill, but Texture shuts him down. The attack already slowed down. Texture trying to spade through. He gets Akame as well, and the spike still yet to be delivered onto the site. 2 members guarding each other in Gen G. Texture on for 3. Can he get the 4th? No, well, Karen's already gonna go for it. Jinbeng shuts down Texture, but it's only Jinbeng left who makes it a 1v2.
He was stuck all the way towards the back lines, and with that, he was able to find Texture, who was hunting for kills. Spots out the next player as well. 2-on-1 though, and Yeoman's right up from behind, undetected. So there is a chance at thwarting Jinbeng on towards that spike plant. Karen keeping himself tucked away as well.
This is tough because you do have to just go for the plant. It's just too much distance for you to cover to try to get a kill first. He needs to try to isolate the 1v1s. He has no idea that Yeoman's already through. The timing from Yeoman is perfect as he brings yet another round for Gen G.
Yeah, I thought about it, but had no idea. And I wonder if Karen actually made a slight bit of movement just to bring the attention back to him, because he knew that at least Karen was right up around the front. So that's what Jinbeng was more worried about. That said, though, all said and done, it is a score that is now 11-5. One successful round, a couple of successful rounds from Gen G, and that's all it took to bring them to this huge lead. And it starts off with Texture.
I mean, Texture almost on for the 4K again. Eventually gets shut down, but it delays so much. I mean, the spike eventually not planted until Jinbeng picks it up.
Truly. So it just bears noting that DFM does need a lot more information to work off of, but right now, Texture straight inside the smoke. The updraft heard, but unfortunately, Spam's not quite found. Texture finds a shot through to Mei instead.
Well, a little bit of their own medicine against DFM. They were doing this a lot to Paper X yesterday. GN, the criminal in mid, as Akame gets a nice answer back. Art as well. Gen G, perhaps underestimating their opponents just a bit, expecting them to shy away from the fight.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to pay the price for it now. It's 2-on-4. Jin maybe down to mid HP, but it's not the worst thing in the world for DFM, and they will continue to scout and check things out with that drone. Karen hears footsteps.
Yeah, he knows he just has to fight it, so he's going to hold a further out off angle, waits for both targets. He's nice and calm, good for 3, a triple for Karen. A 1v1 setup for Foxy9. The timing, he hears the footsteps, and that's all he needs for the confidence to drop down and bring Gen G to map point.
You talked about Karen needing to step up for the team, to take matters into his own hands, and this is just that. Look at how he holds the angle. It was probably should have been an unwinnable scenario for Gen G, given how everything out towards mid was just completely broken apart, but he gets the first kill. Goes for the big sidestep towards the right and continues to reposition. Those 3 kills gave all the value to Gen G in this round.
And I love that he purposely hides deeper into the corner as well, just making sure he can find more than one target, because that's what he needed. And that is going to bring this to 12-5. 7 chances for Gen G, everything in the world, but DFM, everything now on the line. There comes the ultimate, trying to find a target. It eventually does, onto Foxy9. That's all the Cypher Yuta also taken down. Cosmic Divide, Karon, he jumps above it. Do they know that he's through? Yeah, May got an inkling of it, maybe heard it right at the end.
Yeah, checked it right around the smoke. I mean, that is where May would like to be as well, to hold off the angle in towards spawn. But now that the smokes have gone off, he's going to get off of it and in towards a safer position right underneath Heaven to check for the angles.
And they tried to go for contact again. Gravity Well comes out, and this time DFM's ready for it. GN at a wider angle. So DFM keeping track of what has worked for Gen G, but can they do it 6 more times in a row is the big question.
Yeah, this round was, quite a bit of a paced play. They had the Cosmic Divide, they had the smokes, they had the Hunter's Fury to allow them to get into sight. And of course, May as well, who was so quick to get himself perched up top on the boxes. So that was truly the key for DFM in the round, but it's a play that can't be repeated too much given their ultimate's up now. I think Akame at least is sitting on the null command though, so maybe that is a slight moment of reprieve for DFM, but for Gen G, if you just caught a glimpse of that, they got 5 ultimates. No guns, but 5 ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you get a first kill, maybe you use them all, but if not, happy to spend it on the next round. See what you can do in this one with the just 1 rifle on Yeoman. Lane Storm will be used right away, so that gives a little bit more firepower for Gen G to work with.
Okay, mid smoked off as well.
So Gen G, they just want to make sure that they keep some control of mid. That way they can rotate a bit faster and they don't have to rely on a complete gamble stack early on without too much information. Obviously coming in with just pistols, they want to try to hold on to their util until they need to fight. So they will just keep Yeoman for a little bit more information. He needs to keep a good timer on that smoke.
Revealing area.
Dart comes out from very close. Yeah, Art should know that that's coming straight out of vent.
Immediately drones, so that is a little bit of a tell for Yeoman as well.
Yeah, but there's no one looking to trade for Yeoman. So DFM, they will continue to creep back up. Yeoman, if he can find a good timing, if he can find that kill, he can't quite get it. He has to shy away, but that means B-site now in danger. There's the no command, everything offline. Foxy9 just waiting on timing. He's been shut down, he's been pushed back with that fragment, and that leaves Karon all alone. Sheriff in hand, perfect. Oh, what in the world is that? May still trying to recover things for his team, but the revive just won't come through in time. Foxy9 strikes from the side, and this might be how it ends. Akame still down, Spike now recovered. They want to try to get something going. May set up for the kill, but May, can he stay alive long enough? No, it is Texture who finishes it, but it starts with Karon, a headshot in the smoke. And Gen G will take map 1.
13-6. Gen G, they break apart DFM's winning streak on the map of Abyss. Down to it all in the final round where Gen G didn't have that much to work with. They had the ultimate, sure, but not quite the guns. But with the quick plays, with the right setups, DFM, they go in for that quick push down B-Link, and Karon was ready for it. He hit himself inside of the smoke. You talked about how he needed to step up, and he did exactly that a second time today. What a player, what a guy.
The pop flash was perfect from Akame. The timing was so good, but Karon knows the mission. I either get a kill or I die. There's no 2 ways about it. And as soon as he sees that flash pop, it's just a shot fired right on the heads of Akame. And that slows down the entry point. Gives time for Foxy9 to sweep around and keep things at bay. Spike not planted. Unfortunate for DFM, they just couldn't wrap their heads around Gen G in the first half, letting them get away all the way up to 8-1 on the scoreboard before they finally started answering back.
Yeah, that might have been a really big factor, but at the same time, I mean, so many of these players won like almost unwinnable scenarios. First it was like Munchkin in a 2-on-4, did it maybe a second time, and then now it's Karon again. There's something to be said about a guy who's just not afraid of dying.
Here's another one of those rounds. Obviously not a clutch, but a great call and leading right at the front of the pack. But this one right here, Karon really puts the nail in the coffin and continues to be now a veteran on the Gen G squad as they lead 1-0 in this best of 3. We'll send it over to the analyst desk and our lovely host to break down the action.
VCT Pacific 2025.
Oh, why thank you, Chobra and Quack. Gen G, who is doubting them? Like,
Not me.
Yeah, not me. What? Pilsky, were you doubting them?
Oh, yeah, guys. I totally predicted for DFM today, for sure. I mean, I saw them play against Paper X, and I'm pretty convinced they're going to make an international event this year. Anyway, I am actually kind of shocked that DFM won more opening duels than Gen G that game. It did not feel like that at all. I felt like Gen G was just doing whatever they wanted, but at the same time, I can kind of see that in a way because I felt like DFM's ultimate problem in this game was just a lack of coordination and inability to win the duels that they've been winning in some of the other games and the series where they've had a little bit more success. And also just in the XVXs, like they're not trading each other, their spacing is not good, and Gen G is clearly taking advantage of that.
I mean, this is a textbook confidence team. We spoke about this yesterday, and that's how they were able to upset Paper Rex. I think they played with so much confidence, they took so many fights, and they started winning so many duels. But today, it's an entirely different story. This looks like a much more broken down DFM. And for me, it all started in that Munchkin clutch right near the start of that game. I feel like as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh no. DFM might be in trouble.
That's actually a really fascinating point. You know, coming into a match with the sort of mentality of we're the underdog, probably not even expecting to win. What do we have to lose at this point? Versus now they've come this far and going up against Gen G, the Masters Trophy carrying team from Pacific. You're right. They looked a lot different today. This sort of confidence that we saw yesterday is completely dissolved.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head with that there, where when nobody thought they could win yesterday, there is no pressure to win. If you go out, even from an organizational side, for the DFM org to lose to PRX is fine, you know? You don't feel this sense of external pressure. But now they won against PRX, people are saying, oh my goodness, they might make it all the way, and all of a sudden, this hype starts weighing you down, and you start to feel like, oh no, we have to deliver now. People are really rooting for us now. You know, the fans back home in Japan, we've finally given them something to cheer for. And now it's like you don't want to take that away just after you've given it to them. So there is more pressure on their shoulders, and it didn't look like they coped great.
Yeah, when you can sort of smell success, you can smell that victory, the pressure starts to come down. Now, our earlier head-to-head was Karon and Jian. Pilsky, I mean, how is this looking now compared to what we were talking pre-match?
I mean, Karon made some fantastic plays that game. I think the main thing that I want to praise Gen G for is Munchkin was super on point, and the game plan was on point from the coaches as well. They did not start slow. You had Munchkin winning opening duels, like taking aim duels against Mei and winning them. Karon had a couple of multi-frags like we wanted to be seeing from him. It didn't matter whether they went A, whether they went B. They were constantly getting ahead of the play, ahead of the rotations here, and you can see Jinbung's in a lot of trouble here, guys. Like we were saying, this guy's insane at anchoring on the Astra. He had a very tough game, and that is all due to Gen G taking full advantage of the way that he's been playing and running DFM around the map.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it looked like they were just running a Jinbung wherever they found him. And, you know, once again, we speak about confidence. Gen G started so strong. They're slamming the sides and making it so hard for DFM.
Look at these Munchkin highlights, guys. You see him throwing the util, like he's throwing the util in the early round, and what's he doing? He's running it down. He's taking aim duels dry wherever he wants to go.
That's my captain.
You know, getting active, and yeah, 100%. He clearly, him and the rest of Gen G, texture improved. Although we're giving him the MVP, I really feel like Munchkin was probably the MVP for me. Like he was reading the game super well. He was taking a lot of aim duels, playing confidently. He was changing sights on the KO and KO knifing DFM when they were trying to go go for executes, setting up the plays with really good supportive flash work on attack. Like, he was fantastic this game of Abyss.
It's a day for fragging IGLs. We're
Heck
seeing it
yeah.
up and down.
It is definitely happening. Francis Cruz and now Munchkin. And we have seen it in past interviews with Gen G, with them commending Munchkin and why they put him on particular roles and not just as a caller for the teams, because he himself as a player, his personality is very aggressive in terms of play style. And this really very much suits how the rest of this team has been playing. In fact, you know, not too long ago last year when Gen G started to rise through Kickoff, it was like a year ago where a lot of people doubted Gen G. It was because they had sort of transformed how Korean VALORANT was being played, and it was a lot more aggressive, a lot more confident, a lot faster. And Gen G is reminding us now, again today in the lower bracket, who they are and that they're here to stay.
I mean,
so you got Munchkin on your side.
There was doubters. They doubted me. They said I couldn't do it. They said I didn't know what I was talking about.
Well, I mean,
mostly him. But
you guys are coaches. You are the experts for a reason.
This is what I mean.
the guy who predicted DFM to win today, right?
Okay.
The game's not done.
It is not done.
Everywhere. It's not done.
DFM have to regroup now. That's the
we
big
have
thing.
another map.
We're going on to Lotus, are we not? The game's not done?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
It's scary for them. It's scary for them. They need to find their footing and they need to find confidence. That's the big thing. They're a vibes team. We keep saying it, and they have to reclaim some vibes here. Otherwise, this might be a fast 2-0 for Gen G. This is such a good map.
Morgan. Let's. They played it once in the off season, buddy. They barely played this map. They're playing the bloody Breach Neon comp on Lotus. Like, come on. What are we doing? What are we doing here?
I have to say, I'm a little bit less confident. After seeing that map 1, after knowing what map 2 is, I think this has gone right into Gen G's hands. They're going to be licking their lips.
Sir, do you change your vote for today?
Oh, no.
Can't change it now. Come on. We're not fixing the predictions.
But I will say I'm worried about my prediction. I think that's the best way I can word it. There is still hope for them, you know.
What's the hope?
You have to play the game. They need to start much stronger. They got ran over at the start of that game. They lost rounds that they should have won. You're not putting the rounds to bed. So Gen G just, you know, they just cracked the game wide open for themselves. And that's what DFM need to do head into this. I want to see a pistol win. I want to see a bonus win. I want to see pushing. I want to see confidence. That wasn't there in the first
one. No one on DFM showed up to that game except for maybe Akame, and he had a couple of nice little multi-frags. For DFM here, if they play the same comp, if they play this Breach Cypher comp with the Neon, like this is another kind of execution-based comp where you need to find the right reads. If you're starting out on defense or something like that, you've got to be able to get the right trap plays going off of the cam. At the same time, though, we've seen a lot of teams that don't have many reps on certain maps just bring some funky comps or change things up. So this is a chance for DFM to catch Gen G off guard a little bit, because we know exactly what Gen G is going to play, guys. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's actually a very fair point, and we've seen exactly that happen here. Talon, who was playing earlier today, is probably the masters of that, surprising a team with a completely different idea, which throws their opponents off. But it is Gen G, and you're right, we know what they're probably going to play. We probably know how they're going to play, but they're so good at fine-tuning and reacting to it because they stick to what they know and they just make it perfect.
Yeah, that's a major point. If you rep this comp as much as Gen G has, you've seen everything. You have a huge bank of responses to know if a team wants to run the Breach, how do we respond? If a team is playing Neon, how do we want to respond? You have all those reps, so that's the advantage you have over changing your comps a lot. So I think if there's a team you're trying to catch out, you don't want it to be Gen G because they're very well prepared.
At random adaptation on the fly is inconsistent. If you can have a solution that you've already made and a deep playbook like Gen G will have on this map, and then you go, oh, this round will work against this thing that they're doing, it's going to be way easier for it to actually have impact.
Well, Pilski, I know you predicted Gen G. You're one of the 4 talents who did. But I want you to make a case for DFM. What do you want to see from DFM? Because you are definitely not sold on their comp, what you've seen from them in the off-season. What is it going to take Gen G now?
Do I see? I'm kind of debating in my mind. Do I want them to change comp and do something weird because that's backfired for them on Pearl already once before, or do I just want them to play this Breach comp? I think I want them to do something weird. I think I want them to play double duelists or something and get really aggressive and really active, because they're looking really disjointed today. If they bring the same level of disjointedness into this game, it's going to be tough for them. Looking at DFM, they have changed things up, but not on the aggressive side of things. They're going to go towards the Astra and mix in the Vice. So the double controller, this almost kind of looks like what Nongshim were playing.
Yeah, it does a little bit. We have that Astra Omen. It's really nice. You got the Vice in there with it as well. We see the roles change just a little bit here. Now, Jen on the Astra, as we would expect, and Art on the Omen. So no Sova, Jinboon playing the Fade.
Yeah. So yeah, oh wow, Senti player on the Fade, on the singular Enid, that's definitely an interesting one, especially because Art loves this Odin.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to be in tree on the Omen like we saw from Estrella.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what we'll see. We'll see the Omen in the tree, Odining and moving forward.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been seeing so much Lotus in the last 24 hours, but we haven't seen enough of Art on Odin, and it's always spectacular when he is on it. We're gonna go into map 2 and send it back to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much. We'll see if DFM can answer back Gen.G's Lotus. Not a map that many teams just from even all around the world could crack so easily last year. And already they continue to prove it again in 2025 that it continues to be a home ground for them. DFM, they've had a little bit of time to study it.
Gen.G, though, they've shown that they do know how to deal with the Vice as well, playing that game against RQ, so we shall see what does happen. DFM starting things out on the attack. Not a lot of presence towards Rubble, so DFM looking to at least take up a bit of that space.
They already have control of B main as well, so push comes to shove, a rotation through that blue room. They're already pinging it, just making sure that they keep their eyes set in case there's a push, a pinch out.
And that could very well give them the sight, unless Yeoman finds a pick. He's playing right around the corner. Art setting up the smokes.
Yeah, it's just going to be a flood into that B site. The toggle screen comes up, but obviously coming in through Baby Door, it's going to negate some of that delay. The Haunt gets destroyed immediately. Yeoman just has to make sure that no one's actually pushing through on Waterfall. Curious to see if Texture's going to try to do a door play or if he's going to group up. It looks like he wants to go potentially all the way around and then eventually tap the door.
Okay, that does take a little bit of time. Meanwhile, the main forces all around the site itself. A little bit from heaven, a little bit from the straight up angles. The paint shells to block off Gen.G. Yeoman tries to get ahead. He has to jump ahead, but takes a lot of damage in that process, and May, alongside Jen, will be able to collect on those frags. Texture now up from behind, has the doors up and opened, finds at least a pick, but Kara not quite landing the flick. Down to just Texture, pushes out of the smoke, but Art suffocates him.
Yeah, 4 members left alive. DFM already had such a good stronghold on the site. They were even watching the flank a little bit from Jinboon, so he might be playing the Fade, but he's still got, you know, that lurk DNA, the flank DNA, just to make sure to keep his team safe. Eventually walked all the way back around Rubble. But more than anything, you know, taking that Rubble space for free and then saying, okay, that's weird because I don't think you empty the A site entirely on the pistol, so let's just go on to B. We checked early, there wasn't any trap play at the very least, so I love the way they worked the map.
Yeah, really good read and call to be able to make that play happen in towards the B site. But next round coming up, they are buying up pretty much in full. Marshall, Jen on the Ghost. So playing a little bit conservative, looking to see if Gen.G does push out. Gen.G just spamming through the smokes up towards A main.
Again, full B main control as well from DFM, so that seems to be the crux of things. There's the arc rush through the wall just to make sure that they don't get hit by a crazy trap play. But Gen.G this time, they're the ones who are eventually going to get all the rest of Rubble for free.
So that's a lot of info, but it's a lot of pressure for Foxy9 as well.
Yeah, he just has to kind of delay with the first kill here. He just has to hide out in the smoke. Doesn't have much of an option anymore. Second smoke comes back out. A lot of smokes coming through. Okay, that boombot gets you a decent amount of information. You don't really have anywhere else to turn, though. They will just try to fake it out towards B. Just stop any sort of pressure. Art, you have the spike. You have to watch out not to get picked off. Only 40 seconds left. DFM, you do not have good control of this map right now. You have to land the shots.
They have to barrel through. That's the only way. Texture alongside Yeoman right along the back, nipping at their heels. They try to spam through the smokes to find as much as they can. There it is, finally getting a kill, but also blast backing the site a little bit off. Still not too bad, managing to go in safe. Munchkin right around the corner.
You know, timing, Munchkin actually finds it for himself, eventually gets traded, but Karen's there to trade back. Jinbun still keeping everything alive on the site, and Akame, he can't quite finish it, but Jinbun will get 3 on the board, so what looked like it might end up dicey, DFM is still able to get the spike planted and carry over 2 rifles.
Just 2 rifles. They lost 1. They lost Marshall as well. Not the worst thing in the world, but still it does kind of impact the upcoming round a little bit. You know, it definitely does make you think, or at least it looks like they're kind of hesitant to push through a lot of these smokes.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have enough util left over to try to scout out inside the smoke clearly and then retake that space. And then you've already run out of options on B main, your util being spent there as well. So that's something that DFM have to consider a bit more carefully in the future. Not having as much passive info to check if anyone's fully pushed out of A rubble.
Okay, Prowler out from Genji as well. Not really spotting. Oh, almost caught in the reload. Yeoman out for the swing, saves Texture's life.
Yeah, and May a little too fixated on what felt like it might be a free kill on Texture. Eventually goes down. Without the raise here, this bonus round looking a little bit dicier. They don't have all guns bought up because of the guns lost earlier. Razorvine not quite getting deleted, but Yeoman will step away from it. That's a double up. It's a good crossfire. The reload comes through, but Texture still has bullets left in his. And that's a triple for Texture. Showstopper online. A flawless here would let Gen G get right back into the swing of things.
At least take 1 gun away, possibly. But it's tough on just the Ghost. Munchkin sniffing right up from behind, spots him out, and there it is.
Getting that last kill, getting another point to himself. Still a little ways away, but you got that showstopper to tide you over if you're Gen G. Now, something that is interesting is that DFM, you know, it's kind of switching over to these Omen Aster comps. You saw it on Abyss, the Des talked about it, now bringing it over to the Lotus as well. And Gen G was one of the teams that seemed really fixated on making this work, making this like their comp that they use on every map during the off-season. They were trying to do that last year with most of their compositions, and that seemed to be the case. As soon as they saw Astra buffed, that's where they switched over. Obviously, they're still retooling things a little bit with some of the newer patches, but I gotta imagine that Gen G might have some good internal notes about how this composition tends to operate.
I am inclined to agree, and they are quite experienced with, you know, at least running that, or if not, their own double controller with the Viper as well. Right now, just controlling Rubble and funneling DFM off towards other parts of the map.
So Rubble completely under control of Gen G again. DFM has to fight back there at some point. If it's not at the start of the round, you have to at least push them back, because right now, I mean, just watching, hey, Prowler came out, that doesn't really help you because that's more information for Gen G. Look at the rotations coming through.
Yeah, Munchkin jumping on the boxes does spot them out by quite a bit. So Showstopper from Texture, oh, and he gets at least 1. Akame will make it a trade. Spike on the ground, they can still pick it up, DFM. Just thinking about maybe regressing into the A site now that the raise is gone.
Yeah, but now that GN does have at least Rubble, you know the Omen's not here, and the Raze, because they rotated over, the A site usually not going to be a stack. You kept so much attention on B and C that it should be the weaker site. The timing is there for DFM, but can they get through Yeoman? He's been on fire so far today. Gets spotted by the Prowler, wants to reposition. Oh, it's going to be Karon arriving just in time for backup from above. Yeoman trying to slice the angles, waiting for Karon to fight. Yeoman with another wallbang. He's trying to get the second one, and it's just going to be an absolute shutdown on A.
With those few kills, the first one from Karon, and then the next one from Yeoman, it just buys enough time for Foxy9, who also arrives on the site just in time. So much of it gone a little bit wrong, a little bit awry, because of that little slight hesitation from DFM. I mean, Yeoman, you know, he took quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately for DFM, Gen G was able to halt them in their tracks despite the right reads. Oh my God.
You hear the war cries coming out across the board, and Yeoman looking much more confident than he ever has this kickoff. None of the self-doubt there anymore, and DFM this time finally sending Art forward with that smoke, not trying to get pinged by the Haunt. They'll fight here on Rubble.
I am all for it. A little bit of it. Thorns on the side, but not quite fighting too much either. still continuing to spam on through. Gen G will be able to pick up on the 2 kills now. The Prowler sent over as well. Yeoman continuing to spam and spray through the toxic screen. Just nothing found from DFM. They're all caught in the crossfire. The flawless for Gen G picked up.
I mean, sure, it's an eco, but again, you look at just how well drilled this team is. And watching this, it just suddenly reminded me that this is another one of those maps that Yeoman was also good at when he was IGLing the old Nongshim squad and Challengers. Playing that fade, really controlling the battlefield, fragging out as an IGL back then. And so he just needed to learn and download the playbook just a bit more for Yeoman as he starts to get a bit more comfortable here on this Gen G squad.
You can see it in his eyes as well, in his face. Definitely feeling a lot more confident. 6 kills right now on the board. Oh, okay, but here comes that Odin spam from Art on this Omen. Doesn't really throw out too much, just a little bit of presence. Well, Gen G takes that as a signal to push out on towards C. Mei is holding close and tight. Here comes the burst. 2 kills already.
DFM was ready for it. They read this through. It's a bounce out, but still there's the trade just in time. A nice double swing. Akame cutting off any rotations. They're even going to check close. Yeoman is spotted. Tries to get a timing. Does get seized right at the end, and they say, you know what? We don't even have to fight it. He's caught. Let's make sure we plant safe and get the positions we want.
Yeah, we're good. Let's get it. Force him to fight against us. A little bit tougher for Yeoman for sure.
They have been saving the shear wall every time for the post plant, and it's a very strong tool in the post plant. But some of these rounds, it looks like it might get dicey if they just kind of lose track of timings for that passive info. But for now, a good read on the push out from C, right? Odin on A, make them check out of C, and they wait for it. It's a good trap.
One that definitely allows them to even out the score. Yeoman, yeah, he's got a lot right now in the bank. Just trying to find anything. Picks up the operator. Okay, nice.
Yeah, just gonna look to keep that, it looks like.
Ooh.
Wow,
That's
during
actually,
that, yeah, I mean, that's actually... So he sends the haunt out so he doesn't get shot on the jump.
And then...
That's, I mean, okay, wow, that...
It's really small. He doesn't, like, it's not too flashy, he doesn't get killed, but it's pretty sick.
No, this is amazing, because the snowball just doesn't stop. You give up the round, but the economic snowball is absolutely continuing.
Hell yeah, we'll see that does give convert into some value for Gen G towards the end of it, because right now the score is 3-3. There is still a chance for DFM to really put an end to things. They do have the ultimates to work with, Steel Guardian as well as Showstopper, Cosmic Divide if they want.
DFM looking to pressure up B. So Gen G stopping to fight Rubble. They want to take space elsewhere, and this time it's an all-out brawl. Gen G comes out on top. Munchkin barely escaping with his life. Yeoman is there close, and DFM will slow things down.
I thought I heard the flash, but somehow, well, Gen G comes out of the fight with the advantage. Now onto the other parts of the map. Texture is just posted up and ready to truly receive them. And there's the first one. Blastback's away. Good shot from Art to really take him down. Spike still on his side, but unfortunately, as soon as the curtain falls, Munchkin lands the perfect tap just down to Art.
Art will just try to make his way all the way over to the A side. He wants to run as fast as possible. Just gonna go for the plant, get whatever he can. Ideally, sure, you try to find maybe one more fight, 1v1, but he doesn't have the leisure for that. Prowler checks, he's in back of sight. Yeah, no time for trickery, you just gotta fight. He thinks a little bit too much, and Foxy9 will arrive to receive another kill.
And it's really tough, right? I mean, 1-on-3, just really no room to escape to. It's a little bit unfortunate, but that's it. Still not too bad. DFM gets to buy back up. With the spike planted as well, it's just a little bit more money. But now they truly get to understand, right? Gen G's starting to push out against us quite a bit. And at the same time, if they're pushing out somewhere, that op is, you know, on the other end of the map.
Yeah, this op, you either got to figure out the op first, or you got to make sure you see where else they're pushing out from and fight it. But right now, it's Gen G reading the patterns of DFM. No timeout just yet, though. Still trusting in the players to figure it out. All ults still online here for DFM as they complete the full circle. And now op online, alarm bot there to help with the escape.
Okay, so they're kind of just sacking the other parts of the map. Prowler, Jen still trying to hold Well, the rest of DFM try to aggress straight in towards the C site. It's just the op here, and if that's what they've read, it would be good, but Texture, sharp on the flick!
And you know exactly when the call came through that they were going to lower that poison cloud, because that's when he switches his sights over to the middle of the smoke to make sure he's ready to flick either way. And now you know if there's a rotate, there's a crossfire. Munchkin spots one. There should be the swing out. There's Foxy9. The paranoia, but Foxy9 is not hit, and he will shut down the spike. GN, you've been tagged for a long time. You might be able to get one kill, but it's just not enough.
Man, just, it is so insane how Gen G is able to play this well. You talked about the poison cloud thing. You know, he heard the footsteps, so Texture was ready. But they had layers to this. It's the play outside of B pillars that impresses me the most. First of all, Munchkin, you know, getting the initial shots, but then Foxy9 to swing off of his contact as well. Munchkin, despite being blinded, was still continuing to spam through the walls just to make it that much more difficult.
And that is going to have to call for the timeout.
You need to, like, force Gen G to cool off, you know, not just your own team, to really find a solution as well.
Sometimes momentum can be the real factor in some of these matches in VALORANT. We'll see the DFM players. I mean, the confidence still not quite there that we saw from them before. You know, lots of smiles, laughter. You could see it just in their posture alone. But today, a defeated look across the board. But it's not over yet. They have to regroup. And even that previous round, the idea, okay, if we think there's an op here, let's push it back. Let's send the paint chills, let's pressure them, and then let's rework the other side of the map. It just so happens that's going to be Gen G who controls when they regain sight right outside of C main. This man right here, Yo Man, there were a lot of doubters all across. I mean, it just seems like Gen G went from the heroes of Pacific to suddenly just one of the most doubted teams after the first couple games they played here in Kickoff. But they answer right back and say, hey, sometimes you just need a slow start, but here we are.
That's right. They still are those heroes. They're still very much in the fight. Texture now on the op, pushing through the door. On with the Prowler as well. Nothing spotted though, but oh, he spotted the cape, and there it is! Art, snipe down.
And the pit this time. So the operator constantly, that's another new position that they've used. This time very aggressive past the door. And now you have a trap play. Foxy9's gonna wait. He's gonna get the tag. And then there's going to be a paranoia. The Prowler checks close, so the paranoia has to get used early, but Foxy9 will still capitalize on that value.
Being able to TP back as well, Karon. I mean, they're getting away for free with some of these kills. Pit up towards B, so that's not quite the option that they're looking for. A DFM now just scratching their heads, looking for anything possible.
It's going to be a smoke. Trying to push through, but the alarm bot and the poison cloud together, you know that there's no information for you on B, and you've already given up all of A, so you got to imagine at some point now the numbers also not quite favoring you. They look like it's going to be an all-out jump out. Okay, the Hot does wonders, but Foxy9 is going to be the actual wonder kid. Shuts things down.
Once again, Foxy9. I mean, the last time that he did this well holding angles was on this very map too. So there's just so much to be said about this Gen G squad right now, and DFM really, really trying to crack the solution, but they haven't quite found it yet. I mean, it's always these rounds where it's just an opening op shot from Texture, you know, pushing on somewhere on the map or holding, and off of the initial kill, DFM doesn't have much control on the other parts. That's when Gen G starts to push up and set up a bit of a trap play.
Third round with all ults online for DFM. None of them used yet. That just means that they haven't even been able to set up, and it takes them too long. They're just not as fluid from further out. They need to creep up to the line of scrimmage, and Gen G is not allowing that. Rebel, again, completely pushed out. Prowler all the way through, and then it's a reset onto B. C-side is your only option. C's used, and now a creep through.
Kind of just want a full send, and that's what they're looking to do. A little bit of a creep up, just letting Art be the first one in with a spike. Foxy9 and everyone else have already backed off, but at the same time, Gen G has the ults to kind of go in for the retake.
Oh, the showstopper trying to send it all the way to the deep end, but the spike already gets planted as a double from May. We've got some good showstoppers in Pacific, but it's not over just yet. Foxy9 answers right back, evens it out to a 3v3. Munchkin, operator in hand, but the lockdown, it should find value. It should push everyone into the corners. Right now, the ping's coming down from Gen G. They know exactly where to look. Munchkin's gonna look far out. He gets one. Charon clears out the other end. Art staying alive with 7 HP, and it's just not lucky enough.
7 is such a good number, but no. When it comes down to a Gen G that is this rehearsed, this sharp, this ready, luck cannot help you anywhere. It's all down to just skill, bro. The lockdown, they knew exactly where to look. They pinged the spot of where Akame would be on the map. Munchkin peeking out from door as well. I mean, that was cherry on top.
Every member just looking at the lone possibilities where the members could have run away to. And the fact that that retake works with Munchkin on the operator. DFM scratching their heads. 4 ultimates used. Sure, you trade a couple back, but you're the one who needed rounds right now. Rubble, you're giving it a little bit, but still some information on Gen G's side. No reason to rotate, and because of that, a push out from C-Mound. If you don't have Meteor, use Texture. He pushes out with the operator. That side of the map is now gone.
Not so much being held by Gen G. Munchkin tries to get ahead. Yeoman makes use of that to spray him down. Takes down Art. That's the one of the controllers gone. Foxy9 comes back to refill the space and finds Jinpung.
Oh, it's so fast from Foxy9 as well. The backup, it's getting faster and faster. GN with a trade, spots Charon. Charon resets the fight and wins it. Akame now alone. Catches sight of Charon, but it's too dangerous to go up to the spike just yet. 50 seconds. He can reset. He can make things calm just a little bit.
He does have 40 seconds to work off of. Spike somewhere behind the wall, so he's able to still pick that up. Just to make sure not to cross on over.
And Gen G, they'll just hold. Getting curious, a timing, but Texture is Flicks still remain at the top as Gen G move forward to 8.
Last round in the half.
So far, unstoppable on this op. Maybe a round here or there, but Munchkin comes back in just to refill. And this time around, sure they took Rubble, but again, all of these smokes right there just to block them off. Foxy9 comes back in to refill. The whole of Gen G are just down their necks right now. DFM not allowed to breathe truly at all. And once again, back into its Rubble. I mean, trying as much as possible to get just a bit of space. A Haunt, a Razorvine, but it's all being shut down.
It's a hard read. Texture. Yeah, they're all the way through with the paranoia. They've absolutely ditched the C site. They just want to finish this first half here on Rubble. But DFM, they're ready for it. They've reset the fight. They've repositioned. The spread is good. And they'll slow things down finally.
This gives them the breathing space that they need. Prowler to check and clear around the corners. Gen G will try to play on the numbers just to regroup around C. Uh-oh.
Foxy9. No real reason to push out that far out with everyone coming, but hey, you get the kill. It's even better. And then there's nobody here. So DFM, because of that push out, but it does make them wonder, oh, do we have to go somewhere else? Because if Foxy9 is pushing that far out, does that mean they're still holding on A, waiting for us to get pushed in? Maybe we have to go to B. And Gen G, they can now continue to circle together.
It's all down to a little bit of timing as well. Gen G is moving a lot more steadily. DFM already on towards the A side, but they're doing so much just to check and make sure that there isn't a single ninja on the side hiding anywhere. So they managed to clear that out. They got the spike down. Razorvine in place. Akame to watch tree.
DFM, they really need this round. They gotta pick their angles carefully and just hold. They can't start second-guessing themselves non-stop. Arcro's set up for a trade on the site itself, but Akame, can he stay alive on tree? The Prowler comes through. He needs to get the first fight. He does it. Now the angles have opened up. Mei and Jinbung, they each need to win their fight. Mei's already been spotted. He needs to swing out. He gets one. Jinbung trying to go for the trade. The Pain Show's trying to stop the defuse, but it doesn't quite go over the corner. They do stop it at half, and the spray through the box will secure a 4th round for DFM.
Great little wraparound towards the end. It came so darn close, but thankfully DFM were able to stabilize. Off to the Rubble fight. Mei, alongside his teammates, they were just able to fight back and tell Gen G, like, we are able to take these fights if you want them. And because of that, down to the numbers game, they were then able to get the spike down. Sure, Akame wasn't quite able to hold down his tree, but at the same time, it is May after all. He comes back in just to hold the angle. And that's just a little bit of trust in the savior of DFM right now, May, once again.
4 rounds. I mean, given how things were looking, you'll take it. But we do have to recognize that that was on their attacking half. So DFM, this pistol, more important than ever. If they can get both pistols on this map, it'll set them up for a better chance here to try to bring us to a third map, that Haven. The Des talked about it. Would be great to see how DFM might have retooled it. We've already seen a banger of a Haven out from Gen G.
Yeah, that would be quite the entertaining map to watch for sure. Only if it does come down to it. Still facing the threat of elimination, but you gotta put that out of your minds right now. Swapping the sides on over. I mean, this is, again, a map where Gen G has so much experience on. They did play against the Vise from before, against RRQ, and they have shown that they do know how to work against it. So it's up to DFM to really try to continue to change things up. Pose some questions to Gen G.
Halftime now over. It remains to be seen if that will be the last halftime for DFM this kickoff before we see them again in stage 1. Just waiting, not fighting Rubble, but it is a quick push out of C. They did have the shear wall already set up. So a little bit of a double up on the value, but either way, map space taken over. Good jump peek, trying the bait and switch for May. Not gonna get the kill, but lands a little bit of scratch onto texture.
Could be a little bit as well, not too bad. Gen in with the gravity wall just around the other end of tree to continue to hold, but whoa. Bit of a wall bang.
All the way through. Akame holding against Foxy9. That's huge. Now you know the options much more limited. Art has pushed out very far, but that will be the early signal for a fast rotate if needed. They're coming. Art makes the call. Lots of footsteps heard. He needs to get more than one. He only gets one, but lots of damage done. Delays them far enough. Munchkin, meanwhile, still toying with them with all the utility, the toxins, the reset. He's not going to get the kill, so numbers advantage for DFM.
A lot better now just to hold the angle. Sheer wall comes up, no escape for Gen G. May will be able to tag them down with the Sheriff.
A much needed pistol for DFM as they take both here on Lotus and look to try to make a comeback happen. May finally reaching the 10 kill mark here, the first one on the team. And interestingly noted, coming into this match, Gen G, nobody on the team with a KD higher than 1.0. But on DFM, you had May, and I believe one other member already with a KD higher than 1.0. And now it's flipped. DFM just not able to find the duels they wanted.
Definitely had a lot more success from before, but right now, maybe starting things a little bit better in the second half. They do have that setup once again out towards Rubble, Vise utility out towards C, sheer wall towards B with Art on a judge.
Texture noted, only one Sheriff heard. DFM, they don't want to get timing on that peek out, so they will just plant the judge for now.
And also is Gen G continuing to bait out some of these utilities and gathering information for the upcoming rounds too. Stars to come back up from Gen just to reinforce sites even further.
Okay, there was no one spotted outside of C Mount, so DFM, I'd love to see them rotate a little bit faster, especially as you see that toxic screen come back up. You still have delay util over on C, and May goes down. That's the site opened up. Nobody here for backup. Gen G, not full information just yet. They will continue to explore with 35 seconds on the clock.
Look at Munchkin.
Oh, he hears him. Gets some damage in, distracts him, not able to fill that A site. And during all of that, Foxy9 with a deep lurk all the way around. So this may have done wonders for Munchkin just to try to make them think about someone coming in from B Heaven. But it's a far range kill for Foxy9. DFM, not much time to work with.
Long range on the classic, and because of time as well, Gen G just needs to wait and bait even longer. In with the snake bite to fend them off. Paint shells at the ready as well.
Yeah, just gonna throw it on a timing, and now they have everything lined up.
Ready to just spam down, and the Nano Swarm.
Second
DFM,
one.
They can't even approach the spike. There's no chance for a defuse, and you will just have to run away.
Oh my god. This was not meant to be. DFM had the pistol, but Gen.G just plays it so darn well. Working their way across the map, baiting out the utility. Foxy9 on such a deep flank. Munchkin, just that tiny bit of movement inside of the blue room as well. Just to instill that bit of paranoia into DFM's minds. It's just, it does so much. I think towards the end of it all, truly the snake bite, the base cells, the net, I could go on. Like all these little bits of utility just rocked DFM. They are off balance right now.
I mean, that was just, they used the entire map as well with the deep lurk. And now May forced onto a hero Bulldog. Not the most glorious of weapons. We'll see if he can make it work. Foxy9 going to get a clean shot onto Akame with the Outlaw. That weakens up that C site. Now, Akame trying to make it look like it's just a push far out to get info. We'll see if it works to set up May as he's planted just deep in the site.
It's going to have to be quite a bit from May, though. Still trying to hold out behind the boxes. Does have the boombot if he hears footsteps.
Oh, and Gen.G, they're a step ahead of it, right? It could be a fast rotate over because we're going to start to creep in. We still see nobody. It could be a rotation. And Foxy9 is going to continue to get more kills. And Munchkin's even here to cover for him just in case. Oh, no. The perfect read from Munchkin. The IGL of Gen.G is back. And now the spike can begin its move across the map as Foxy9 will get a triple.
Not even needed. Foxy9 swaps back to the Outlaw as well, just considering the fact that DFM's economy is down in the dumps. It's 10-5 now, and this truly fortifies Gen.G's lead.
And Foxy9, this time gaining some confidence, able to take space with the backup of Munchkin. We're seeing Gen.G slowly evolve, try to figure out how to work with the new pieces that they've gathered. And so far, it's looking good today.
Okay, a little bit of a buy up. The Odin on the side of Art, trying to spam on through. Oh, he will catch Kara! Jin on the other end! What in the world? It's just crouched and spammed.
I didn't know they brought in kill streaks to Valorant. What in the world is that?
Kill streaks.
He's just a slow little walking tank. I mean, normally I would say that would break someone's mental. Gen.G is up by quite a lot, so I don't think it will just yet, but that is frustrating to play against. And I highly encourage the Odin, and I still think that looks annoying.
But I mean, at this point, DFM, take what you can get. Now that's another kill for Akame. Gen down to block off the B side. The spike's on the ground. It's just Yeoman.
I mean, look at Art and Jinbung. The Odin up top. Oh, now he's a turret. Oh, he's just the ever-transforming kill streak of DFM.
Oh my God.
That's insane. We always knew he was doing crazy things with the Odin, but this is a whole nother level.
The fact that it's the Blast X1 is all. Look at this!
Yeah, I mean, it just makes it all perfect.
Oh my God, he actually tagged the next guy.
Oh, man.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're bringing joy to some people. Maybe not the likes of Achilles, but hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for watching stuff like this.
Hell yeah. It takes skill, okay? 6-10 now. Gen.G tries to get ahead. Odin's all the way across the map.
Now the push out alongside the Odin from C. So this time it is a full push out and then just delay with the Razor Vines. You've got the shear wall on B. They've completely emptied it. The smoke to try to deny any advance, and the door opens up. Foxy9, are they ready for it? There's two in the smoke. DFM, you cannot get curious. Oh, that's a timing, and Jinbung's ready for it. It's a quick trade for Foxy9.
You should run.
1-to-1. Oh, but the lockdown, and that could be a bit of a fake as well. The rest of Gen.G is still somewhat undetected, or at least mid-rounding it back towards the B site, where DFM's gonna have to respect it.
Yeah, they see nobody pushing out of blue room, so they consider it safe in the last couple seconds. Boombot sent to make sure there's no push out from heaven as well.
All the positions noted too. Meanwhile, Art, okay, tried to reposition, but spotted out by Karen.
Yeah, but now they know that Karen is at Rubble, so that's something that DFM will have to take care of. Akame, meanwhile, gets a kill on the site itself. Now, continuing through, they push him out, so now all eyes onto Blue Room. Yo, man, he's been so good today. Dodges the paint shells, ready for the second kill. Holds on to the flank.
So quick to react with May's peek now down towards Karn. Spots out the Odin. It kind of knows exactly where to look. One inside of blue, and that's Foxy9. Okay, slight whiff on it, but Karn comes back in to stabilize. Gen G off the round will pick up the win.
If Art was able to take someone out there from the smoke with the Odin as he's just running out, that would have been insane. But you see what he's trying to do. It looks silly sometimes, but he's basically trying to be the Neon in a sense, right? He's really drawing attention, trying to get chip damage, making them focus on him as he tries to go for a fast swing out with the Odin, and then hoping that GN can go for the trades as they try to deny anyone hiding in the smokes.
Yeah. That's what it's meant for, but unfortunately for them, I think one of the crucial kills was Yeoman being able to take down May in that fashion. Now a quick little blast pack from Texture down into Rubble. Gen G looking to fight.
And the paint shells were used as well by May, but not going to take out Texture. And now Rubble, so far in control of Gen G.
A little B main presence as well from Gen G, slowly pushing up front to check and clear. It's just Gen to hold with the linear angle. Utility trade still with the Prowlers.
Now this time it's a double swing. Munchkin continuing to double up. Buddy system with Foxy9. The site is free. And that's a push out from DFM. As long as Gen G can survive here on Rubble, but the spike is dropped. Texture knows he's on a mission. He has to run. They have B site.
He got hit.
He is tagged, so no audio. Just full faith. Sending it to the site. Foxy9 will protect him, but are they aware of May? Oh, they're just going to go all the way around. All right, you know what? The wraparound from C has come. We've deleted it. And now onto the site.
Look at Munchkin.
Munchkin's waiting in spawn. And once he knows on a timing that there is no wraparound, they should have a better inkling of where they're coming from. You still have the alarm bot as well. The position of Foxy9 is just too good right now.
Oh, this is so much information. Foxy9 is quite prepared. It is May, though, so if May can find that one-on-one, it could spell a little bit better for DFM. Uh-oh.
Munchkin waiting for it, wins the fight against May. Alarmbot spots the rest coming in from C-Mound, and Gen G have their eyes set on towards match point. Texture getting stunned up, but there is simply no entry, and DFM will have to swallow their tears as they save while they give up match point.
I do hope that they are happy tears, though. I mean, they have had quite the journey, taking down Paper X and everything, but right now this Gen G just looks too darn good. It was a high-low setup. I mean, what a call for, first of all, the quick mid-round straight into C site, but secondly, Foxy9, despite having the angle, he just kind of went back in through to support Texture, while Munchkin takes the other angle straight through from spawn, where, you know, it's an angle that May least expects. That's just crazy. And at the start of the whole fight as well, I think a little bit unfortunate for DFM. You know, they wanted to take that fight to Rubble. They called Gen over to Blue, and unfortunately, that's kind of what leaks open the B site. So, you know, they're trying a lot of different solutions, a lot of things, but unfortunately, nothing sticks. And right now, it's the timeout, the final timeout.
See what DFM can adjust. The players, not necessarily a look of defeat anymore, but perhaps one of fatigue, looking a bit like a blank slate, deep in thought for some of them. Meanwhile, Gen G looking more comfortable than ever. And honestly, the biggest change for today, you know, earlier in the tournament, we saw Foxy9 come alive on this map. In fact, with that triple kill outside of B main, then he starts to go on these multi-kill rampages. Today, over on Abyss, it starts at Yeoman. And just when they need him, he continues to get these impact frags to secure that zone. And a big shift as well. Again, Foxy9, when he goes to that lurk, it's always with Munchkin. It's not the pressure anymore that I have to do everything on my own. They're using their resources in a different way, and DFM has not been able to figure out the answer.
A little bit unfortunate, but right now, straight into it. Gen G looking to finish. Cool blast pack straight into the site. Munchkin for the trade. Snake bites to hold them off. Spike goes down.
And there's the haunt going through. That keeps him tied up. Paranoia at the ready. He's going to send the snake bite as well. Karen just pushes out on his own. Now 30 HP. He just acts as a scout. Meanwhile, we do have Art coming in. It's going to be a shutdown. And Genji, just like that, will stand back up and remain here in VCT Pacific Kickoff.
A Nightfall at the end as well. Yeoman tapping up Texture. I mean, just so many of these moments. Sure, maybe not the greatest numbers, but a lot of impact found on this one guy, Yeoman. Maybe they had doubts against him, but he's definitely proving everyone wrong today. Starting things off in the first map, carrying that performance still onto the second.
I mean, everyone on Gen G looking much more alive today. Karen hitting the shots that he showed us last year. Foxy9 this time being much more proactive on both maps, continuing to maintain his aim. Munchkin, some hard reads against DFM. And Texture, I mean, he's still getting the 4Ks as well. I think everyone fulfilling the roles that you expected them to when this roster was rebuilt coming into 2025. And a big round of applause to DFM as they exit Kickoff 2025. It might not be the finish they had hoped for after some of the successes, but boy, is it a massive improvement, and it leaves hope for the rest of the year.
Oh, I can't wait. I couldn't agree more. I mean, they're just looking better and better, you know, and also, you know, some fun hijinks at times with the Odin. I mean, with a purpose as well. But down to it all at the end, once again, it is Gen G. I mean, still through with their lower bracket run, but you still have so much confidence in them, seeing how they're able to play that much ahead of the game.
Well, Gen G will survive until next week to face off against Talon Esports to see who makes one step closer to that lower finals for the potential second seed going into Masters Bangkok. But now we do have the top 4 determined for VCT
and that's
Pacific
a W
Kickoff.
for Gen G today. Taking victory pictures. Let's wait for a second. 감독님 경기 어떠셨나요?
네, 좋았습니다.
짧게. 어땠어요, 텍스처?
Good.
Okay, everything went well. Munchkin, I need you. Munchkin 선수 인터뷰할게요. 여기 서시면 되고요. 네, 젠제의 먼치킨 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다. Now, congratulations, Munchkin. I just want to start the interview with how you guys recovered from DRX series and how you feel about how the team performed today. 일단 DRX전 어떻게 회복했는지부터 들어보고 싶고 오늘 경기력에 대해서는 또 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 궁금하네요.
일단 DRX전을 저희가 개인적으로는 좀 저희가 많이 못해서 졌다고 생각을 했기 때문에 다음 경기 때 저희가 보여줄 수 있는 퍼포먼스 다 보여줘야겠다라는 마음가짐으로 준비했습니다.
Honestly, we think we lost that series and it was mostly on us. So we talked about how, you know what, let's not be afraid to show what we can do on the stage in today's game. Now, let's talk about Foxy9 because it looks like he has leveled up. Now he's playing super smart in those clutch situations. So a lot of people are wondering if that was on you and Solo giving him special lessons. 일단 폭시9 선수가 진짜 레벨업 했거든요. 그렇기 때문에 또 먼치킨 선수 아니면은 또 그 근철 교육이 있지 않았나 약간 이런 것도 궁금해하시는데 어떻게 뭐 특별 교육이 있었을까요?
네, 재성이랑 좀 한번 이야기를 깊게 나눴었는데요. 재성이가 에임이 정말 좋다고 생각하는데 그 에임을 활용을 하지 못한다고 생각해서 자신감을 심어주기 위해서 많은 이야기를 했던 것 같아요.
Yeah, we had a long talk. I just feel like he has really good aim, but he wasn't fully able to unlock his potential because he didn't know how to utilize it to its maximum potential. So I think I kind of unlocked a new level with that little talk that we had. Now let's talk about the shifting meta because a lot of people are opting for reinventing their comps. But when it comes to Gen G, as you showed today, you guys were fine-tuning what you guys already had, and it seems to be working. So where are we, and what are the talks about changing things up? 사실 지난 경기 때부터 메타가 많이 달라지면서 젠지도 이제 새로운 걸 가져와야 되지 않냐라는 목소리도 있었는데 오늘 정말 가진 거 그대로 다른 전략을 준비해 오면서 아이디어는 비슷한데 또 전혀 다른 모습을 보여주는 그런 양상을 볼 수 있었는데 좀 메타 해석이나 팀의 변화를 주는 부분에 있어서는 어떤 얘기들이 오가고 있을까요?
일단 실제로 태오를 사용할 수 있다고 이야기를 했을 때 정말 많은 이야기를 했었는데요. 태오 충분히 고평가는 하고 있었고 한데 그에 맞는 플레이 스타일에 맞춰서 충분히 대응할 수 있겠다라고 생각을 해서 네, 뭐 지금까지는 저희가 사용 안 하고 있지만 뭐 필요한 맵에서는 쓰지 않을까요?
안 하는 이유가 뭔가요? 그냥 좀 더 지켜보겠다?
아직 저희 기준에서는
굳이 필요
뭐
없다?
굳이 뭐 안 써도
이길
할
수
만하다고
있으니까.
생각은 해서 네.
알겠습니다. Well, we actually talked about Taeho and kind of the thoughts of running him when he first came out, but we ended up learning how to counter that agent instead. But we do have Taeho ready on particular maps, and we are able to run it if we need to. But for now, we decided that it's too early, and we can win without the new agent. So why use it now, right? Save it for later. Now, next up is Talon Esports. I'm pretty sure you guys are Talon's, biggest rivals, or at least you guys are on their list of teams to beat, right? So anything you want to say to them? 탈론이 다음 상대인데 사실 젠지를 많이 경기하고 있는 것 같아요. 그렇기 때문에 한마디 해주시죠.
뭐 탈론한테는 뭐 많은 말을 해줄 필요는 없을 것 같고요. 뭐 너무 긴장하지 말고 재밌게 해보자.
Not much to say. Don't be scared. Let's have fun. Well, that was Munchkin, everybody, and thank you for the interview, Munchkin. 네, 이렇게 해서 먼치킨 선수 만나봤습니다. 이어서 또 DFM의 팬미팅이 1층에 준비되어 있으니까요. 많은 응원 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. For the fans at the venue, we have the DFM fan meet and greet downstairs in the lobby, so please cheer them on. And that's it from us today. Bye-bye.
Ooh, what a game. Gen.G showing, reminding us, in fact, just who they are and why they were so dominant last year.
Yeah, it's a throwback to last year in a way. This is the kind of form we've been wanting to see from this Gen.G team. They haven't quite shown it before now in this kickoff, and it had some of us worried. Some people even foolishly predicted against them. Don't know who would do that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Very silly.
It's a real return to form for them today.
It's okay, guys. You're off the bandwagon now. We're back on the Gen.G bandwagon, although I'm even going to call myself out on that a little bit. I'm not going to hop fully on the bandwagon just yet. We still need to see them play some better teams. They got to make their way through Talon and then take on, again, like a T1 or a DRX, see what kind of form they're in. Because similar to PRX for me, PRX completely smashed Zeta, and I think a lot of people were like, that was a really great game, they're back, but beating some teams that are not really playing up to scratch or not playing their best game doesn't necessarily mean that you're 100% there yet, but this was a very promising sign for Gen.G to be coming back into it, and you definitely saw flashes of what we want to see from them in this game.
Yeah, they were absolutely in control of Lotus this time around.
Yeah, easily. I mean, they looked so comfortable. This is their map. It has been for so long. I felt like it was a similar story to map 1 for me. Yeah, DFM just couldn't get in the game at all. I felt like the ball could never get rolling. Gen.G won every fight, and it just felt so easy for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the util usage that we were seeing from DFM yesterday, so brilliantly executed. It's almost like they forgot they had this in their kit happening. I don't know what happened. It was nerves, or Gen.G was just one step ahead all the time.
I think DFM has shown a couple of times that when they're feeling themselves and they have a good game plan, it's kind of like their wombo combo in this tournament. But I think Gen.G, as we kind of mentioned, they have got this great coaching staff. They've got Munchkin as their IGL. When they come up with a game plan for DFM, it was very difficult for DFM to deal with. And you can see right from the get-go, start of Abyss, Gen.G was being so proactive. They were getting in their face. Munchkin was taking duels on attack side. Here again, you saw proactivity from Yeoman. You saw Gen.G once again trying to disrupt DFM, trying to make their life very, very difficult. And it wasn't something that DFM were able to deal with. I don't mind the comp change from DFM compared to what they used to run. And I think it did have its moments in this game, but I think at the end of the day, just wasn't quite enough for them, and particularly Lotus just being a map that they just don't have many reps on, similar to Nongshim, actually, going out on that split game. Some of these teams that have not been as active at the top level, their map pool is not really very well fleshed out, and I think it's really letting them down in this tournament at times.
Yeah.
Foxy9 was our MVP for this map, and he's been performing really well once again.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, I feel like he played a great map. He's really growing in this Sentinel role, I feel like. I think it's such a nice, natural fit for him. You see his really snappy aim. He's coming up with multi-kills almost every round and really digging Gen.G out of these bad situations when they do end up in them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I feel like there's even still some criticism around him when I kind of quietly feel like he's been one of Gen G's better players, if not their best player. Even when he's not on the Sentinel, on that bind game against TRX, he was topping the scoreboard on the get-go. He's got a little bit of agent flexibility. Yes, he does make mistakes sometimes, or he doesn't have a perfect read on the game, but overall his playmaking potential was fantastic.
This round was a heartbreaker for me. DFM win the pistol and then get ecoed straight away. We spoke so much today about momentum and confidence, and that's such a backbreaker.
Yes, those are the confidence-breaking rounds. Having gone out in the lower bracket of a tournament to getting ecoed after winning the pistol myself, two halves in a row, it's just something that, you know, the wind just goes out of your sails. It's such a momentum roller coaster. You win the pistol. It's one of the most important rounds of the game. The spirits are high. Everyone's feeling themselves, especially when you're behind a map and you go, oh, we can win this. Like, this is actually doable, guys. Like, it's 5-8 now. I know we didn't have the best half, but then you get ecoed and it's like you have such an uphill mountain to climb. Not only momentum-wise, but the other team is going to now anti-eco you. The ult economy starts working if you don't get kills with the pistols. They've got $3,000, $4,000 to $6,000. You've got to work your way through 3 buy rounds and ults before you can even think about getting back in the game. And that was just not something that DFM was able to do.
Yeah, that's right. And I wanted to ask, who's your match MVP? We've seen pretty stellar performances across the board for Gen G here.
Yeah, I mean, my vote went to Munchkin, and as did some of the others who are involved in deciding this match MVP, and not just because he's in my team, but I felt like he played a great game today. He stepped up and individually. We saw that map 1. His stats were crazy in map 2 as well as just IGLing a very consistent, very solid game across the 2 maps.
I think Gen G had a great game plan today, and that's what really helped them win against DFM. Partially that's got to be down to the coaching staff, but Munchkin calling it and executing it in the server needs to be given credit. He was very aggressive right from the get-go. He was taking hard aim duels with DFM, who have been one of the sharper teams in this tournament when they're feeling themselves, and winning them early on. He really set the tone for this match, not only with the aim duels that he was winning, but also the KO utility. Like, whenever DFM was trying to get something done, he was there with a KO knife stopping them.
I think it's been so important that Gen G has kept at least 3 of these core members from last year, and Munchkin obviously being one of them has been so essential, exactly for the points that you were saying. I think the mixture of his personality, his character type in the game, how he's been performing, how he's been stepping up as the IGL in general, I think it's been fantastic. And you know what? Gen G doubters, doubt no more.
Doubt no more?
Is there any more doubt?
A little bit of doubt.
Don't look at me, I never doubt.
I predicted from the today, and there's still a little bit of doubt, but that's a very promising game. I want to see more assertive Gen G. I want to see a Gen G that's coming to play right from round 1 and doesn't take 8 to 10 rounds to get warmed up.
Yeah, I also want to touch very quickly on what Munchkin just said in the interview there, is that they have Teo ready and prepped. They're just choosing not to show it yet. So it looks like there could be some twists coming down the line.
Oh, when Gen G is prepared with something, I think that's usually a really good sign for Gen G. So those of you Gen G fans, I think you should be pretty excited about tomorrow's match, which will be against Talon. Now we're going to talk about the results of my own team, the game that we have here. We have Coach Pilsky and Coach Big Time. Let's see the results.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Big Time is way in the lead. I heard the Korean broadcast has been a little bit upset with your performance and how well you've been doing. Thanks for representing us.
They got to get better. It's a skill difference. What do you want me to say?
Get good! Get good! This is incredible. I think a lot of this is with these 2 particular, Jip Boys and Munchkin.
Munchkin, Jip Boys, both with
these 2
MVPs today.
10 points for each MVP, and you only won by 21 or something. So without those MVPs, which, by the way, I voted for those players big time. So I basically gave you the win today, if you think about it. Otherwise, it would have been very close.
It's easy to cope.
Really? That cope is amazing.
Yeah. It was actually close. Yeah, sure.
All right, let's pull up the results for the casters as well. I believe they had a teammate as well. Oh, Quack now in the lead.
Big day for Quack.
Yeah. Jip Boys on the flex, respect that. Chobra did what I was going to do, and he put Primi on flex. I
can't believe you passed on Primi. That was amazing. That was a bold move.
Would I have won today without that? No. It would not have made a difference, and I feel like I took the moral high ground in a way, so once again...
Is that what it was?
Saying Primi is good, that's boring. I went for the governor,
Well, Yeah, you did. You like to play a little bit risky there. You did a high gamble. But in any case, there's a penalty, and the penalty will be fun, and we'll see it on Friday. So I always miss when Pilski loses and has to do something ridiculous. I'm always, Mika, you enjoy this. You enjoy what's going to come. Do you want to know? Does the chat want to know? I don't know.
I don't even know what it is. What
well,
is
it's something that's definitely going to affect your voice a little bit, and you're going to have to say a couple things in a funny voice. So.
Okay.
You will get to see it on the next game that'll be happening on Friday again with Talon and Gen G is going to be facing off. And of course, we're going to see T1 and DRX, which is also, I think this is going to be an interesting one to predict when we get there. But do you guys have any quick thoughts on next week's matchup?
My main thought is, like, we talk about Kickoff being this accelerated bracket time and time again, but in this case, these teams, some of the best teams in the league, some of the teams with great coaching staff who do like to go deep in the prep, especially DRX, Gen G, and Talon, the system almost kind of built entirely around that coaching staff, have got a long week to prep for these games. You know, many, many days to really kind of drill what they want to do, maybe put a pocket pick or two, and that's going to really change how these games would have happened if they had happened tomorrow, for example.
Yeah, I mean, this upper bracket especially, both these teams have had such a long time already to plan for this game, and they have even more. The upper bracket match is incredibly exciting to me. Both these teams finally hitting their stride. The RX are growing into this massive Korean powerhouse that we sort of didn't expect. And T1, of course, have all that big hype behind them. So that's a real clash of the Titans in my mind.
Definitely. I'm very excited for next week's matches here. And Talon being the sole Southeast Asian representative here amongst the 3 Korean kings. But it's very fitting considering Talon is the Thai squad, and we are going to be going to Masters Bangkok, and I know this is exactly what they're soaring towards right now. Well, gentlemen, it's been yet another lovely desk with you, Pilski, big time. I hope you guys have a wonderful week ahead. We got.
Always do.
What are we gonna do with all this time until the next match? I don't know.
Watch more Valorant.
Watch more
of the regions.
Watch VODs.
It never ends.
Yeah, I got to catch
We're just
up
gonna
on
rewatch.
NA. Yeah.
Or just rewatch all the Pacific ones over and over again.
That's better. Do
I
that.
don't know if I can handle some of those. Some of them have been brutal.
It's been painful. It's been surprising. It's been painful. There have been tears. There have been joy so far at Kickoff. And next week, this is it. We're going to find out who's going to be going to Masters Bangkok. So everyone have a lovely evening ahead. And we'll see you next week for more VCT Pacific Kickoff action. Toodaloo!
Green doesn't have anything to scout out. It's just going to be a straight duel if he does go, and Persia is just out of there right behind.
A little second longer for the rest of his team, unfortunately goes down, but here comes Danby in with the overdrive, gets down 2, now he's going back in the tree, forcing the bullets away, now coming back in, but Jitboy switches back, but Ivy sticking onto the spike, gets up and halfway, and there's the burst, Ivy!
Oh, nice!
Poison finds to take down Talon in the last round of the first half.
Nongshim will just wait for it. They still haven't heard the spike being tapped. Why knock away the molly? Half done by Wingman. Persia gets taken out. Francis deleted from showers, but he just doesn't have the vision, and the defuse comes through.
Nice. Good job. Let's go.
Talon were able to come back in quick enough.
They have nobody watching it. Turn around, waiting for it. They're ready for it. Governor with 2. Connects onto 3. Those straight right clicks. But Governor finds Margaret. Margaret, you gotta run. You gotta run. Oh, the ace is inside, and Cruz says, oh, no. Go kill him. Let him save. Talon to yet another top 4 position, and couple steps away from Masters Bangkok. It's trapped, man, you don't have anywhere to go. Find a way out, but there is. It's just Akame fighting for his life on the side, and that he will do. But now they hear both guns. Art, you have to come back. Jinbook is just getting, and Gen G suddenly flipping this on its head.
Gen G just playing it safe. the Prowler as well. Nothing spotted though, but oh, he spotted the cape, and there it is!
A Paranoia, the Prowler checks close, so the Paranoia has to get used early, but Foxy9 looks like it's going to be an all-out jump out. Okay, the Hawk does wonders, but Foxy9 is going to be the actual Wonder Kid, shuts things down.